Hello, everybody. Hi. Oh, Nikolai Muse done. Let's get back to the interesting world of George Kelly. So we are just a tad bit behind thanks to Law and Crime and everybody kind of bailing, but we are getting ready to go. Did I just hear? Oh, never mind. I thought I heard noise, and I'm like, wait, how's noise coming? It's like it's coming from inside the house. So, guys, here is the website. It's the Santa Cruz County Court. They've got all the dates. And look, we really are only partially behind here. So it's not too bad. It's not too bad. The way I understand it, though, the 4th was day 8. And I think that's correct. But I got to double check one more time with my YouTube studio to make sure we got the right dates here. Because I was checking earlier and I kind of messed up. So let's go back and look. So let's go back here. George Kelly Day 7, April 3rd. Yes. Yes, April 4th is where we stopped. All right, guys. So,
We can bring in the jury.
all right, hold on.
And Your Honor, the state does have a request.
All right, we are going to. Why is this not? There we go. We're going to boost it up. Here we go, chat. Like I said, this is very good quality, but this is just like. The multiple windows suck. The multiple windows suck.
Request regarding playing an impeachment video.
All right, we'll put that on the record when the jury comes in.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Okay. Rise, por favor. Thank you. Everyone, please be seated. Good morning. The record will show the presence. The record will show the presence of all the jurors, counsel, and the defendant. And I think the witness is coming back into the courtroom. See through the window. There she is. Good morning. All right, we have the witness back on the stand, and I'll advise the witness, as I do all witnesses who come back on after a break, you're still under oath. Very well. You can continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have a few more questions for you. And the first two, I'm going to need you to step into the center of the room here for me, okay? Can I get the easel?
Let's get a microphone also.
Here comes Mima Shark, chat.
And that is, just to remind you, that's actually for the witness.
I don't need
Yep, this is Wanda.
Okay.
Okay.
Your right hand.
Does anybody ever consult those books? No. It's meant to look nice.
Right. Mhm. Okay, if it's more comfortable, you want to stand here to point? You can hold the mic on the left. Let's see. Is that good for you?
Yeah, this is good, so I can
Okay.
point right,
Okay.
hold it
perfect.
here, sorry. Sorry,
Alright.
I'm not used to speaking into it.
Can the jurors see this? Okay, I know this is a bit messy, but I'm gonna just point out a few things on here so everyone can see it. All right, just to refresh our drawing from yesterday, right? We're looking at the easel for the court record. This was your home, correct, your house?
Yes,
And then this is your backyard patio, whatever you wanted to call it, porch area.
yes,
And then you drew, is it true that you drew a line, a red line here to reflect the first barbed wire fencing?
correct,
And then you drew another one a little bit further out, and we pointed, the top of the board was east, is that correct?
correct,
And so you have fence 1, fence 2.
correct,
And then you kind of end it by a drop off of this area through a wash, correct?
correct.
All right. So do you remember going back a little bit into the testimony of the first incident, the first law enforcement response? Okay?
Correct.
The shots, the fear, all those things that you talked about.
Mhm.
And then Border Patrol and sheriffs came out, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you have a chance to observe, whether through your back porch, or your windows, whatever, did you have a chance to observe any law enforcement, whichever department, search or spread out to search your property looking for something?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, since our fencing is red, I'm going to give you a black marker. And I want you to do is, do you even have any idea how many was out there?
How many border,
How many law enforcement agents were out there?
there were
Yes, guys, this is recross. This is recross now.
4, 2 sheriff from the sheriff's department.
Actually, I'm sorry. This is still cross examination. Sorry, it's still cross. Because I don't. Yeah, let me go back here. Let me check. Double check. Yeah, this is still cross examination, guys. This is still the original cross. They never finished. Remember, they never finished. We ran out of time when Meemaw Shark.
And a man and a woman, and then 2 border patrol.
Okay, now just to reflect, this double X's here and the arrow pointing that way was the group or people that you saw, the 2 you saw, in what direction. So starting, and if you have to go over those marks, it's okay. I want you to draw, not necessarily to scale, because I'm sure this is not to scale, but give us an idea with an arrow pointing in the direction, kind of, were they spread out?
Yes,
Okay, so I think what it's going to look like, based on your interpretation of it and your observation of it, I want you to draw an arrow reflecting the path of the different agents and what you observed through your home. And which section would that start?
well, they came here to the front door. I told them that the people that were, the incident happened right over in this Sonny's pasture. And so I went back in the house and didn't pay much attention for a little bit, but then I looked out and the 4 of them were spread out. You want me to make marks where they
I'll
were?
let you do it. You can finish your explanation, then I'm going to take your mic while you draw it.
Okay. And there were 4 of them spread out across here. They had apparently climbed over the ladder there because I didn't see them go around the thing. So they,
Okay, let me slow you down. The thing, let's be clear, because I got to understand you. You did not see them go over the ladder. You didn't see it.
I did not.
Or, I mean, you think they did go over the ladder. I misinterpreted what you said.
Yes, I think they went over the ladder.
Because you didn't see them go all the way down here to get back into this corral area
Correct.
or pasture area.
Correct.
So what I want you to do is, without it being to scale, put them in the direction where you start with an arrow and you point it in a direction to show their path. Okay, so let me have your mind, and I'll let you draw about 4 lines reflecting each individual approximately.
They were spread out and they were all headed in the same direction. They walked from this fence line to the next fence line.
Did you see what they did after that?
No, I did not.
But you clearly saw them in this section here,
Yes, ma'am.
between the 2 barbed wire fences,
Yes, ma'am.
and then you quit watching.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're familiar with your property. You walk your property all the time, right?
Correct.
Have you ever seen a pine tree on your property?
No.
Now, I am going to, and let the record reflect that you drew 4 arrows starting at the west or closest to the house, the inside of the first barbed wire fence, moving in an eastward direction, spread across what would be, she would call her pasture. Okay, I'm going to erase some of this a little bit just to clean up the board for a second and ask you something else on this board, okay?
Okay.
All right. I took off what you just drew. I took off the direction that you drew yesterday of the first group that you saw. We still have.
Here's the problem, guys. They're doing a demonstrative on an easel. It's just the way these cameras are set up, we can't see it. And honestly, what we're looking for is like this little thing right here. That's the easel they're talking about, and they're drawing for the jury.
A D here for the deceased. And I'm just going to circle that a little bit in black while it's written in red. Okay?
Okay.
So pretty much everything else is still on this easel, okay, that you drew.
Correct.
All right. Now, being familiar, again, point which way is east. Okay, so an east would be directly from your patio or your back door patio area. It would be an upward motion on this board, correct?
Correct.
To the top of the board. Okay. And so we've heard from a witness that said that they were, this would be out here in this section of your property where the deceased was located. And you found that yesterday. You marked the D on this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so you're familiar that it would not be in the first section that belongs to your horse, but the second section, right?
Correct.
Past the second wiring. And this witness was apparently near the bottom, okay? If they were facing south, which way would they be facing?
This way.
Okay, so what I want you to do, for the purpose of right now, we're going to call that person W, okay?
Okay.
I want you to mark a W. It could be anywhere near the D, okay? You want to put it on top of it, that's fine, okay? And I want you to just put a small arrow next to it, showing which way it's facing, south. Okay, so mark it as 0, and then draw an arrow anywhere on that 0, which way it was facing. So it's facing south. Can you draw that for us? I knew you were writing it. Need a bit of pen?
I let it dry out, apparently.
Okay, get a little arrow in there showing it's going south. Okay. The next thing was heard that is the house is to the right. Would that be a true statement based on that?
If this person is standing here walking that way, the house is on the right. Correct.
So that is true. That, and I think I heard you, but I was given some more pins. That they're facing south. And let me get an S on there. Let me borrow yours. I think it was there.
Mhm.
There you go. And then the next comment, thank you. You just marked north on the other side. The next comment was the house was on the right. And you say that would be true, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now it said the shooter is to the left. So I want you to put an S somewhere to the left of this person that you're drawing. Next to the O. The shooter is to their left. Okay? And the other thing that we heard is after that was they ran to the wash. Point the direction by the S with an arrow next to it towards the wash. Next to, and yeah, just come on down. You can go right through the S.
Your Honor, and I'm going to object. This misstates the testimony of the witness.
Overall, the jury, this is just for purposes of foundation, but if the questions misstate what a witness testified to, your recollection, your notes of what was testified to control. So the objection's overruled. It's always the jury's decision about what the evidence was and is, and your recollection will control your deliberations.
Okay, so basically, that with that description I gave you, you weren't in here when this was stated, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you don't know anything about what I'm telling you, correct?
Correct.
Other than my questions, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so basically, this person, this witness, would have ran towards the direction of the shooter, according to the diagram you just created, correct?
Correct.
And the shooter would not be near the house, correct?
Correct.
And from everything you know, after the fact, on who did the shooting, where casings were found, everything was supposedly done by your house down here, correct?
Correct.
So this would not be a true statement, would it?
What would not be
The
a true?
shooter would not be up here, but would have been down there if it was,
Objection calls for speculation.
Correct. Correct.
just based on the diagram.
The objection, I was off, selected to see the board, but the objection's overruled. The witness is being questioned based upon her familiarity with the house, location of the house, and location of all the things that are being drawn, not to scale, on the board. So I think it's appropriate that she answer the question due to her special familiarity with all of the objects that were involved in this alleged incident and with the objects on the board. So the objection's overruled.
Would you put in red a big A where you learned that Alan came outside the house? Where was he? Just put an A there on where your demonstrative drawing that we're making. Put it a little darker. Okay, so this doesn't make a lot of sense, does it?
No.
Based on what I've just told you.
Correct.
You can have a seat, and I will pass it up.
Who do I give this to?
Counsel, did you pass the witness? Did I hear you correctly?
Okay, Judge.
All right. Redirect examination using the court's authority under Rule 611 of the Arizona Rules of Evidence. Redirect is limited to 20 minutes. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Kelly, I want to start first with the drone footage. That's been admitted as State's Exhibit 36.
20 minutes.
Could I have
yeah,
the
make
board,
it
please?
count.
Mrs. Kelly, we're going to look at some drone footage. This is currently the top of your house. We're going to be looking at your backyard. And I'm going to advance it just a little bit so I can confirm where it is that you say Alan was standing. And do you see the area where Alan was standing on the drone footage now?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. I mean, I don't think she has personal knowledge she's learned afterwards. If that's what they're asking, what she learned afterwards, like I did, that's fine.
What? Oh, sorry.
Mrs. Kelly, we're going to look at some drone footage. This is currently the top of your house. We're going to be looking at your backyard. And I'm going to advance it
Took
just
off
a
the,
little bit so I
Bluetooth
can
sound, guys.
confirm
It's
where
too
it is
loud.
that you say Alan was standing. And do you see the area where Alan was standing on the drone footage now?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. I mean, I don't think she has personal knowledge she's learned afterwards. If that's what they're asking, what she learned afterwards, like I did, that's fine.
The objection is sustained on lack of foundation. You can ask additional questions.
Your Honor, she just drew it on the map a minute ago based on counsel's request.
What I just told you was that with additional questioning, you are permitted to try to establish foundation.
Okay. Mrs. Kelly, did your husband tell you where he was standing?
Yes, later, not that day.
Is that what you just drew for the defense on the diagram,
The A is where he was standing.
according to him?
Yes.
Could you please draw that same A on State's Exhibit 36, which has been admitted?
With this pen?
Yes, please. And if you just touch the upper left corner, it'll give you a color. Is that the area? I see an arrow. That's good enough. Is that the
Yes,
area where he
that's
was
it.
standing?
That's where he was standing.
Okay. And then I want to make sure I understand, because the diagram I'm seeing doesn't match the map that we have, the aerial view of the, so I want to go to that, but first I want to do it with the drone footage. So I'm going to play the drone footage, and I'd like you to tell me, in this drone footage, I see that first fence line there.
Correct.
Where are the men standing with relationship to the pergola?
The two I saw would have been more to the left.
More to the left than this diagram.
Yes.
How much further to the left?
Oh, I don't know, because of the fact that with the fence, you see the post and the wires, and if you go on to the left more, there are three rusty metal posts close together. And the two men I saw were just on that side of those posts.
Okay, Mrs. Kelly, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 114. I'm going to zoom this in. I don't know what's going on with the screen, but it's not changing with my presenter view.
Okay. Real quick, guys, real quick. These are cameras that are mounted in the courtroom. They're always in the courtroom. This is stuff that's always been recorded. So like these are permanently fixed in the courtroom. The courtroom owns these. These are recording footage the courtroom retains. So like when we watch those blurry, kind of grainy videos, or if you watch the ones that DUI guy puts up where the camera's at a really high angle, these are those cameras that are put in the courtroom. Although these ones are a lot better quality,
If we could just stop the screen for a minute, I'm gonna try to restart it. Mrs. Kelly, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 114. I'm going to zoom in. And I'm going to try to zoom in a little more on this if we see if we can. Can you show us on this map where you believe you saw the individuals? You believe it was east of the pergola, or I mean, I'm sorry, north of the pergola, is that right?
Yeah, right in there.
Okay, is that where the arrow is?
Well, I'm
Just to
having
the east
trouble
of the
determining
pergola?
where the fence lines are.
Okay, but it looks like it's just to the east of the pergola, is that fair?
Yes.
And then the map is a little bit confusing for me because the victim's body is not where it's positioned on this. So let me take a look at, let me pull up that map for you. And before we move on from this, I see the wash in this map. Do you see the wash in this map?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the wash go directly behind your house, or is it off to the side as it is in the aerial map in Exhibit 114?
The wash is on our property, but it's not right at the house. No, I can't see it from the house. You have to walk down a hill.
So the way it's depicted here on the diagram is that it's directly behind your house.
No, this is the wash down here, right?
Right, so this isn't accurate, correct? It's actually over this way, the wash.
The wash runs from my house. It runs this way.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies it. And it's actually quite a ways from your house, is that right?
Correct.
And so all right. So I want to go through a few things with you. You actually told Ron Martinelli that the young man you talked to that night was very polite with you, correct?
Which young man?
The first one who escorted you out to the patrol car. Is that
Yeah.
right?
He was polite, yes.
And when the officers came to your house, that was a female sergeant named Yuvia Garcia, correct?
I do not know their names.
You don't recall their names?
No.
And Yuvia Garcia actually told you that they were obtaining a search warrant and that you needed to leave the house because there was going to be a search warrant. and that they needed to have the house be empty in the meantime. Is that right?
No, I don't remember her telling me they were getting a search warrant.
Okay. And then after that, they told you to grab a coat because it's cold outside and your purse. Is that right?
Correct.
And then they took you outside and they let you sit in the patrol car because it was cold outside and they turned the heater on for you, correct?
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
Did the officers turn the heater on in the patrol car and let you sit in the patrol car because it was cold?
Overall, he's doing a really good
Yes,
job.
they turned the heat on in the patrol car.
The other option would have been for you to stand outside in the cold. Is that right?
I suppose so.
Now, last time you told me that you overheard the conversation between your husband and Jeremy Morcell when they were standing at the back door, correct?
Correct.
But you actually told Ron Martinelli on March 9th of 2023 that you did not overhear that conversation, correct?
I don't know if I told him that, but if it's in your thing, then I told him that.
So you'd agree that you told Ron Martinelli that you did not overhear the Morcell conversation between your husband and Morcell?
I don't remember him asking me that. And if he did, I don't know whether he was talking about when I called Morcell or when Alan called him later. I didn't hear the second conversation with him.
Mrs. Kelly, I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 125, page 17. Could you please just read those 4 lines to yourself, please?
Then I told him incorrectly.
But you told him you
I did tell him no, but that is not correct.
But just so I'm clear, because you referenced 2 phone conversations with Morcell, it was actually that first phone conversation between your husband and Jeremy Morcell that you told him you did not overhear, correct?
I don't know which one he's talking about, but if it was the first one, I did tell him, according to that, I said, no, I did not hear. But I probably misunderstood his question, just like I misunderstood some of yours.
But his question to you was, you mentioned that Alan had a conversation after the shots were fired. He had a conversation with Jeremy. Were you able to overhear that conversation? And you replied no, correct?
I did reply no, correct.
Now, you talk about how Detective Ainza you talked with the defense about how Detective Ainza asked you if you had anything to hide when you asked him if you had to answer questions. Is that right?
He did ask me that. He said I didn't have to answer, but do I have something to hide or is something he needs to know? I don't remember the exact words that he used.
And Your Honor, the state's actually requesting to play a video clip because we believe that the tone of this is very important. So I'd ask to play a video clip of Detective Ainza's interview related to this.
Your Honor, I'll be objecting. Should we go on the headset or do you want me to do this in open court?
Open court.
Thank you, Judge. For many reasons. Number one, this area has been asked and answered, and for her to go back to it is exceeding the scope of her purpose of this testimony at this time. For rebuttal, I did not discuss the situation whatsoever. Two, for the same reasons yesterday, this is hearsay, and she hasn't laid any predicate at all for the purpose of just playing this video or recording, and it's the best evidence rule that applies here.
Well, first question, is this in evidence as an exhibit?
It's not, Your Honor, but this witness is on the video. I've been impeaching her with the transcript. That's also not in evidence. This is appropriate impeachment because it's a video of this interview that Mrs. Kelly participated in.
Wait,
Yeah.
it's 10 seconds or 12 seconds?
Um,
What portion are you intending to play?
The first clip, Your Honor, which is 2:05.
I don't think the state's going to get this. I don't think the state's going to get us.
Through 5:57.
What part is alleged to be hearsay?
So, guys, there was a traditional rule you couldn't impeach your own witness because if you called them, you were vouching for their honesty and credibility. That has gone away. You can impeach your own witness. Now, you have to do it the right way. The court's not going to let you come out the door and do it. Now, if you get this witness declared hostile, and Mima is definitely hostile, but they haven't done it yet. But at this point, yes, they are allowed to impeach her with other admitted facts if there's other admitted exhibits. This isn't I don't know if the defense is really going to be getting what they want out of here.
The whole video is hearsay. There's been no proper predicate for impeachment laid in this case. And the topic of this was already questioned by the ADA, and so this has been asked and answered.
Didn't we go over this in detail yesterday and today?
Your Honor, the defense put a different spin on this during their cross-examination. I would like the jury to know the demeanor of Mrs. Kelly during this section. And I think the only way the jury can get the demeanor is from playing the video.
And where do you intend to stop? I have what you gave my judicial assistant with the transcript and the length of time and the timing. So what section is it that you're proposing to play? I'm a little confused there.
I was proposing to play the first clip, which is marked on the left, 2:05, on what I provided to the court, and it ends on page 17 at 5:57. This also references the other issue we discussed yesterday with respect to whether she knew about the dead body. The defense went through that extensively yesterday.
All right. So it ends on page what?
17 at line 11.
Well, I'm a little concerned that the exhibit is not in evidence. Are you avowing to the court that you'll be able to lay a foundation for the admission of the exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the exhibit's overruled and the video can be played.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Called it.
For the record, Your Honor. For the record, Your Honor, this is State's Exhibit 131, which is the first clip from the transcript that we've just discussed. I don't know why we're having trouble with the screen today, Judge.
He's moving his hands.
No, I'm just saying, you've talked to him and gone over all the things, and I wasn't outside, I don't know. Anyway, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, like I said, you're at the house, you're basically a witness. Let's talk about the second time that we were out there.
Do I have to answer all these questions?
Well, you don't have to, because, is there something that I need to know?
No, I'm just saying, you've talked to him and gone over all the things, and I wasn't outside, I don't know.
No, this feed drives me
Anyway, go ahead, I'm
crazy.
sorry.
No, like I said, you're at the house, you're basically a witness right now, okay, at the house. I just wanna know
Also,
what
hello,
happened.
David.
I just wanna know what happened the second time.
The second time they came? Let's see, they came, I don't know, Alan was outside, and they came, and they were talking with him out there, and I was inside, and then they stayed out there a long time, and then a lady and the young man that was with me before you came in and told me that I needed to get a coat, and I needed to put it on, and they were gonna take me out and set me in the vehicle. And I said, do I need anything else? She said, bring your purse, maybe. And she said that they were getting a search warrant, search the house. I said, do you have it yet? She said, no. And she said they were going out to the car with me, and they put me in the car because it was cold. So I wouldn't get cold.
And regarding the search warrant, that's what I'm working on right now. There is gonna be a search warrant for your house. And we'll explain to that later once I serve you with the search warrant, okay? Did your husband ever mention to you what he discovered the second time he came back to the house?
No, he went out to feed the horse and dogs. He came in, and I asked him what time he wanted to have, no. He was inside with me, I don't know, we were doing stuff on the computer. And then I asked him what time he wanted to have dinner. He said, oh, about 6 o'clock. He said, I gotta go out and feed the horse and the dogs.
Okay.
And so he went out, and then he didn't come back, and then the dogs showed up.
Okay. And do you know what happened after that? We showed up the second time, your husband?
I just assumed the worst because of everybody had been there, and there was, all this was going on, and
Okay.
I just thought, well, I'm not gonna ask questions, I'm not gonna say anything, I'm just, they'll tell me what I need to know.
Did they tell you?
They told me they were coming down here to ask me questions. I asked where was my husband, and they said he was down here too, I don't know.
Has anyone tell you what was discovered at your property?
No.
No? Okay. Now, as of right now, no one has told you?
Only that, yes, who was it? The lady and the gentleman.
The female police officer?
Yeah, that was there.
Okay, Sergeant
She
Garcia.
said something about they found a dead body. So I knew that.
And he's got a gunshot wound.
And what?
He's got a gunshot wound.
Well, if you knew
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
that, you wouldn't be waiting around. I mean, you see them by your house.
Mrs. Kelly, that's a video of you with Detective Ainza, correct?
Correct.
And that's your interaction with Detective Ainza, correct?
Yes.
And based on that video, you'd agree with me that Detective Garcia actually told you.
Objection, lady.
Sustained.
Did Detective Garcia tell you that they were going to serve a search warrant on your house?
Apparently, yes.
And you did not tell Detective Ainza, did you tell Detective Ainza that your husband came in and told you that they'd found a dead body?
No.
And in fact, you tried to deliberately mislead him about that, didn't you?
Objection leading.
No.
Sustained. Anyway, I've allotted you 20 minutes. You're past the 20 minutes. It's 25. Any questions for this witness from the jurors? We do.
Wow. He just said you wasted your time. You're done. This judge is being ruthless, chat. He's just like, we're done. But I'm not finished. He's like, yes, you are. He's like, honey, you're done. I like this. I like this. He's just like, Bish, I told you. I done told you. I love this when they do this stuff. It's very interesting that was that the state he stopped the clock on? Yes, because remember, this is the state's witness. Wanda was called by the state. He gave him only 20 minutes. It also probably wouldn't have been as big of an issue if they didn't spend nearly a whole damn day on this woman. They spent hours and hours and hours with her by the state and then the defense. So I am not surprised they cut this short. I am not surprised they cut this short. Let's see if we can skip ahead here. Ooh, they must have a bunch of questions. Huh. Also, once again, chat, this is still another fairly small courtroom. I mean, look at it. It's maybe got seating for, maybe 45 people, maybe 50 total. Just another courtroom in America. Like Nikolai Mute, these little small rooms are where people's fates are decided. And not in grandiose halls of justice. Okay, wow, he does this for quite a while. He's like he's got the DJ thing going. He's like, ooch, 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 ooch. He's got his hand on the headphone.
All right, jurors are allowed to ask some questions, and I pose the questions, and then they're allowed to ask additional questions if they have follow-up, and then the lawyers are allowed to follow up to these questions, just so you know what's coming, all right? Okay. Well, the first question was actually for me. So, question for Judge Fink. When Wanda was detained the night of January 30th, 2023, she states she was never read her Miranda rights. Are her answers to the detective's interview admissible in court?
Yes.
Also, would it be an improper seizure to take her cell phone?
The fact I can't believe he's letting them read these on the record. Those are questions of law. He should be going into them. And yes, those questions are admissible because Wanda is not being charged. Wanda is not the defendant. So if they violate her constitutional rights, that doesn't matter in the case in that regard because it's another party's statements. You could try to suppress them, but that wouldn't be an issue.
Without a warrant, or is it included in the search warrant? My answer to that question for you, again, these are legal issues, and for purposes of this trial, if you heard this or any other evidence during this trial, you can assume that I have ruled that the evidence is legally admissible for you to consider. So that's my answer to question number one. Question number two is for the witness. For clarification, Mrs. Kelly, can she describe the size of the bundles or bags? And I think this is really referring to the backpacks or what the individuals you saw were carrying, right? Can she describe the size of the bundles, bags, the two people who were walking in her property were carrying? Were they small enough, about the size of school children, weighing approximately 5 pounds, or large, wrapped with burlap, painted black, carrying approximately 70 pounds?
Well, the backpacks they had were very large and stuck out from their backs maybe a foot or so. And the length of the backpacks, if I say, I'd say it was from the man's neck down to below his waist. And then it was wide. I couldn't, of course, see that much how wide it was, but it was long and it was very poofed out.
And I think we all know the answer, but just coming from you, but what was the type of material?
I don't know what the material was, but the color was dark brown.
Thank you. All right. Now,
Overlap.
I'm going to ask you a couple questions.
gotta
The
take
first
this. I'll be right
question is just a yes or no answer, and then we'll see where we go. Okay?
Okay.
Is January 30th, 2023, the first time, is January, really small writing here. Let me get some more light. All right. I'm going to make sure I get this right. Is January 30th, 2023, the first and only time that you heard or were aware of gunshots fired on the ranch by anyone other than Alan? And again, just a yes or no answer to start with. Is January 30th, 2023, the first and only time you're aware that gunshots were fired on the ranch by anyone other than Alan?
I'll have to think on that one. I suppose personally, the only time I heard the gunfire was this time, because
So your answer is of your personal awareness.
of my personal awareness, this was the first time.
All right, thank you. Now, again, the first part of the question, I'm going to ask and calling just for a yes or no answer. And you define with the one, so you get it, right? How many other times have you seen, or let me ask it this way. Have there been other times when you have seen trespassers on your ranch?
Yes.
All right, now with respect to the first question, you very properly indicated of your personal knowledge, and that's why we're asking this in a yes or no manner. Of those times, how many times are you aware of trespassers coming on your ranch based upon your personal knowledge? Doesn't have to be exact, but a range, or if it's more than one.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
Sure. All right, from your personal knowledge, yes or no, have there been other times when you have seen trespassers on your ranch?
Yes, I have seen other times.
All right, and during what approximate time frame?
Maybe 2 or 3 years ago, I saw one.
Okay. And were there any special circumstances? Again, it's just by your personal knowledge. That circumstance, were there any special circumstances, anything in particular happened on that occasion where you saw one?
Okay, now, I'm sorry. Can you, to my personal knowledge, meaning did I see what happened to these people? Or do I know
Well, let me
what
ask it this
happened
way.
to these people?
Let me ask it this way. Have there been other times, regardless of personal knowledge or not, have there been other times when there have been trespassers on the ranch?
Yes.
And how do you know that? So let me ask you this. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to be very careful here. And approximately how many times do you believe there have been trespassers crossing your property on the ranch?
Maybe 6 or 7.
And how do you know that?
Because either Border Patrol called and told us, or Alan called Border Patrol.
All right, very well. Follow-up questions from the lawyer's counsel. We'll start with the state first. I'll hand these questions to the clerk.
I don't have any questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything from the defense?
In reference to how many times you're aware of trespassers, you testified yesterday to finding camps, clothing, items. Were they on your property?
Yes, they were on my property.
So you had personal knowledge of them being there, just didn't see the bodies in those scenarios.
Correct.
And would you find that environment of clothing, items, water bottles, all the things you testified to on more than one occasion?
I believe twice.
You testified yesterday that that's what stopped you from taking walks.
Yeah. Well, am I allowed to explain something?
I'm asking a question. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I'm gonna, I believe the witness is asking this question because of an instruction about a court's instruction.
Well,
don't
you all
know.
appear to know something more than I do. What's your hesitation? I appreciate what you're doing, and asking whether or not it's proper for you to answer. I appreciate that very much. Just tell me what the nature of your concern is, because I'm kind of in the dark.
I'm sorry. I still don't understand.
All right. Well, you said, am I allowed to answer this? You had some concerns about that, and I appreciate you asking that question. Why do you hesitate to answer that? What's your concern?
Well, I can't really answer it in yes or no.
All right, she can answer the question. You're allowed to answer the question. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. When I would go on my walks and I would walk with my dogs down in the wash toward the Forest Service line, you would find camps where they had camped. There were no bodies there still, but they left blanket
Hey guys, I'm sorry I had to step away and take a phone call. What did I miss?
and stuff that I told you yesterday. And then on other times, there would be we found camp by by the barn. And what was there were black water bottles and carpet slippers. Now, the poor people in the wash that left the trash, they were just, I suppose they were here to try to find work and a good life. But the guys with the carpet slippers and the black water bottles, that's the cartel, according to the Border
Objection,
Patrol.
hearsay.
All right. Any other questions from the defense?
Thank you. In reference to the other question, I just wanted to bring clarity. You were very careful to say personal knowledge, okay? And so my question is, you don't go outside and walk anymore for quite some years now, right?
I have not walked since January 2023.
Because of the environment, correct?
Correct.
You have awareness of incidents, and I'm going to keep it real vague here to be careful with the court, okay?
Correct.
And I just want to bring clarity to it. You just don't have personal knowledge by walking and seeing these events, but you are aware of dangerous events that's taken place on your property.
Objection, Your Honor.
Calls for a yes or no answer. She can answer.
Yes.
Okay, and just another yes or no, is that in reference with your husband?
Same objection, Your Honor.
I don't know.
Is the personal knowledge knowledge of these events would come from your
All right,
husband?
sustain. Can't answer the question.
Okay.
Any other questions? Any other follow-up questions to your questions, members of the jury? So let me talk to you why we're kind of doing a little dance here a little bit. Again, we've described hearsay. General rule, hearsay is inadmissible.
Do not like him doing this. I do not like him doing this crap. This is not how he should be doing it.
There are many exceptions. The caution with asking the questions, personal knowledge and so forth has to do with evidentiary rules concerning hearsay, which are up to the court, myself, to decide.
Yeah, they have all of
The
Knowles'
potentiality
stuff.
was if we'd allowed the witness to answer more through no fault of her own, that may have called for inadmissible hearsay in an evidentiary. So I'm just trying to explain, if one of your jurors asked a question and you're a little frustrated that we kind of danced around and really didn't get to it, it wasn't that we didn't want you to know the answer, but the rules of evidence have to be employed here. That's my responsibility. And our concern was that the answers could call for inadmissible hearsay. So maybe not a great satisfying answer, but it's an explanation of why we were doing what we were doing. Legal issues that I have to be concerned with. All right. You may step down and you are excused.
Your Honor, since this is my client's wife, if she's excused, can she now remain in the courtroom?
Any objection?
Your Honor, the state may wish to recall her in rebuttal after her husband testifies. She's the only one of 2 eyewitnesses to this incident. And so the state would request that
Is she really an eyewitness?
not come into the courtroom because we may need to recall her.
Objections overruled. She can remain in the courtroom if she wishes. You can call your next witness.
He's going to call Miss Brophy.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. I do.
Good morning. Over here. This way. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the court? State your name.
My name is Cassandra Brophy,
Can you spell your last name for the record?
Brophy.
Miss Brophy, where do you work?
I'm a forensic scientist in the Arizona Department of Public Safety, Southern Regional Crime Lab, which is in Tucson, Arizona.
Excuse me one moment. All the members are, again, you're on a different amplification system than I am. I have my own little speaker up here. Can you hear this witness all right? Everybody? Thank you. I apologize. Go ahead.
Miss Brophy, how long have you been with, can I just shorten it up and say DPS?
Yes,
How long have you been with DPS?
I've been with DPS for 11 years, specifically in the DNA serology unit for 8 years.
And before that,
In the department, I was in the controlled substance unit for the first 3 years.
is that your entire career with DPS?
Yes, it is.
And when you say DNA and serology, can you explain to the jury the difference between the two of those?
Our lab utilizes a team approach. We have serologists who handle the evidence first, and we get the physical items of evidence. Our job is to look for the best source of potential DNA. That could be screening it for a body fluid, such as blood, semen, or saliva, or looking to where somebody may have handled an item and taking collections from that. Once I find the best potential source of DNA, I take collections and I get it ready for the DNA analyst, and they perform the analysis to determine a profile.
And then, so some other person does the analysis and does the reporting.
Correct. They take ownership of all of my notes, so my notes will be reflected on their report.
So you're the first stop for any sampling that comes into DPS for this kind of testing.
Correct.
And obviously, you don't work for Santa Cruz County.
No, I do not.
Are you often called upon in your experience at DPS by sister jurisdictions or smaller jurisdictions to assist on investigations?
We do perform analysis for agencies in Southern Arizona that don't have their own crime lab, and we are called to testify on our results for those cases.
So this is nothing abnormal or uncommon.
No, it is not.
Were you provided, were you asked to do any work in this investigation?
Yes.
And, but do you have a report, right?
I don't issue a report. My
There's
results would be
Mima
on
Shark
the
right
DNA
there.
analyst's report.
And that'd be who?
Heather Rivera Reyes.
And if I have copies of reports with your notes in it, so if you need to refresh your recollection, let me know, okay?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember the case number or anything related to this case that you were called upon to assist?
We have our department record number. No matter what the agency case number is, we assign it our own number so we can keep track in our system. And I remember my department record number, but I would also like to refresh with Heather's report if I could.
You're going to move to approach the witness.
Yes. Granted.
For the record, I'm showing you Government Exhibit 11, 11.1, and 11.2. Just for the record, Ms. Brophy, can you tell us what 11 is?
11 appears to be the report that Ms. Rivera Reyes issued, including my serology results.
And what's 11.1?
11.1 appears to be the DNA information.
And 11.2.
Hmm.
11.2 appears to be the
come
DNA
on.
information specific to the known
Oh,
sample.
this is so boring.
Okay, we'll go into that in a sec, but let me ask, or with Ms. Reyes, let me ask you, what was the case that you're refreshing your recollection with report Government Exhibit 11? What was the case that you were asked to assist on?
This
The
is so-
DPSDR number is
Oh.
2023-702.
I'm going at
235.
1.35 speed and this is dragging on.
Is there any name on there or just by number?
The name on the report is
Just kill us
George Kelly.
now.
And I also
Just
have
kill us
the
now.
agency information if you would like me to read that.
No, you're fine. George Kelly is the name on the report?
Yes.
Is that like the subject line? I'm sorry, subject sounds like an email, the subject of the investigation.
Yes.
What items, if you refresh your recollection, what items did you intake when you were assisting in this case?
I did different types of testing. The first of which, can I go into what I did?
Well, let me ask you first, what did you intake? What came in?
We had several items come into the laboratory. When something first comes into the lab, it comes to our property and evidence department, and they fill out paperwork in reference to what that item is and what tests they're requesting on it. There was a number of items that were related to the defendant's clothing. There were items that were related to the decedent's clothing, as well as a rifle and some spent shell casings. In addition to that, I also had known standards. What that means
Oh,
is
fuck,
it's
I
a known
restarted
DNA
it.
sample
I
that's
refreshed
taken from an
When I
individual.
messed with it.
when we're talking about buccal swabs, it's a swab taken from the interior cheek, or a DNA patch might be blood from an individual on a paper.
Okay, and is there, to refresh your recollection, is there a list of items by item number in the report?
Yes, it is listed on our paperwork that I was just referring to, the request sheet that the agency initially fills out.
And what's on, can you list them out for me? We'll go through one at a time, but can you just list them out for me?
There was a number of items that we didn't do any testing on. Did you want me to list those as well, or just what we performed analysis with?
I like to have them both, but let's break them down. Let's segregate them out. So which ones you did testing on?
So item 17.1JA was a pair of boots from Mr. Kelly. 17.5JA was a pair of work gloves, also from Mr. Kelly. 17.7JA was a pair of jeans. The rifle that was submitted was item 21JA. We had received the magazine removed from the rifle that had its own number
That's
as
so ridiculous.
21.1JA. There was a spent shell casing, 22JA,
Jeez.
a second spent shell casing, 23JA, 24JA, and 25JA were also spent shell casings.
Nobody
The
cares.
standard, the buccal swab for Mr. Kelly was item
Oh.
35JA. There was a DNA patch from the decedent as 38JA1. One jacket from the decedent, 43.1JA. And the other items were ones that I had created an item number for, which I collected in the laboratory.
Well, don't leave me guessing what item number are those?
I took some samples from the jacket. One swab from the left shoulder was 43.1JA.1, and a swab from the right sleeve of the jacket was 43.1JA.2.
And those are items, I'm gonna ask a question real quick, coming back about a DNA patch, but those are items that were tested by your lab?
They're broken up into a few different sets. I did do testing on some of the items, the boots, gloves, jeans, as well as the
The
jacket.
boots?
The
Why?
other items didn't qualify for DNA testing. They didn't qualify according to our touch protocol. I did know they were going to move on for further testing with latent prints for firearms, so I took collections. I preserved any DNA that was on there. I did take collections that are stored in our frozen storage, but no testing was performed on those.
And you mentioned a term, I think it was relating to 38JA1, DNA patch from victim. What's a DNA patch?
This is just so
If
stupid.
a sample isn't taken from the interior cheek, another option that the medical examiners primarily give us
You get that
is they'll
booty.
remove blood from an
dude.
individual and put that on a card and submit that as a known standard for us to use.
We're gonna pull those out here in a second for you. So when you do an intake, when you receive the items into DPS lab, how do they come into the lab?
They come initially into our property and evidence unit. The agency packages them, they record the item number, their own agency number. Once they come into our department, we're assigning
This is
that
just
department record number,
Ridiculous.
and they're filling out the paperwork. I get the paperwork first, and I'm determining what items qualify for testing. So I'm only going to request the items I'll be performing testing on.
You have permission to approach the witness with 2 exhibits?
Yes.
Oh, come on.
We'll show you exhibits 103 to 110. There's 2 envelopes up there. One envelope contains exhibits 103 to 106. You see that?
Yes,
Okay, I want you, is there any labeling on it, any seal on that?
yes. When we're referring to the seal, it's the tape seal that goes from the package. There's initials going from the package to the tape, and my initials are also on this package,
You mind, your initials are on that package?
on exhibit 103 to 106.
Okay, and just so we all know, I mean, why do we put initials and stuff on sealed documents or sealed envelopes like that?
The seal to start, it's a requirement of our laboratory to have that specific type of seal with markings that go from the tape to the package. For us, we want it there primarily because it's in our protocol, but secondly, we want to ensure that we know who put that seal on, and if anybody cut it, they're required to add their own seal with
Signature.
their initials and
Yeah.
markings. Anybody who adds a seal should also be on our chain of custody, meaning they were allowed to have that evidence at that time,
Mhm.
and they will seal it in according to our protocol when they're done with it.
And looking at government exhibit 103 to 106, does that look like to be your seal?
Cocaine.
My seal appears to be cut, but my original seal was on there.
Okay, can you open that up for me? And when you're done with, as you're opening that up, can you do two things at once?
Do you have scissors?
Oh, I took them. As you're cutting that open, when you're done doing what DPS does at DPS, you put them in an envelope and you reseal the items, right?
If a seal was already there, I'll add a seal. My external packaging has to have a seal no matter what. My internal packaging, I may or may not seal it depending on what it is.
But you seal it and give it back to the investigating agency.
I do.
Okay. Can you look inside? Don't show the jury, but can you just identify what's inside there?
Yes.
What's inside?
Inside are coin envelopes that also have my markings on them, as well as our agency case number and the item number.
What's the item numbers on? They're both an exhibit number and an item number?
Yes.
Okay. Can you, what's exhibit 103? What item number is that?
Item 22JA.
And I'll ask you to do the same thing for the 104, 105, and 106.
104 is item 23JA. Exhibit 105 is item 24JA. And exhibit 106 is item 25JA.
You're on move to admit exhibits 103 to 106 into evidence.
May I just look at the evidence real quick, Judge?
Nothing wrong with looking.
Are they still in a coin envelope, Ms. Brophy?
Yes.
Can you cut one of those open for counsel?
And it's weird because that means he hasn't looked at it either. And you should have looked at your exhibits
I guess you don't have to cut them open.
before. That's something, these exhibits, the state should have already sat down with the state and gone through these exhibits to make sure they have them, to make sure they see them so they know what they look like in case, like, oh, all these things are put together in one envelope. No, we need to spread them out. Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't even seen it. That's kind of lazy.
10th of May.
No objections, Your Honor.
No objection. Exhibits 103 through 106 are admitted.
Ms. Brophy, can you hold up 103, exhibit 103?
Would you like me to remove it?
Sorry, that was bad. Yeah, can you take whatever's out of 103 and show the jury? What is that, Ms. Brophy?
It's a spent shell casing.
And so we don't have to go through this. All of them is 104, 105, and 106, the same, not the same spent shell casing, but similar spent shell casings?
They all had the same description as well as coloring and a gold head stamp.
What kind of stamp?
A gold portion on the end of the shell casing.
Ms. Brophy, can you put all those back in? Your Honor, I'll ask the court staff if permitted to bring a table because the next exhibits are in a box.
Sure, we'll do that, but why don't we do that? It's about time for our
Okay.
mid-morning break, so we can get all this set up during the break. Sound good? All right, we'll take a 30-minute recess. Let's be back in the jury room at 10:30 a.m. We're in recess.
Charlie, why are you asking about the screen setup being like this? Well, it's the courtroom, and in the courtroom, you see those little cameras. They save it this way because it's easier and cheaper. They got all 4 cameras recording at once. So, yeah. So let's skip ahead a little, do time traveling here.
Have the witness come back into the courtroom. You all set up, Mr. Jetty? You everything all set up? Good.
One of the items is flaky, so we try to keep our best to keep it contained.
Not a problem. And you can bring in the jurors. Thank you. What happened before? I thought my mic was on?
Yes, because you sounded really loud.
Oh, I sounded louder.
Yeah, so
Well, thank you. No, it's good. If you have any doubts, let me know.
And I don't have to see if I can see, but
No, you can't. With this light, I can't even see it from here.
that's why.
Does it make you feel better if it's cloudy in the Bahamas right now? I think it's really
I need
cloudy
those
there.
things like this mole forecast. Do you think, look at that guy's right.
Sorry, their drinks are watered down.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of all the jurors, counsel on both sides, and the defendant. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jetty, you may continue with your direct examination of the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Brophy again.
Good morning.
And just so we understand, we're talking about the intake of items into the DPS lab, right?
Yes,
All right.
specifically in the DNA unit.
Right. I'm going to ask for permission from the court for Detective Ienza to glove up and bring over item, it's going to be Government Exhibit 83.
Granted.
And you're in, yes.
I'm assuming she came back and put new gloves on. These people are very anal retentive. They're trained really hard to do what they do. I don't think she just came back handling the old gloves and went out in the hallway and like touched everything, then touched her, hoo-ha, what she was peeing. So no, I don't think that happened that way.
'83's boots, yeah. And just for the record, I think I made a mistake. Exhibit 82 is actually literally a box which contains everything. 83 is referring to the boots. Detective, can you open that for me? And Ms. Brophy, can you step down? Oh, hold on, Detective Ienza, what's labeled? What's the seal on that? What's the seal? Who seals on that? On that package?
Objection, this is not a witness in the case.
Yeah, he can't identify
Go
anything.
ahead and open it up, Detective.
She's doing it the right way. If you want that witness to identify, he can't say shit. So good call.
Well, for clarity, we anticipate he will be a witness, but he is not the witness at this time.
That's fine.
Not a big deal.
And Ms. Brophy, can you take a peek inside there when he opens that?
She was touching Meemaw sharks, hoo-ha.
Ms. Brophy, can you look inside there and can you recognize the item? Do
Yes, I do.
you know what item number that is? Is it,
17.1 JA.
okay. And that's Government Exhibit 83. Move to admit Government Exhibit 83 into evidence.
But what is it?
Oh, what, Ms. Brophy, what is it?
It's a pair of boots
A pair of boots, Your Honor. Which, do you know from whom?
from Mr. Kelly.
Any objection from the defense?
No, sir.
83 is admitted.
Detective, can you pull those out for us? You can just put them right on the table. And Ms. Brophy, those are the boots that you received at DPS lab for analysis?
Yes, they are.
I'm gonna have you put it back in the bag. And those boots belong to whom again?
Mr. Kelly.
You can seal it up later, Detective. Yeah, later. I'm gonna have you bring out Exhibit 87, Detective. And we're going through the same process. Can you open it up, Detective? Ms. Brophy, you recognize what's inside that bag?
Yes, I do.
What's inside that bag?
It's a pair of leather work gloves.
Do you remember the item number that you checked that in at DPS?
Should be item 17.5 JA.
You're on move to admit Exhibit 87.
Any objection from the defense?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Detective Enzi, can you pull those out?
Exhibit 87 is admitted.
I'm assuming permission to publish the show, I'm assuming.
Yes,
Sorry.
granted.
And Detective, can you hold those up for the jury to see? And those belong to whom again, Ms. Brophy?
Mr. Kelly.
Okay, you can put those back in the bag, Detective. Can you bring out Exhibit 89? Same process, Detective. Can you open it up? Ms. Brophy, can you take a peek inside there? Wait for Kathy to come. What's inside there, Ms. Brophy? Sure, you have gloves on.
It's a pair of jeans,
You would item number that corresponds to?
17.7 JA.
And do you know who those belong to?
Mr. Kelly.
You're gonna move to admit Government Exhibit 89.
No objections, Your Honor.
Exhibit 89 is admitted.
Detective, can you take those out and show the jury? Hold them up. Yep. Thank you, Detective. You can put those back in. And we have one final one. Government Exhibit 112. This is the one that's going to be a little messy. Just the courts.
Like messy, how messy? What,
We're gonna
I
try-
don't know what it is. But I don't need to know what it is. But just when you say messy.
It's got
What-
blood residue that may flake off.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm just looking for the jacket. Is the box labeled 112?
That's correct.
And then what number then, just for the record? Item number 43J, 43.1 JA, Detective.
So while they're doing that, members of the jury, you might be wondering legitimately, why are they doing all this now, all wrapped up? Why didn't they open it up before, that kind of thing? Some of you might be wondering that. The reason is that they don't open up is that the evidence is preserved. You've heard testimony about how it's marked, the tape is marked. So they're required to keep it sealed until they bring it into court just to preserve the integrity of the evidence. We call it chain of custody and other things. So it has to be opened up in open court for those purposes. So if not, it would have been opened up before and things would have.
They
been
probably
more
should
expeditious.
have.
And for the record, I'm going to show you Government Exhibit 112.1 because this is an item inside that box. We'll name it 112.1. Detective, can you open that up? Ms. Brophy, can you take a look inside there? Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And what item number does that correspond to on Exhibit 112.1?
I believe it's 43.1 JA.
And what's that item?
It's a jacket from the decedent.
You're going to move to admit Government Exhibit 112.1.
No objections.
112.1 is admitted. Is there any objection from the defense to displaying the item to the jury?
I have no objections to publishing.
Very well, you can publish.
Detective Vance, can you be careful and you keep it over the table too? So no, you're fine. Can you unravel that and hold it up for the jury, Detective? Ms. Brophy, this is a jacket that you received and it's from the decedent.
Correct.
Is this the same condition you saw it in when you did your analysis?
Yes.
Can you flip it around for the jury? Keep it over the paper because it. Thank you, Detective. You can put that back in the bag for me. And Ms. Brophy, you can have a seat. I can take that if you want. Detective, you can seal that up later at lunch. And Ms. Brophy, those are the items and the shell casings that you received at DPS for analysis.
Correct.
And when you do an analysis, what do you do with those items? Walk us through the process.
On the items where I was looking for blood, I break it up into two parts. The first is a visual examination. I'm looking for reddish brown staining. I can just look visually with the naked eye, but I do also have a number of tools I can use to help me with that. Once I isolate stains that I feel are potentially blood, I move to our preliminary chemical test.
She has
Meaning I'm
tools
taking
for
a
the
small sample of that
tubes.
stain. I'm applying
tool.
2 fairly colorless chemicals, and in the presence of blood, I'm expecting a bright pink color change within 10 seconds. If I don't get that color change, I'm reporting it as negative for blood.
Okay, so we just walk through. Do you recall you were testing on each of these items and the
I do.
results?
The boots were negative for blood.
We'll just do one at a time. So government exhibit 83, which is the defendant's boots.
So item 17.1JA.
Why
were
would
the
you do
boots.
this? You're admitting you don't
Oh,
have
I'm sorry,
evidence
that's
he
not-
committed murder.
Those were negative for blood.
Government
Yeah.
exhibit 87, which is item 17.5JA.
Kind of
Those
assume
are
that
the
was going to
work logs.
happen.
Those were also negative for blood.
Okay.
Government exhibit 89, which is item number 17.7JA.
Those were the jeans, also negative for blood.
Jeans
I'm
belonging to
assuming
who?
they're all negative
Mr.
for
Kelly.
blood.
And government exhibit 103, 104, 105, 106. Those are the shell casings.
I didn't do any analysis on those. I swabbed them to preserve the DNA.
And why didn't you do any analysis on the shell casings?
There's not going to be
Our
fucking
lab
blood on
policy
those.
is if we're going to do touch or trace DNA testing on an item, it needs to be what we call foreign to the scene, meaning it's there at the scene because of the incident. So, for example, if there was a burglary and someone broke into a store using a tool and left that tool behind, the tool is there because of the incident. We would do DNA on that item. On the shell casings, we knew they were in the home prior to this event. Therefore, they don't qualify for DNA testing.
And then how about government exhibit 112.1, which is item number 43.1JA, the jacket?
That one, I did do blood testing on it, but in this case, it was because I was trying to avoid blood. I was trying to swab for touch or trace DNA, and the jacket was positive for blood.
And when you do a testing and there's a
Jacket was
what's
positive
the
for
testing for to
blood.
see if it's the victim's blood or someone else's blood?
What?
It's dependent on the scenario. Specifically for the jacket,
Yes, this guy doesn't like Jim
we
Jordan.
didn't do DNA testing on the blood. I only did the serology preliminary testing to state that, yes, this is blood. We are assuming that the source is the decedent, and I was trying to sample in.
Oh, they're going to claim that the dead guy's blood is on him because he shot him. So I bet we're going to get a blood spatter analysis expert at some point too. I don't know yet, but I'm assuming that's where we're going.
An area outside of that blood or outside of that red-brown staining.
And I forgot to do this earlier, but
Yes, it
we're
could
gonna
be
do
any
real quick.
kind of
Detective
animal
Lanza,
blood.
Can you get government exhibit 101 and 102 both have been admitted? 101 is the rifle and 102 is the magazine and ammo. Both have been admitted. You can stay there, Ms. Brophy. Did you also do testing on a rifle and a magazine and ammo?
For those items, I also swabbed and took DNA collections, but I didn't do any other testing on them.
Detective, can you open that up for us? Detective, can you hold up item 101 for Ms. Brophy to see? Ms. Brophy, does that look like the rifle and item number 21JA that you also did a analysis on?
Yes, it does.
Thank you, Detective. And can you get 103 for me, or 102? I'm sorry, 102. And when you're done with your zoology test, you hand off items to who? Who do you hand the items off to?
I store them in our frozen storage, and the next person who will take ownership of them is our DNA analyst.
Yeah, you're up. Detective Ianza is opening up Government Exhibit 102. My records reflect it's been admitted. So, Adrian, can you list those items? Can you walk over to Ms. Brophy or hold them up so Ms. Brophy can see them? You want to come down? They're in a bag, Ms. Brophy. Do you recognize item Government Exhibit 102?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
I have my markings on the bag as well as our department record number and the item number.
Okay, you can sit down. That was good exercise. Detective, you can put that back. And Ms. Brophy, as you're getting seated again, you also indicated that you had 2 buccal swabs from the defendant.
Yes, the swabs from the inside of the mouth for the known standards.
And what's that for? What's the known standard? What's the collection of that for?
When our DNA analyst is performing work, they'll create a profile and they'll need something to compare it to. So for anybody that's associated in the case, we ask for a known DNA sample.
And then we also have a DNA patch
Correct.
with buccal swabs. Do you remember who those were from?
The buccal swabs were from Mr. Kelly.
They're called buccal, not buccal, buccal.
Correct.
And then the DNA patch.
Was from the decedent.
And how about
I'm
the
sorry to do that.
decedent? And then I've made a poor record. So the buccal swabs are items 35JA, correct?
Correct.
And what's the item number for the DNA patch from the victim?
I believe it's 38JA, but can I refer to the
Sure.
notes? It's 38JA1.
And then there's another swab from the left shoulder of the victim.
There were 2 swabs collected from the jacket.
And then which items are we going to refer to?
My item number 43.1JA.1 was a swab collected from the left shoulder. 43.1JA.2 was a swab collected from the right sleeve.
And when we talk about shoulder and sleeve, are we referring to Government Exhibit 112, which was the jacket?
Yes,
And the only item that had, what was the only item that had blood on it?
the jacket.
And all these items then are shipped off for other analysis, right?
Correct.
And when they're done with that analysis, since you're on the stand, when they're done with that, does all of it come back to you?
No, it's placed in our frozen storage when they're done with their analysis.
And you know the process at DPS and how that material gets returned back to the investigating agency?
The physical items themselves will
They
be
get picked
returned
up.
after I take my collections. I'll take the best sample, so I don't need to keep the entire item. Anything else that is stored in frozen storage, we keep indefinitely unless the agency requests us to return those specific samples to them.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, I'd like to go over a little bit of some of the stuff that you're talking about. So you're not the person that signed off on this report, correct?
Correct.
So you don't actually do the testing, you just collect.
I'm doing any serology testing, so any of the blood testing, but none of the DNA testing.
Oh, that's
Okay, so if I go out of your knowledge, let me know, okay? Now, serology, for people that may not know, is blood, right?
When we're referring to forensic serology, we're talking about body fluids, which could be blood, semen, or saliva.
Okay, thank you for that clarity.
bodily fluid.
And
Ooh.
so you tested of my clients for blood on his boots, his gloves, and his jeans, correct?
That's correct.
Now you have a jacket, which you said you would presume, since it's a gunshot wound that did affect the back side and the chest area, that the blood would be presumed to be that decedent's blood, his jacket, correct?
There was no testing, but that was our assumption.
Because of the
Oh.
presumption.
There's no testing.
Yes.
Okay. If you had different facts where 2 people were bleeding and rolling together, then you would test.
Correct.
Okay. But in this case, you just, although you have DNA, is that what a DNA patch is?
That's the standard, yes.
And why do they call it a patch?
It's on a paper filter that's a round filter, and it's the term we use. It could either be a blood blot is one term or a blood patch.
And that's done by the medical examiner's office?
They're the ones who collect that.
So that's their protocol to do that, to provide it for further testing.
I'm not sure their protocol, but that's a standard sample we get from medical examiners.
But do they ever, or have you ever seen the swab that would be similar to what might have been done?
So that's great. They talked about that, but now we find out, okay, they never actually tested it. Great. George Kelly still not guilty. Bam. Case dismissed. Let's go.
To Mr. Kelly here.
Not in my memory, no.
Okay. So the decedent gets patched and the other checking of contributors, subjects that might be under scrutiny for that, gets swabbed. Is that normal?
Correct.
Okay. And when you swab, you think of it like a giant Q-tip
Yes.
and you put it inside their mouth and roll it around the inside of the cheek, correct?
The inside of both cheeks, yes.
Okay. You do one and do both sides.
Officers collect them in different ways. Sometimes we get one, sometimes we get four. As long as it's a sample from the cheek, we can use it.
And DNA is pretty miraculous in the sense that you could separate whatever you need as far as things that are elements that are inside something, correct?
I'll let the DNA analyst
Okay,
answer those.
thank you for that clarity. And so
Hmm.
you had a sample of Mr. Kelly's swab.
Correct.
And those are the only two things that you've been asked to compare and look for serology signs of any kind of blood or other items.
Can you rephrase the question?
Well, so once you got the only two items that you received to compare or to check would have been the patch and the swab from Mr. Kelly.
Yes. However, I'm just preparing the sample. I don't do any comparisons with them.
Right. So although you said there's negative, that's still your job to check for blood.
On the standards, I don't do any type of testing for that. On the items, there was a request to look for blood. So that's what I was doing for the physical items.
And that's part of your job set.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So once there's blood determined, if there was, and there wasn't in this case with Mr. Kelly's items, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But had there been, then that would have gone to the next person that would have tested the DNA.
Correct.
Okay. So it stops there, but it really stopped there because there was no blood on his items.
Correct.
And we already knew the blood on the victim's items, the deceased, would be present. That's just a given.
That's our assumption.
Yes. And so we only have these three items that were tested for blood: the boots, the gloves, and the jeans.
Of the defendants, yes.
Okay. I have nothing further from this witness.
Redirect examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Real briefly, Ms. Brophy, on the examinations you do, are they done by scientifically approved methods?
Yes, they are.
And you've been doing that. You've been doing this job for how long?
Specifically serology for 8 years.
All right, that's all the questions I had for her.
Any questions for this witness from any of the jurors? I see none. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down and you're excused. State can call this next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the government's going to call Ms.
Let's
Rivera
go.
Reyes.
Oh, okay.
Will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you please come over here and be seated at the witness stand.
Come on.
Good morning, Ms. Rivera Reyes.
Looks like
Can you
Monica
just briefly
Barreras
introduce yourself
from
to the jury?
Hannah Reid's
Yes, my
trial.
name is Heather Rivera Reyes, and I am a forensic scientist working at the Arizona Department of Public Safety.
And Ms., can you spell your last name for us for the record?
Yes, RIVERA-REYES.
Now, Ms. Rivera Reyes, how long have you worked? Can I say DPS?
Yes,
How long have you worked for DPS?
I've been employed with DPS for just over 11 years.
And before that,
Before that, I was a college student.
may I ask what college?
Yes, I attended the University of Arizona, where I obtained 2 degrees, a Bachelor's of Science degree in molecular and cellular biology, and a professional science master's degree in applied bioscience.
And then you were hired by DPS.
Yes, I interned with the Tucson Police Department for approximately 6 months, and then I did an internship with DPS for approximately a year before my official employment.
And then what was your first job at DPS? Do you recall? After the internship?
I do. I was actually hired on as a laboratory technician.
What does a laboratory technician do?
They help doing orders of the laboratory, so gloves, they do dishes. It's a very entry level position.
And then you moved your way up?
I did. I then became what it was referred to at the time as a associate criminalist. Now it's an associate forensic scientist, and that's pretty much a year of training.
A year of training to be your position now.
Correct. I did a year of training, and I became a serologist, who is an individual who can identify bodily fluids and analyze items of evidence and prepare them for a DNA analyst. Several years after that, I went through DNA training that consisted of lectures, readings of DNA-related material. It then proceeded into a practical phase where I analyzed items of evidence. It then concluded with a practical oral and written examination before I was actually able to conduct DNA analysis on casework.
And I think the jury has some familiarity with DNA. And what does DNA stand for?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it's a genetic blueprint of life. So it gives all of us living organisms instructions on how to develop and how to function. We get half of our DNA from our biological mother and half from our biological father. And DNA is unique from individual to individual, with the exception of identical siblings.
And in your practical position, DPS, is that what you're doing now? Is the practice of the DNA analysis?
Yes, I conduct DNA analysis at the Arizona Department of Public Safety's crime laboratory.
All right, we'll get into what that is, but how many of those cases and how many of those things have you done in your career at DPS?
For serology, well over 1,000 items. For DNA, I would say anywhere between 800 and 900 samples.
And what goes into a DNA analysis?
The DNA analysis is actually a 4-step process. So the first step would be extraction of a sample. So at this point, when I receive evidence, a serologist, again, someone who is identifying bodily fluids and prepping that sample for me, I extract the sample. That means I remove all the DNA and from everything else from the substrate, whether it be a swab, which is a sterile Q-tip, or a cutting from a piece of fabric. I then go to the second step, which is quantification. And that portion, I am measuring how much DNA is present, if any DNA is there. This information allows me to go to the amplification step, which is essentially just a Xerox machine for DNA. It's going to copy the DNA, if it's there, millions and millions of times. The fourth step is to place this amplified product onto a genetic analyzer, and this will separate the DNA and also measure the DNA, because when I copied it, I copied 23 specific regions on the DNA that are unique, and the separation process will measure the lengths of DNA. And all these numbers or the measurements compiled together make a DNA profile.
And when you do a DNA profile, is one of the goals to identify what the sample, who owns the sample, who the sample belongs to?
There are several possible outcomes, identification or inclusion, when I compare a profile obtained from an item of evidence, and I compare that to an individual that's related in a case. It can be an inclusion, meaning those two profiles match. There can be an exclusion, where the profiles do not match. There could be an inconclusive, meaning there's just not enough data there to determine if there's an inclusion or an exclusion. And there's also the possibility of no results, so there was no DNA there.
And when you do the inclusion, exclusion, is one of the goals too, is to compare if you've got different DNA?
Yes, I usually compare it to any reference or known samples of associated individuals in the case.
Let's jump to this case. Were you asked to do any DNA profiling on this case?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember what this case is? Do you recall?
I do, yes.
Do you know who you have a case number? I have reports if you need to refresh your recollection.
Yes, that would refresh my memory.
My permission to approach?
Thank you.
I'm showing you Government Exhibit 11, 11.1, and 11.2. Are those reports familiar
Tell
to
me
you?
whose fucking blood is on the jacket. God almighty, come on.
Yes, they are.
Can you refresh your recollection of the case number that you worked on, with the case number assigned to that case?
The DPS case number is 2023702235.
Do we have an associated name?
Yes, Mr. George Kelly.
And you were asked to do, as you just described, you were asked to do a DNA profile on samples that were provided to you.
Correct.
And just so we know, where do you get your items to do the sampling from?
These samples were prepared by my colleague, Cassandra Brophy.
And so she walks it down the hallway and says, here's some stuff to look at?
She performs her portion of the analysis and then places these items of evidence that she prepared for in our laboratory frozen storage. When I come to the time where I'm ready to perform my portion of the analysis, I check those items out of the freezer, similar to how you would check out a book from the library. So everything's documented on a chain of custody.
And do you recall how many items you checked out that was provided by Ms. Brophy?
Yes, I checked out 2 items.
And do you have the items numbers available to you? If you want to refresh your recollection, you can.
Thank you. Yes, they are item 43.1JA.1. That is one swab from the left shoulder of a jacket. The second item was item 43.1JA.2, and that is one swab from a right sleeve of a jacket.
And what did you do with those 2 items?
Those 2 items I performed DNA analysis on.
And what was your conclusions on those DNA analysis?
For the swab on the left shoulder, I had a mixture of 2 individuals. The first individual was consistent with a DNA profile obtained from Mr. Gabriel Cuen-Buitimea. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
I think so.
The swab from the right sleeve was a single source profile, meaning there was only one individual there, and that was consistent with a DNA profile from Mr. Gabriel Cuen-Buitimea.
Well, let's go back to the first one, 43.1JA.1. That was the swab done on the left shoulder of a jacket.
Yes.
On that swab, you just indicated that there was 2 DNA profiles,
Yes, there was.
one belonging to the victim, Gabrielle.
Correct.
Is there any analysis or any result of the other one?
Yes, I apologize. I skipped over that. The second contributor was a very low level profile. And in comparisons to the DNA profile obtained from Mr. George Kelly, the results were inconclusive, meaning there is not enough information there to determine if there was an inclusion or an exclusion.
Any other items that you checked out? There was just that one or two, I'm sorry.
Those were the two items that I performed DNA analysis on.
And when you do your DNA analysis, are you doing that based on generally accepted scientific methods?
Yes, I am.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Just on the two, you're
I'm
referring to
sorry.
two items. I understood it coming from the same item, a jacket, or they come from two different items.
No, Your Honor, I'll clean this up. So the two swabs, we have two swabs, right?
Correct.
One swab is labeled 43.1 JA.1,
Yes,
and that's a swab from left side of a jacket.
correct. The left shoulder of a jacket.
And the other swab comes from the same jacket, but it's on the right-hand sleeve of the jacket.
That's correct.
And that item number is 43.1 JA.2.
Yes,
So they come from the same item, two different locations on the garment.
correct. Two different locations.
Thank you. That's good. Thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so to simplify a little bit, backing up just a drop, all of the clothing that was presented from Mr. Kelly, the boots, the work gloves, and jeans, because it was tested negative for serology, that stopped your interest in testing further on those clothing. Is that correct?
Yes, the boots, the gloves, and the jeans all tested presumptive negatively for presence of blood, so no further testing was done.
Okay. Now, what's left for you to test, I'm simplifying this, tell me if I'm wrong. What's left for you to test would be looking to the deceased clothing, which happens to be a jacket, correct?
Correct.
And determining whether is there anyone else's DNA on the jacket, right?
Yes,
Okay. So you set aside Mr. Kelly's clothing. We're now looking at the deceased jacket. And you talked about two locations that was swabbed. Is that correct?
correct. And when I say an item was swabbed, not all items can fit in a tube for me to perform DNA analysis on. So a swab is taken, again, a sterile Q-tip, and that swab is rubbed against an item with a goal of transferring any potential DNA that's on the item onto the swab so that I can then do DNA analysis on the swab itself.
Thank you. Now, if I've heard right from the testimony before you, your assistant that did the initial part, I believe the goal was to test somewhere where there was no blood from the decedent, correct?
That was the goal, yes.
Okay, so that is what helped you choose a location on the jacket, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So since the wounds in this case appear to be the right shoulder backside and the chest area, that's where you see the blood on the jacket. It's in line with those areas, correct?
Correct.
So you went up higher and you got the shoulder sleeve area?
Yes, the serologist Cassandra Brophy swabbed areas that were not saturated with blood. That was the left shoulder area towards the back and the right sleeve area.
Now tell me if I'm right or wrong, but is it true that at this point, you're not testing other blood on that jacket? You're looking for some other type, and I'll get to it in a minute, but just a yes or no, other type of DNA that might be found on there, correct?
Yes, my portion of the analysis is the DNA comparison portion.
Could that DNA come from skin?
That's a possibility, yes.
So if I rub my hands, am I creating the potential of DNA on another object?
Yes, if you touch an item, for example, if I touch right here, I have the potential to leave my DNA on this podium.
What other kind of DNA, knowing what you know about the case, that this is a shooting, there's blood on the jacket, based on your location, what kind of DNA would you suspect? You got the skin, what other things? I mean, you wouldn't expect saliva there, right?
Well,
I wouldn't
maybe.
expect saliva given the information.
Well, what are you
that
licking?
I would, with the amount of blood present on the jacket and the potential
Just
of
tonguing it
blood
up like
flaking, I would imagine that there would be some blood as well.
Okay, so if someone's touching the blood of the deceased, then you're thinking there could be
she's a zoologist.
blood flaking, but the blood would be the deceased, but you're saying the contact with the skin of the person could mix together?
Yes, that's a possibility. Skin cells could have been deposited on the shirt as well, or the jacket, excuse me.
Was there testing at the locations of the jacket that was selected on the two shoulders? Was there any testing to see if there was blood at that location?
Yes, there was.
And was there blood on that location?
Both tested positive for blood as well.
So the shoulders had blood.
Yes.
Now that could still very well be multiple reasonings, right? I mean, it could be just the blood of the decedents, right?
Correct.
Did you test to see if that blood you found was the decedent's?
The serologist collected a swab from these areas that didn't have saturation of blood. However, the item was packaged, from my reading of the notes, in a brown paper bag and it was folded. So with the nature of dried blood, it does tend to flake. So there could have been transfer from an area that was saturated with blood, and that in combination with any potential trace or skin cells that are left in that area would be all DNA tested from the same swab.
So the answer is could be, or might not be, or is, or what?
It's a possibility, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. And that was interesting explanation. So if someone was hovering over a body and might have made contact with blood of the decedent and then moved their hand to another location, that the blood was not exiting from the decedent's body. Are you following me?
Yes,
Kind of lengthy explanation, but that would transfer potentially blood, right?
it could potentially, yes.
Okay. So I would hope that law enforcement would have put gloves on before touching the body, right? There's a good presumption that might have happened, right?
That would be best practice.
Yeah, it would be smart. But if they didn't, then the law enforcement could be a contributor, correct? Could be.
Theoretically, yes.
Now, you mentioned something about the numbers not rising to a level to get to a conclusion, that it's inconclusive. What is that about? Explain that a little better for us.
So with the particular swab from the left shoulder, this is a mixture of two individuals. The majority of that mixture is from Mr. Gabriel Cuen-Buitimea. That second contributor is coming in very low level. So you can kind of think of it as listening to two songs at the same time. And one is playing at a volume of 10 and the other one is playing at a volume of 1. There are portions that you're going to hear that second lower song coming in, but you're going to mostly hear that louder song. So it's very similar in a mixture. When you have an individual who's contributing a significant amount more DNA than a second contributor, you're going to potentially get a full profile from that first one and a very, very partial profile from that second contributor. So that's what happened in this case. That second contributor is extremely low level. So when I do a comparison to that profile to the known profile from Mr. George Kelly, it's inconclusive. Again, meaning there's just not enough information there to make an inclusion or an exclusion.
Can blood from the main contributor
Good.
kind of wash out the contributor, let's say, of skin cells?
Yes, that's a possibility as well.
So in a hypothetical situation, if I was to grab someone with my right hand, let's say by the handles of a backpack, which you never tested, right?
I did not test any backpacks.
And grab with my left hand the shoulder of the jacket and try to pull someone. Is that a possible explanation?
I'm sorry.
To the shoulder being skin cells.
It's a possibility, yes.
So someone appeared to make contact at the left shoulder.
Yes, there was a source of a second individual on the jacket.
And even though Mr. Kelly is the only one being analyzed, you cannot sit there with any type of certainty and testify that there is a different subject, an alternate subject that could have touched this man, correct?
I did not do any comparisons to any other individual.
Because you can't tell with this sample whether it's my client or some third person, correct?
Correct. There's just not enough information there.
So just because, I just want to make it clear to the jurors that just because there seems to be someone touch it, it could be anyone, because we don't have a comparison sample for that either, right?
Correct. I did not compare it to any other individual.
And even if we knew that another neighboring person that was there might have touched, had you been given that sample of that person, you still would have not been able to know for sure, right? Because of the amount of DNA left on the jacket?
That's correct. It was very low level, so it's likely that a comparison would still be inconclusive.
And so if you learn there was one in the narratives that you're provided, and there's a little bit of a narrative given to you about what law enforcement thinks some of the facts are, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So it gives you a basis what's going on so you know where to test, right?
That's correct.
Okay. But if you were given a narrative, there were one or two or other three people that were next to this body, you're saying even if you got their DNA, you wouldn't have been able to do anything different?
I would have compared the DNA profile from any associated individual to that. It is very low level, so I would say the likelihood of any inclusion or exclusion is actually not likely. It's just very low level.
what could, you said not likely, so there's always a possibility. I'm looking at it in the reverse. And so if there was a known subject next to the body and they grabbed his jacket, left some cells or something on there, maybe blood and cells, whatever, right? And the blood might be the decedent's. Why would there be a chance that testing might have showed something?
It just depends on the DNA profile from that theoretical individual that's being associated with it. Again, it's low level, so it's very unlikely that there would yield an inclusion or an exclusion. It's more than likely going to be inconclusive because of the insufficient DNA that was present from that second contributor.
And I get that that's more likely. Why? I'm just kind of curious a little bit more. Why would another contributor, that hypothetical person that could have been right next to the body, what about their DNA might have helped a little bit more to see if you could overcome this inconclusive test? What would make the difference of that DNA versus Mr. Kelly's DNA?
I would not treat that any different. I would analyze the item, obtain a DNA profile, and do a comparison as well.
Pass the witness.
Redirect examination. Real quickly.
So now we just realize this witness, it doesn't really matter what she knows. Oh, it kind of looks like blood. Did we ever test it? No.
Just so I'm clear, I just want to make sure we can't exclude the defendant in the sampling. We're talking about the left shoulder sample, right?
But it was never
Correct, he cannot
tested.
be excluded.
And it would be nice if we can turn the volume up on that one sample, but we just don't have it, right?
Correct. There's just not enough DNA there.
And there were some indications about someone else being near the body, like officers. You heard that cross-examination?
Yes, I heard that.
And you don't know if they have gloves on or not, do you?
I do not know. I
This
was
is
not there.
The
horrible.
proper protocol would be to have gloves on, right?
That's correct.
Not to touch a,
They can't exclude
Strike-
me.
strike that, Your Honor.
Yeah,
No
they
more
can't
questions.
exclude you.
Thank you.
We're
Any
all
questions
all
for this
included.
witness from any of the jurors? We do have at least one. All right.
That was that. So it's, yeah, one more question. Why are you testifying? Yes. Well, we found some stuff that kind of looks like blood, but we never tested it, so it could be him. Such fucking ridiculousness. Oh, God. Yeah, Ron, it's all voodoo, but this is just nonsense. Well, we couldn't say it wasn't him, so it could be him. It's like, but you never really tested it. Well, I know, but I'm just saying this is just
Question from one of the jurors. For the second source of blood on the jacket, was animal blood ruled out?
no.
So as part of the DNA process, the entire sample or that swab from that region was tested for DNA analysis. So that did test presumptively positive for the presence of blood. From my knowledge of the case and information I was given to perform my analysis, there was only one bleeder. So the potential and the amount of DNA indicates that it was more likely a skin cell source. And can you repeat the last portion of the question, please?
Well, for the second source of blood on the jacket, was animal blood ruled out? And I think we could expand on that to include the possibility of DNA from an animal on the DNA that was found.
So the type of technology I use to perform DNA testing is specific to human DNA.
Does that answer your question, sir? Thank you. All right,
Not
any follow-up
really.
from the state? I'll
Yes.
give the, excuse me, I'm going to give the jurors
But
questions.
whose
for
DNA?
file.
The DNA stays
on
there
sample-
forever.
on the left shoulder, we have two DNA profiles, one high volume, one low volume, and your testing shows both coming from human sources.
That's correct.
No more questions. Your Honor.
Defense.
Since we're qualifying what kind of possibility of blood, was there also any testing on like male versus female?
No, there was not.
Nothing further.
Anything else? Thank you. Anything else from the jurors?
Completely fucking irrelevant then.
Very well. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down in your excuse.
Um,
State can call us next witness.
State calls Ms. Hickman.
Rassler's mom. Yeah, no, we were gonna cover this. It's just the Nikolai Mu thing that took off, and just yeah, that seemed like that was the a little more. I'm not saying that this was more interesting. This is a very interesting case. I just felt like that was like a bigger one. So, you had to pick. And initially that first day, they quit showing this. So I switched over and, we'll finish this one up though. Like it could be George Kelly's. Yep. Catherine says, yeah, say a twist happens. Judge walks out on the trial. Funny. Let's just see what yontastic nonsense this is. I can't imagine the jury's thrilled watching this because they can't say anything with that stuff.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
If you come over here, please, to the witness stand and have a seat.
Good morning, Ms. Hickman.
Good morning.
Can you just briefly introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. My name is Cindy Starr Hickman. I am a latent print forensic scientist at the Arizona Department of Public Safety.
And just for the record, can you spell your last name for the reporter?
Yes. Hickman.
And let's talk about your background. You work currently for Department of Public Safety, DPS.
That is correct.
And how long have you worked for DPS?
I've worked for DPS for 17 years now.
17.
Yes.
And what did you do before that?
Before that, I was a research assistant at a dermatological company.
And then where'd you go to school?
I went to school at the California University of Pennsylvania.
And in your job at DPS, walk me through your career path. 35,000-foot view.
Hold on,
So
hold on,
in
hold
the
on.
17 years at
What?
DPS, I
What?
started out as the laboratory
California
technician. And
University of
basically, that
Pennsylvania?
position is I am laboratory support. So I prepared reagents and ordered supplies, anything,
Hold on,
anything that
Chet.
the
I-
forensic
did I not
scientist or
hear
the
that
admin
right?
needed. I was their agent company.
And then where'd you go to school?
I went to school at the California University of Pennsylvania.
What? The California University of Pennsylvania. What? Okay, so this is a real place. So it's Pennsylvania Western University of California. Okay. It's a public university with independent accreditation in California Borough, Pennsylvania. Okay, so oh God, that's so fucking weird. Where's California? It's a borough. And it's on the Monongahela County. So it's like a town. And it's a town way down. Oh gosh, that's out in the middle of nowhere. It's in the foothills of Appalachia. Okay. Never heard of this. Never heard of this. That just threw me off. The Pennsylvania University or the California University of Pennsylvania. It's like, what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. I'm like very confused by that. Yeah. Flex says it's the West Coast. Ball says there's a California, Pennsylvania. Yes, I know. Stacy says she's heard of that school. I'm like, I had never. Ariel says, why is there so many foreign names? I don't know. They just change stuff all the time. It's like the University of Miami at Ohio. Yes, but a lot of people have heard of Miami of Ohio. A lot of people have heard of that. This one I've never heard of before. So let's just keep going.
And in your job at DPS, walk me through your career path. 35,000-foot view.
So in the 17 years at DPS, I started out as the laboratory technician. And basically that position is I am laboratory support. So I prepared reagents and ordered supplies, anything that the forensic scientist or the admin needed, I was there to help. And when an opportunity opened up for me to actually become a forensic scientist, I jumped at it. And so it was in the Latent print unit. And I trained for about 1.5 years before I was actually a forensic scientist.
Okay, I'm going to ask you just to slow down just a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. I speak fast too. So the last part of your career doing latent print analysis, what's the training process that you go through to be qualified to do that for DPS?
It was about a year and a half long. It was an in-house training process in which I learned how to process various items of mock evidence. So I was getting different sort of surfaces and hundreds and hundreds of different items to practice getting used to using different techniques and the different surfaces. I also trained in how to do comparisons. So I did thousands of comparisons to get my eye trained on latent prints. I also had some training in the automated search system, and that is where I searched latent prints through an automated search system. I also had mock trials that I had to complete halfway through and at the completion of my training. And I also had to have an oral word, which is a test as well.
On the mock stuff, I just want to make sure I understand that. On the mock evaluation, the testers know what the results are, and they're testing whether or not you meet those results.
Yes,
And obviously, you don't know that your job is to test, and they test you.
they test me, correct.
In your 17-year career, really focusing on the latent print stuff, how many cases have you worked on for DPS?
I have been in the latent print unit for about 12 years now. I would say a couple hundred at this point that I've worked. I am part of a 4-area system. DPS is made up of 4 different crime labs. So our caseload is split up amongst all of us.
Now, I got to ask you what the 4 sections of DPS Crime Lab.
Yes. So I work at the Southern Regional Crime Laboratory, which is in Tucson, Arizona. We have the Central Crime Lab, which is in Phoenix. We have the Northern Crime Lab, which is in Flagstaff. And then we have the Western, which is in Lake Havasu.
And I'm assuming those facilities all have people just like you, Ms. Hickman.
Yes, they do.
And you guys all talk about your cases and best practices.
Yes, we have meetings, peer group, where we can get together and discuss any difficult latents or anything like that. We also just have meetings in general to kind of keep each other up to date on things. And each individual that has been signed off as a forensic scientist had to go through this competency testing as well.
And the testing you do for latent prints, is that generally accepted scientific methodology that you apply?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Hickman, I've got reports up here. So in case I ask you a question, you need to refresh your recollection, just let me know, okay?
I will.
Were you asked to do any analysis in this case?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember the case number that you worked on?
Yes. 2023-702-235.
And do you remember the subject of that analysis?
I was asked to do latent print analysis. I actually received 2 different requests, and those requests are just sheets that are asking you to do various analysis on different forms of evidence. So I received 2 requests to process evidence for latent prints.
And that's a perfect answer to my question, but it was a poorly worded question. So do you know who the subject, the defendant, the person associated with that DPS case?
Oh, yes, the associated individual was a George Kelly.
And do you remember the item numbers that you tested for latent prints?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead. I'm not trying to test you. I've got notes here in case you need it. So this is
Okay,
impressive.
thank you.
So
For my first report, I tested 4 cartridge casings, and they were item numbers 26JA, 27JA, 28JA, and 29JA. My second report, I tested a cartridge casing, item 1JA. The second item was a firearm, a rifle with a flashlight attached to it. That was item 21JA. And the third item was 21.1JA, and that was a magazine and 31 cartridges.
all right, I'm going to show you some exhibits.
Well, I think we're going to take our afternoon break. I have some matters I want to discuss, so we don't take everything out and unwrap it and have to wrap it back up, seal it back up. So I have some little work to do with the lawyers. Sorry to do this to you, but it happens. So we'll be in recess until 1:30, the
We have some
afternoon
work
break.
to do.
Please remember the admonition of the court. You're excused until
They're having
1:30.
lunch, chat.
When they're out, you can step.
Hello. Yes, his prints better be on all of his stuff. His DNA better be on everything. It totally makes sense. Yeah, Robert says, wow, they get a 2-hour lunch. They have a very generous judge. Judge Fink is very generous.
For jury visitation of the alleged crime scene. I understand that yesterday the council were planning, I don't know if you did or able to do it or not, you're planning on going out to the site and trying to work out whether or not you can come to an agreement about what can be seen and any procedures to be followed. So who wants to tell me where
Remember, they
we're
were
at, how that
talking
went?
about when to do a jury view.
Well, Your Honor, I'll start.
I'll hear from everybody. It doesn't matter. I'll hear from you. I'll hear from you next.
It's nice to go first instead of second all the time. We did go out there, and I thought it went well. We all walked the grounds and allowed the state to look at what they wanted to see. We have ideas on how to possibly do this, and the ideas were to document, to get markers that were provided by the detective, which we have in our possession now. They're numbered, just like a crime scene placard, and we would station it and come up with a list so they could be taken from number 1 to number 2, et cetera, to the different locations on the Kelly's Ranch that starts with the house possibly and works its way outside. So that was a thought that I didn't hear any disagreement, and detective provided us with those placards. So that's where we got to. We haven't created the list, but I think we could, kind of haggle that out a little bit.
And you said house, did you say inside the house and then going outside?
Yeah, so we'll start just like the Kellys were that afternoon, where so they could see the kitchen, the living room, the hallway, the door they exited, and proceed that way.
And that's correct, Your Honor. I want to send an appreciation for the defendant's family for allowing us to be in their home. So number two is defense is correct. We have placards. We're going to go station placards from one station to another station to another station. They have not yet sent us an email about the exact locations and what the description would be, if there's going to be a description on those placards. So because we also anticipate that jurors were not going to be asking questions. They would go from one station to another station to another. The only issue the government has is two. One is the scene of where the victim's body was located. It seemed like there was a significant grazing going on. Nothing wrong with that. The significant grazing was changed the vegetation from what the photo show where the dead body was found versus what the actual viewing is now. Significant grazing, no allegation on that, just significant grazing, which there's no vegetation, which replicates the scene in January of 2023. The other issue would be travel to the border. And so that is a logistical issue, and we're still working with counsel on that. But I just want to bring that to the court's attention.
No, thank you. Just going backwards, on the travel to the border, tell me more about that. So, well, first, it sounds like what you told me, there's just some logistical issues to be worked out. But from that, I infer that there's no basic objection to if those logistical issues can be worked out, that there's no objection to the jurors going to some location near the border to see the border.
Yeah, as long as we get the logistics worked out, and the court has no issue with it. If the court wants to go preview what we have in mind, the government has no objection to that.
I see no need for me to preview. What are the logistical issues? And is it a terrain issue, transportation, or distance?
Distance, and by foot, by vehicle. I mean, so when you're at the Kelly Ranch, to take roads back. I mean, obviously, we're not going to have jurors walk the terrain up and down washes, and so we have an issue of, are we commuting on a Forest Service road?
And if they
or a
did,
BP road or
that
some other
just
road
would be
to the border?
bad.
So that'd be, and what path do we take? Like I said, that's logistical, and so we can work it out with defense.
But I mean, again, I've obviously never been out there. Are there roads that lead to the location where we would agree to take the jurors?
Yeah, you
I have a
can-
feeling,
you
I
can
don't know
safely
what's
way.
happened, but I have a feeling it's going
So
to turn
you
into a
don't need any kind of
disaster.
special four-wheel drive or anything like that.
No, you should not need a special forward.
And how far? Well, more or less, why we've heard testimony about how far as the crow flies, but
By drive, I think it's about 5-6 minute drive.
10 minutes
Or
at
the
best.
bus
Okay.
goes to Mexico.
so it sounds like you made a lot of progress, but you still have not. Well, do you anticipate there being any disagreement about what the jury's going to see? It doesn't sound like it, but or where they're going to where the locations are.
And if I may address his other concern about the grass,
All right.
it did appear to be shorter. We all have photos, and we would even put a stipulation to refer back to the photos of the length of the grass. That's, we can even mark it at the scene where the body was found, that there's a stipulation that the grass was longer. I mean, so we're very amenable about that. We're not trying to show that location for the length of the grass and whatever.
Yeah, and I did not mean to allege that at all, and I completely agree. If there's a stipulation to it, we're fine with that.
Do you anticipate any disagreements about? And again, I'm not aware of. I can kind of guess, but not aware of exactly what locations you want them to see. Is there a basic agreement about that? And the reason I'm asking all these questions is, well, you'll see when we're finished. But is there a basic agreement on that?
Yes, sir. I think so.
I don't anticipate any problems. I think both parties are listening to each other.
All right, very well. So as I mentioned before, I'm glad to hear that. But I mentioned before, this topic has been raised in various hearings. It's been pretty indefinite about whether or not we're going to do this or not. Now that you've reported to me how things went yesterday, and it sounds like the parties are working together, we don't anticipate any issues about what they're going to see or how it's going to be labeled in some neutral way, or where those items are. Pursuant to Rule 122 of the rules of the Supreme Court of Arizona, I'm going to set a hearing. As I've said, we've had, I don't know how many, but probably after this discussion right now, we may have more, but we've had many media requests for the media to accompany the jurors in the court on this expedition if it happens. So I'm going to set a hearing on that. It may be late Monday morning, and I'll draft an order. We're writing up an order to that effect. So if there's any media outlets that are watching this, listening to it, reviewing it, and have an interest in making an application to attend that visitation, assuming it goes, I refer them to the rules of the Supreme Court of Arizona, Rule 122. Look at that. There's certain requirements that have to be met for that your application to be considered. We're going to issue an order, and we will disseminate that order to all the media outlets who have so far requested to accompany the court and the parties to the Kelly Ranch. Obviously, I'm not prejudging whether or not I'll allow it. We'll have a hearing as required by Rule 122. Council are invited to be present. Any media representatives are entitled to be present, and we'll hear the applications, we'll hear any objections, and the court will issue a ruling. No, maybe not Monday. I'm not sure. I've got to really look at everyone's calendar and the availability of the court reporter, courtrooms, and so forth. But do you agree that if this happens, it will be the last thing that we do as part of this case before the matter is submitted for argument and jury instructions?
Well, anticipating what defense does in their case in chief, if they'd like to do anything, we anticipate doing this prior to Detective Aienza taking the stand to allow counsel to ask questions of Detective Aienza on the stand. Did I capture that?
Yeah, so we were talking about that issue because you mentioned you were thinking towards the last thing we do. But that doesn't afford the jurors a chance to send any questions about it. They can't talk out there or ask out there. It'll be just, moving them to the different locations that are numbered. And they will have a list of what that was. Like it'll say the kitchen, Kelly's kitchen, Kelly's living room, whatever. And they'll find that placard and keep moving. So we were talking about it, that it just doesn't give the jurors a chance to question anything. And so we thought it would be best if it was my thoughts, I think my co-counsel and I agree that maybe if, say, for example, their last witness was their detective, and then we did it right before, and that way any questions can be developed from that locations referring to those numbers. They'll be able to have that visual and be able to ask questions at the end of that witness.
I understand why you want to do that and why. My only question about that is if there is a defense case and evidence comes in as part of the defense case that would be relevant to the jury's view of the crime scene, then when they go to the crime scene, the jurors will not be able to take into consideration what evidence the defense presented.
I'm not
So
sure.
just for example, okay, hypothetically, if Mr. Kelly testifies, of course he has constitutional right to testify or not testify. Hypothetically, if Mr. Kelly testifies and he says, well, no, I wasn't standing there, I was standing there. Okay. I don't think that's an issue in the case, but then how's the jury's not going to see the location when they go out there. If they go out there before Mr. Kelly testifies, if he testifies, they're not going to be able to see the other location where he says he was.
Well, it wouldn't have been marked. I don't know. I don't know if I see what you're saying, that maybe we would have marked that spot or something, but I think we're just picking locations of the different events and the different items that have been mentioned, and they would have a recall based on their tour already of a visual in their heads, what he's talking about if he was to testify.
Well, the only downside I see to what's being proposed here is that if there is a defense case and some other information is raised in the defense case, and it's raised after the jury's visited the scene, then as I said, they're not going to be able to, while they're at the scene, take that into consideration. But that's something that works to the potential prejudice of the defense. So if you don't see a problem with it, then
Well, I guess there might be an alternative that you're thinking, because in the reverse, and we're not set on one way or the other, we're just worried about what if there was a question or a reference to something, because they can't ask it out there. So how do they get to ask about that location if they had one? And do they just come to the court and then do what we do by letting them ask questions and we address them privately and then agree to them and then give them the answers, but with what witness? And that's just logistics. I was just trying to figure out how you were proposing that.
Well, it would depend on what kind of questions they have. I mean, and who the witness would be or witnesses would be who would have to answer those questions. And if there are questions that Detective Ainza could answer, then we could come back here just as you were describing at some point and following the visitation, either the same day or the next day, and be in session and have those questions asked and answered. And that would assume that they're questions that Detective Ainza would be able to answer. But you got to do it sometime. And if you do it too early, then you potentially miss places that they might want to see. That might come up later, but if you do it at the end, it causes some logistical issues also. But anyway, we don't have to decide that right now because, well, that having been raised, does the state have some rough estimate? Again, I'm not going to hold you to anything about how much longer your case is going to take.
We anticipate finishing up Wednesday morning.
Next Wednesday morning.
Next Wednesday morning.
Okay. And I know, thank you. And I know defense never makes these decisions until all the state's evidence is in, and you can't be any exact. And if you don't want to say anything, I understand. But
We don't.
okay, fair enough. All right. Okay, so give that some thought. We'll look for a time to set this hearing. We'll disseminate the order as much as possible. We're also going to have it posted on the court's website. I just want to be able to reach as many media outlets who would be interested in this, and so that they have a right to be heard when the court sets a hearing. Good. All right. Anything else on that? All right. Very well. All right. We're in recess until 1:30. Thank you.
All right, guys. So that's the morning of day 8. Let's back up and go get the afternoon of day 8. So let's see here. Oh, that's interesting how they set it all up. So there's a request for media coverage on the 8th. Let's see what this is. Share this tab. Court received requests from all these different groups. They want to be involved. And there's an excursion with the jury taking place. Videotaping the jurors prohibited. Oh, that's interesting. So people were showing up. They wanted to show up for the jury view. Judge is like, I don't think it's a good idea. Personally, I don't think it's a good idea. Wait, what did I say we were starting? 4 or 5. We have the second day here. The second part of the day. Wait, no, this is April 5th. This isn't the same day. This is not the same day, chat. Hold on here. Why are people messaging me? Okay, let's see here. George Kelly was April. It's April 3rd. Was okay. So we're on April 4th. That's why I got a little sorry, a little sidetracked there. April 4th afternoon. Here we go, chat.
Let's bring in the jury.
Let's crank up the sound. Yeah. Oh wow, it's pissing rain outside. That's a rainy couple of days. Yeah, no significant interest. The trial's making me discouraged. I mean, remember, most guys who go to trial, the odds are still in the favor of the state that they win. So. Fed's attorney would make sure there were illegal scampering across the. Oh my God, that would be hilarious. Have a group of cartel guys just come walking through with their pistol, and they're just like, "Hola, hola, hola, gringos! I've got my AK-47 here. I'm just transporting my weed. Hola." Walking through. That'd be so funny.
Please have a seat. We're back on the record. All jurors are present. All counsel and the defendant are present. And the witness can retake the witness stand. Ms. Hickman.
The neat part is we got all this closed captioning chattel.
Everybody.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hickman.
Good afternoon.
You left off before lunch, right before we we're going to get into some exhibits. Okay. Now, again, if you need to refresh your recollection on anything I'm asking you, I have your reports here to help you out. Okay.
Thank you.
Not a memorization test, but I think you got this locked down. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Government Exhibit 74. You got gloves on, and that item is there is sealed, right?
Yes, it is.
Does it have an item number, exhibit? There's two numbers, exhibit number and or an item number,
There's an exhibit number on it.
and that's 74?
Correct.
Is there an item number on there?
Yes, there is.
And what's that?
Item 1JA.
Okay, and do you see any tape on top with lettering, writing on it to seal it?
Yes,
What's on there?
there is. I had already checked and looked. On this package is my initials and the date that I closed this up.
Okay, can you go ahead and cut it open it up?
Okay.
Okay, Kathy, if you want to go with that. I'll give you a couple more. Kathy's up there. Economize your time. Witness showed you government exhibits 103 to 106 is one envelope, and then 107 to 110. You see those two?
Yes, I do.
Can you go ahead and cut those open for me?
Okay.
Don't cross-pollinate for me, Ms. Hickman. And
They are all cut open.
okay, so exhibits 103 through 106 have already been admitted. You see that envelope?
Yes, I do.
Can you just open inside? Kathy's already seen this, but can you go inside and open one of the envelopes and see what it is?
Okay.
It's been admitted, so you can pull it out.
Okay. Yes, I see the item.
Pull it out and hold it up. And what is that, Ms. Hickman?
It's a cartridge casing.
And what item number is 103 to 106 associated with? What item numbers?
From the packaging, item 103, exhibit 103 to 106 is associated with items 22JA, 23JA, 24JA, and 25JA.
All right, put it back and tuck it back into
Well,
exhibit
nobody's contesting this
exhibit
came from the
103
gun.
to 106.
That's the funny part.
The next one has not been admitted yet. So when you open it up, just cut it open, 107 to 110.
Okay. It is open.
It's open. And then what items are associated with 107 and 110? What item numbers?
The item numbers associated with exhibit 107 to 110 are 26JA, 27JA, 28JA, and 29JA.
And can you go inside and look at each of the envelopes and let me know if you recognize those items inside?
Yes.
And let Kathy standing to your left also see.
Come on. What? It's just so slow. So slow. Did she cross pollinate? I don't know. It just sounds nasty when government
Each
officials.
mini envelope contains a cartridge casing.
Yeah. Move to admit
bullet
government exhibits
casings.
107 to 110.
That concludes George Kelly's evil.
No objection.
Exhibits 107 through, that's through 110, right? Through 110 are admitted.
Can you hold up one of those?
Yes.
107, 108, doesn't matter which one.
This is exhibit 110.
That's also a what?
It's a cartridge casing.
And then last one, you have government exhibit 74. I'm sorry, you can put that stuff back in the envelope.
Yes, I have exhibit 74.
Can you look inside and tell me open the envelope inside and tell me what that is? Well, first tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do recognize it.
And what's inside exhibit 74?
It is a cartridge casing.
Is that associated with what item number is that associated with?
Exhibit 74 is associated with item 1JA.
You're going to move to admit government exhibit 74.
Yes, ma'am.
No objection.
74 is admitted.
All right, Ms. Hickman, government exhibit 74 and 103 to 110 up in front of you is all shell casings, right?
Cartridge, yes.
Cartridge, is that the right
Cartridge
word?
casings, yes.
I think I've been using shell casings because I can pronounce that better. Shell casings. Okay, I'm gonna use that one. So you use those, you took possession of those and did latent prints exam on those?
I did not do a latent print examination on all of these.
Which ones did you do?
I did a latent print examination on exhibit 107 to 110 and on exhibit 74.
Okay, and those items, 74, 107 to 110, do you find anything?
I did not.
Are you familiar with weapons and shell casings? And
I have very limited knowledge with shell casings and firearms due to my job.
okay, you worked on cases with shell casings before?
Yes, I have.
Is it common or uncommon to find latent prints on a shell casing?
It is not common to find latent prints that are of comparison value on cartridge casings due to their limited area, the just handling of them to be loaded into a weapon, the pressure and the heat that they fall under whenever they're being actually fired through a firearm. So there are a lot of factors that reduce the possibility of a latent print of value being still a value after it's been fired.
Okay, but you tried.
Yes,
So I just want to make sure the jury knows I'm holding a shell casing or bullet and I put it in a gun to get fired, right?
yes,
I fire that weapon.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I fire that weapon and the heat from that gun and then that shell casing is expelled from the
Mhm.
gun, right?
that's correct.
And is it common for heat to disturb or disrupt or impair
Yes.
your ability to get a latent print?
Yes.
Yes, it is. The elements make it difficult sometimes to recover prints. You have heat that can take away the actual residue. There's residue on hands. that is used to actually transfer the detail that's on your skin to a surface whenever you touch it. So heat is one factor that can actually take away from those prints still being visible after it's been exposed to it.
And next, I'm going to talk about, we're going to talk about already admitted government exhibit 101 and 102. You know what I'm going to refer to is already admitted in evidence, a rifle with a flashlight. I think you testified earlier about that.
Yes, I did. Item 21JA.
21JA. And so to avoid opening this up again, you recall that weapon?
Yes, I do.
What was distinctive about that weapon, if you remember?
Well, that weapon had a flashlight that was taped to it with a black sort of a duct tape on it.
And was there a strap? Do you recall?
Yes, there was also a green fabric strap, which I did not process for latent prints.
And that's a government exhibit 101, which is item 21JA for you, right?
21JA, yes.
Did you examine an item number 21.1JA?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
That was a rifle magazine and 31 cartridges.
And that's government exhibit 102, which I have shown is admitted. So you did a latent print examination on 21.1JA, which is a government exhibit 102, right?
Correct.
All right, let's talk about both of those. Let's talk about the magazine and ammo. What was your analysis? What did your analysis conclude about doing a latent print on that?
For 21JA or 21.1JA.
21.1JA.
Okay, so the magazine and the 31 cartridges. For the magazine, I did find latent prints, but they were nothing that was usable for comparison purposes, as well as for the cartridges, nothing that was usable for a comparison either.
And I didn't ask this, but besides heat, is there anything else that would impair your ability to obtain a print from a surface?
Yes, there are. There are actually several factors. One I'm wearing right now, barriers that are over the skin. So if someone is wearing gloves, your rich detail that is on your skin is not allowed to be transferred to a surface. Also surfaces, the type of surface that it is. Clean, flat, smooth surfaces are best for latent prints. As you see, children like to put their fingerprints on windows, but a curved, dirty surface, it obscures your rich detail from actually making contact with the surface when it touches it. Also movement. Latent prints are left unintentionally. So as we've moved through this courtroom, we've all touched surfaces and potentially have left latent prints. Movement, sliding. Our skin is very flexible. All
Slide
of this
to
can
the
distort
right.
a latent print as well.
Slide
Then
to
you
the
also have the
right.
touch factor, how you touch something. If you touch it too
Mhm.
light, it may not transfer your ridge detail to the surface. If you press down and touch it too heavy, you can also start to flatten out your ridges, which obscures some of the detail in your print. And then we have natural things like weather. Rain can potentially wash away a print. We're in Arizona, so sand and dust can cover a print. Packaging of evidence as well can matter, because if it's not packaged properly, then the sliding within the packaging can potentially rub prints off. There's a multitude of factors.
And I think everyone's familiar. It's like the print cards we put down when you get identified, right? Don't touch too light, don't touch too heavy.
Yes,
Is that similar to what you're referring to?
those are the exemplars. So those are known prints, and those are better than latent prints because they're taken for record-keeping purposes. So they're in a controlled environment where someone is purposely manipulating your fingers to try to get the best print. Latent prints, we've touched everything. Touch the handle coming in. You don't really think about the amount of contact or force needed, and sometimes you use varying amounts from touching light to touching heavy.
And again, gloves is also something that obviously impairs your ability to obtain a latent print sample.
Yes, any barrier to the skin, anything that prevents your ridge detail from actually making contact is a barrier that can prevent you from actually leaving a really good latent print on a surface.
And the next exhibit, government exhibit 101, which you refer to as 21JA,
A lot of things can do
the gun,
that.
the rifle, right?
Yes.
What
Just
did
might
your,
not
what
leave
did
it.
your
It's like
latent
DNA.
testing conclude with that exhibit?
With the rifle 21JA, there was also no prints of value that is usable for comparison purposes as well.
And do you recall why?
Well, with an item such as a rifle, there's factors with it. Guns sometimes can either be old and they can have rust, which can prevent the actual skin from making contact with the surface. You can have guns that, if they're well maintained, they're actually oiled. The oil prevents fingerprints from being left on a gun as well. Some guns have textured grips. Surface, sometimes their triggers are also textured. Any textured surface also prevents incomplete contact of your skin with the surface as well. So your latent print may not exist.
Do you recall
AKs
where on the
don't have
rifle
any of
you
that.
try to capture some latent prints?
I processed the entire
trigger,
rifle,
so-
everything, including the flashlight, the tape, except for the green fabric strap that was attached.
Even including the flashlight?
Yes,
And again, your testing methodology is generally accepted in the scientific community.
yes, it is.
And one last question. Gloves also would impair an ability to capture or obtain latent prints off the gun too, right?
Yes, if someone is wearing gloves while handling a firearm, it's an obvious barrier of your skin to the surface.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a little bit in reference to the type of items that could be tested. You talked about ideally a clean, flat, smooth surface would be ideal.
Yes,
This table right here would be ideal.
it would be ideal if it's clean.
So it needs to be clean and then nothing can come behind it and rub it.
That as well. You wouldn't want anything to come behind. So after you're sitting in that seat, the next person to come and put their hands right over the place where you had, that would be also obscuring your prints, potentially.
What happens if two people touch the same location and you get a double print? Are you able to separate it?
No, not
I would
usually.
have to look at the latent. It depends on how much of the latent is actually visible, so I would have to see it.
And I think most people know that everyone's fingerprint is different and unique from others, right?
Yes.
What about clothing, canvas bags, items that are more material-like? Or do they have the capability of being tested?
They do have a capability. I'll look at, when I get an item of evidence, I do a visual examination. So I'm looking to see if the item as it is, before I've done anything, has a visible print. It can also be a print that may be left in some sort of substance that would actually leave the copy, like paint, for instance. Paint can leave the actual detail from your skin on the surface that's visible on a piece of fabric. Blood is another type of substance that can also transfer your detail to a piece of fabric. I do the visual examination first before I proceed with any processing.
Okay, get back to what you just said, but let me go on with one more type of item. What about plastic? Like
Yes.
this is made out of plastic. Most things are made out of plastic nowadays. Can plastic pick up on a fingerprint?
Yes, it can.
At any point in time, did the state present to you a backpack to test?
I did not have a request for analysis for latent prints for a backpack.
So had there been some blood on the backpack, it could have created a print on the backpack, right?
There could potentially have been a print left in blood on a backpack.
And not having the backpack here, it could be more of a canvas type material or even a plastic type material. But if there was no blood to make a print, you could still possibly see a print?
It depends on the type of material of the backpack and the type of fibers that's actually present. When I get items of evidence, I examine it to see if I can actually process it. Leather items that are woven more tightly so that there are no gaps, so that the gaps won't not allow your rich detail to actually contact it. Those can be processed easily for latent prints. Anything that has very loose and obvious holes would not be really good surfaces for processing for latent prints.
Like I mentioned.
What about the plastic, the snapping apparatuses on a backpack? If I held it and closed it together and they were like a hard plastic, is that possibly something that could be picking up on a print, a latent print?
A plastic apparatus that isn't textured, that would seem reasonable for finding a latent print on it.
Okay. What about metal?
Yes, you can find latent prints on metal.
I know the smaller the item, the harder it would be, right?
That is true. Surface area does create some limitations with latent prints, but it also depends on how the object is handled. So less surface area provides less potential for your skin to contact the surface.
If I was holding a zipper, knowing how small zippers are, say on a backpack, okay, and I'm clasping it, showing my index and thumb finger, I open it up, and then later that bag got tested. Now, that would only be most likely a partial print to my thumb or my finger, correct?
Well, it depends on the size of the zipper, but most latent prints are actually partial prints. It just depends on what type of zipper it is. If it's a flat, smooth brass one that would allow for more surface area, then that provides more of a chance for latent prints, as opposed to a zipper that has holes in it, then that doesn't give you enough surface area potentially for a latent print.
But when you have a pattern like the actual zipper in that hypothetical, a zipper has these, I don't know what you would call them, but a pattern of metal or plastic that allows the track for the zipper. Does that break up the possibility of checking for a print?
From what I'm thinking of, the teeth of the zipper,
Yes, ma'am.
the teeth of the zipper do provide surface area. However, what I'm imagining, it provides also texture and it
Those
provides
teeth is-
gaps. So therefore,
The teeth on a zipper are not going to be enough to get latent print. Those little bits and edges, no. But yes, it is so funny. They didn't take any of the gear this illegal was wearing. If they think George Kelly went out, confronted him, and grabbed him, and there was a tussle, why didn't they check any of that stuff? Because George Kelly's DNA is all over that backpack. George Kelly's fucked. But they didn't, and that's revealing.
the latent print would be broken apart with the teeth of a zipper that I'm imagining.
And partial print, how are you able to determine that if you, in this hypothetical that we've been using, say from a backpack, and say from the plastic connectors that allow you to strap your backpack on you, what if you only got a partial print off of that? How are you able to know with some element of certainty that it is assigned to a certain person?
When I analyze evidence, as I'm going through processing, I'm documenting constantly. I start with my visual and take pictures along the way as I go through the entire process. Anytime I find something during each step of processing, I take a picture. Later on, I reference back to that picture to see if it is of value for comparison purposes. So I'm looking at it to see the quality of it. Does it look good? Can I see the details, the rich characteristics within this Latent? I'm looking at the quantity of information, which means the size, and if I can see the rich and how many rich characteristics are actually present. I do what's called an analysis. And if during that analysis, I think that I have enough that I can use for a comparison, I will do the comparison to the known. I'll do a side-by-side comparison of the latent to the known, going back and forth between the latent to the known, trying to find what could be an identification or an exclusion to it. Most latent prints are partial prints. They are not fully rolled complete prints like you would find on a fingerprint card.
Is there a certain amount of area you would need to have certainty?
No, there is not.
No.
Did anyone present you a fanny pack?
I did not have a fanny pack on my request for analysis for latent prints.
Okay, and you know what a fanny pack is, right?
Yes.
Just have to ask. Most girls do, but most people do. So no backpack, no fanny pack. Only the items that you talked about were casings, a gun with tape holding a flashlight at the end of it, correct?
I just had the cartridges, the casings, the magazine, and the rifle with the flashlight.
No radio, no phones.
I did not have anything other than those items for request for analysis for latent prints.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
Ms. Hickman, on the ability to obtain a latent print, obviously, would the environment be a consideration?
Yes, it would.
You've been some time in Arizona?
Yes, I have.
You've been outside in the desert in Arizona?
Yes, indeed.
If something was left outside or on the ground or dragged on the ground or left on the ground for a period of time, is it hard? Do you think it's harder or easier to get a latent print?
I would think it would be more difficult to get a latent print from something that has been exposed to the elements and exposed to potential rubbing of the latent prints off of the surface.
And also, too, is if to get latent prints, in your experience with DPS, what's the onus? What's the goal of a latent print? Is it identification? Identifying who touched an item?
Yes,
That's the ultimate goal?
that is the goal. When I'm submitted cases, I'm generally asked to find who does this latent print belong to.
And can I use myself as an example?
Sure.
I got my coat on. Would this be a necessary item to do a latent print on to see if I touched my own coat?
His jacket would generally not be an item that I would receive for submission for latent print analysis.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness from any of the jurors? Seeing none. You are excused, and you prepared yourself very well for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Would you like me to leave these here?
Those lawyers will pick that up.
Okay.
Thank you very much for
Your
your excuse. And state calls next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Omar Rodriguez.
Yeah, sir. Thanks.
Here come Omar. Omar coming, yo.
Sure.
Come on, let's go, Omar. Show up. It's your turn, buddy.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Thank you, sir. If you come over here to the witness stand, please have a seat.
We don't know what was on the backpack because they never did any fingerprint analysis. They never did anything at all.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good afternoon. My name is Omar Rodriguez.
And could you tell the jury what you do for a living and where you're employed and how you're employed?
I am a patrol sergeant supervisor for the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office, and I've been a supervisor for about 10 years at this point, and I've been employed at the Sheriff's Office for a total of 17.
17 years?
Correct. 2 of those being in detention, 15 as a sworn officer.
Did you spend some time in the Criminal Investigations Division?
I did.
How long were you in criminal investigations?
From 2012 to 2015. 3 years.
Did you get promoted?
I did promote while in the Criminal Investigations Division.
And so is that why you left the detective unit?
Objection leading.
Overall.
Yes.
Could you tell the jury just a little bit about your background and your training?
Again, I was hired with the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office back in 2006. I worked as a detention officer for 2.5 years, worked as a transport officer and also at one point lead officer before I was hired as a deputy. Attended the Southern Arizona Law Enforcement Training Center back in 2009, January of 2009, and eventually graduated and became a certified peace officer for the state of Arizona. Came back to the sheriff's office as a sworn officer and worked as a deputy sheriff since 2009 all the way to 2012. During that time, the opportunity to become a criminal investigator was opened at the sheriff's office, which I applied and showed interest, and I became a criminal investigator the year 2012. During that time, the opening for supervisor or sergeant came up as well. Went through the testing process and eventually became a patrol, not a patrol sergeant, I'm sorry, became a sergeant within the sheriff's office while still at the criminal investigations division. Continued working at the criminal investigations division for probably a year before I transferred back to patrol out in the field, where I was assigned a patrol squad with about 5 to 6 deputies I oversee and supervise. I've been a patrol supervisor since 2015. The year 2021, December 2021, in the year 2022 in December, I became the training coordinator for the sheriff's office. I was assigned to the office as an administrative sergeant, which I was in charge of monitoring training for the deputies for the entire department, for the detention division, and making sure that everyone was in compliance with training as per AZ Post standards. After that, during that time, I've been a defensive tactics instructor since 2018, a firearms training instructor since 2022, physical training instructor, field training coordinator, and currently I was assigned back to the patrol division, which I've been supervising one of the squads out on the road for the past 2 months, I believe. No, I'm sorry, since December, 4 months. And that's where I'm currently at right now.
And Sergeant Rodriguez, you're here today in your uniform. Could you tell me why you're not wearing a suit today?
I was actually working out in the road when I received the call this morning that I needed to be here for the trial.
This is kind of like, oh, this is like a last-minute witness.
And I didn't have time to go back home and change and come back.
Counsel,
Yeah.
let's pick this up.
Oh, sure.
I wonder if that's the issue, that he's in uniform or that he might be a last-minute witness or something. I don't know.
And you have an earpiece? Sergeant, I'm sure it's just your normal standard procedure, but I understand you have an earpiece in.
I do.
Could you take it out
My
for
radio
us?
has turned off.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for letting us know that. So I understand y'all were a little short-handed today. Is
Good
that
catch by the judge. That's a good catch. Yes, the guy sitting there with an earpiece in. That doesn't look good.
correct?
That is correct.
Now, Sergeant Rodriguez.
Riley says discrimination of clothing. No, in a lot of places, cops are not allowed to testify in their uniforms because that gives them undue credibility and undue influence over a juror. If we're trying to say, how were you dressed that day? They could bring in another officer as an example and say, I was dressed like this guy. Or they might have a picture of them in their uniform saying, here's what I looked like the day of that event. But no, apparently in Arizona, and I think in a lot of places in the Ninth Circuit, you're not allowed to show up in your patrol uniform.
Rodriguez, you became involved in the George Allen Kelly case on January 30th of 2023. Is that right?
Cops don't always. It is very dependent. It's dependent on your state. And sometimes it's dependent on courts. And sometimes it's governed by your federal circuit. So no, it's not always. It's not always. You notice all the other cops, they wore suit and tie.
Right?
Yes,
And can you tell me, were you dressed that day as you are today?
correct.
He's
And
listening to me.
I'm going to ask you to, if with the court's permission, to stand up for the jury. Can you show the jury on your uniform, do you carry gloves?
I do, which are right.
And are those disposable gloves?
Yes.
Could you go ahead and have a seat? Thank you. And why do you carry gloves on your person when you're on patrol?
As a first responder, we normally respond to calls for service where there's medical need. And sometimes we might arrive before emergency services or the fire department, so we might need to render aid. We always try to wear gloves for any biohazard. Also, when there's any processing of evidence, we also do not want to contaminate that, and we might use gloves for that as well.
And Sergeant, what was the time that you became involved in the George Allen Kelly case?
That I became directly involved, it was 1756 or 1755, and that's 5:55 p.m., 5:56 p.m.
Great. Did you actually learn about the case prior to that?
I did have some knowledge, yes.
And could you just tell the jury what that knowledge was, what your information was?
Okay. As I mentioned before, I worked for the, back then I was assigned to the administrative sergeant position, which I had an office at the sheriff's office headquarters here on Congress. And while working in my computer, I usually monitor Spillman, which is the database that we use for any calls for service, any traffic that goes on. We usually monitor that. Also, my radio is usually on. And one of the reasons that I monitor the radio is because as a peace officer, I still have to respond to any sort of emergency. Being part of the SWAT team, I'm also responsible for responding to any emergency. So earlier that day, I do not recall the exact time. It was sometime between 2:30 and 3 p.m. While in my office, I heard of a call that came in as a possible active shooter incident, which was deputies from the sheriff's office, along with Border Patrol, had responded to the address of 100 Sagebrush in Kino Springs, right, which is in Nogales within Santa Cruz, our jurisdiction as well. And they responded because someone from the ranch had called Border Patrol telling them that there was an active shooter. That somebody
Objection narrative.
Let me just back you up a little bit. You said this was at 100 Sagebrush, is that right?
Correct.
Do you know if this address has more than one address?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know what the other address is?
1100 Willow Cross Circle.
And are you certain about the 1100?
I'm sorry, 100 Willow Cross Circle.
So I think the point I was trying to ask you about was it sounds like you were monitoring the earlier traffic on the first call. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you had some information based on that earlier call?
Yes.
All right. And then when you heard the call come out at 5:55, what's the first thing that you did?
I advised that I was responding due to the close proximity. I was working Operation Stone Garden at that point, which is something that we can do after hours. So at 1700 hours, I started, or at 5 p.m., after 5 p.m., I went out to the road and patrol under Operation Stone Garden, and I was close to the call when it came through the radio, and I responded to the location.
Do you know what time you got there?
It was after 6:16 p.m. maybe.
Okay. And when you arrived at the location, what did you see?
When I arrived, I saw Deputy Lopez, Rafael Lopez.
And just to clarify, the location you arrived to was the Kelly property?
At that point, I didn't know who the owner was, but it was later identified that it was Mr. George Kelly's property, yes.
Okay, and that's the 100 Willow Cross Circle or 100 Sagebrush, whichever it is.
Correct.
Okay. And so then when you responded there at 6:15 p.m., what did you see when you arrived?
I went through the gate of the property, and there was sort of a driveway, and at the end of the driveway, at the corner of the property, I saw Mr. George Kelly and Deputy Lopez next to horse trailer and next to Deputy Lopez's patrol car.
And what did you do when you saw Mr. Kelly and Deputy Lopez?
I approached both of them to talk to them.
And did you make any observations as you approached?
They were having a conversation. As far as other observations, I don't recall.
Based on what you heard from the radio traffic earlier, did you have a concern about whether Mr. Kelly might be armed?
I did.
Okay. Did you notice whether Mr. Kelly was armed when you first approached?
Not at first.
What's the first thing you did when you approached Mr. Kelly and Deputy Lopez?
I made contact with Mr. Kelly, and I asked him if my first question was if we had been at his property earlier in the day.
And how did he respond?
He said yes, and he added, but this happened after you guys left.
And then what did he say after that?
He said that it happened after we left. I asked him what he meant. He said that he found a person in his property.
And did you ask him what he meant by finding a person?
I asked him what he meant, and then his response was, he mentioned that there was an incident about a female that had passed away before. I do not recall if he said recently or in a different year, but he mentioned a female that had passed away, and he said it was a similar incident. So my follow-up question to him was directly ask him, is there a dead person on your property?
And how did he respond?
He said yes, there was.
And did he say anything else to you about his how he was feeling at that moment?
He did mention he was nervous about the situation.
And then what did he say after that?
I remember asking him at that point if he was armed, because I mentioned, I heard and I learned that you were armed earlier when deputies made contact. Are you armed today? And he said yes. And
Did he do anything else at that point?
no, he unzipped. I remember he was wearing a jacket, unzipped his jacket, and showed me a handgun that he had on his waist, on his right side, in a holster.
And what did you do at that point?
At that point, I asked him if he felt uncomfortable walking, because he had already mentioned that he was going to take us to where the body was located. And I asked him if he was uncomfortable walking around with without a firearm. And he said he was uncomfortable because there was dangerous people out there.
And what did you ask him at that point?
I asked him to please secure the firearm there before we continued or went to look for the person, because I told him that Deputy Lopez and I were already armed, and there was no need for him to be carrying a firearm at that point, and to trust us. That was my comment to him.
And how did he respond?
He complied. He said yes, and walked towards the trailer, because I think I asked him to put it in the trailer, or that was the only location that we could see at that point. And he said he will fully cooperate with us. And then the comment he made, having a dead body in my backyard is a big problem.
What did he tell you about
Yes,
what he
no
had
shit,
done
it would
at
be
the
a big
location of the
problem.
body?
Before we started walking, I asked him where the body was. He pointed towards the east direction, I will say, of the property. And he said he had placed a flashlight on a tree right next to the body's location. And he did comment, hopefully the flashlight hasn't died, or the battery hasn't died.
Do you know what time it was that you headed out with Mr. Kelly toward the body?
It had to be within 2-3 minutes of me arriving. We didn't spend too much time talking.
If your report indicated 16 or 1821, does that sound accurate?
Again, it was very close to my arrival.
Okay. And can you tell me what you observed as you headed that direction?
We walked outside the fence. There was, I believe, a fence around the property. We walked on the other side of the fence, outside the property, sort of north of where we were standing at that point, which is the horse trailer. Walked outside, started walking. I asked where the person was, and he did point out to sort of east direction. And we kept walking along the fence line north. At one point, I do remember shifting sort of northeast from the fence line. And there was 2 Labradors with us. Those were Mr. Kelly's dogs. So we continued walking. I remember the dogs taking off, and then they started smelling at a distance.
Objection, narrative.
And if I could just stop you for a minute, because I want to show you an exhibit. Showing you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 115. And I've zoomed in the exhibit just a little when it pops up. Oh. Okay. There we go. Let me zoom that in again. Does this look familiar?
It looks like the Kelly property on Willow Cross.
Do you see the area where the trailers were located?
Yes.
And are there trailers actually, is there some kind of trailer actually in this aerial photo?
You can see a shadow, looks like a trailer.
Could you take the stylus in front of you, touch the left corner of your screen, and then circle the area where the trailers were that you met up with Mr. Kelly?
Okay, it's
And after you met with them at the trailer, you said you walked along a fence line sort of to the north. Could you show us where that is and which direction that was?
okay.
Okay. And then, so you followed along the fence line, you said?
We followed along the fence line. I can't tell you exactly at what point on the fence line, but we started moving in the northeast direction.
Okay, so at some point he directed you, or you saw something that directed you more to the east, northeast.
The dogs.
Okay, and so you saw the dogs. What were the dogs doing?
The dogs, again, took off from where we were walking, and they were doing something in the brush. However, I couldn't see anything at that point. As I got closer, I remember seeing the flashlight on the tree, and that's where we kind of headed to from that direction, which it could have been at that point more east from the property, from the house.
Okay. And so was it, when you headed towards the body, was that on the east side of the dirt path in the map, or was it on the west side of the dirt path in the map?
Can you repeat that question again?
Sure, there's a dirt path, a little dirt road in the map.
You're talking about this 2-track right here, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you go to the east of that dirt path when you headed toward the body, or was that to the west of the dirt path?
It was to the east. We crossed that 2-track or dirt path.
Okay. And you said it was near a tree, is that right?
Yes.
And what was in the tree?
The flashlight was on the tree.
As you headed that direction and you saw the dogs sniffing, did Mr. Kelly say anything at that point?
He did mention that the dogs usually alert him to anything out there, which he mentioned to us. And he also said rigor is starting to set in, which it was surprising to me.
Okay. And do civilians normally give you that kind of detail?
In my experience, no.
What did you think that meant when he said rigor was starting to set in?
My opinion or my mindset.
Objection calls for speculation.
Well, rephrase the question.
Sure.
It's a little vague.
Sustained. What do you take the word rigor to mean if someone says rigor? What do you think rigor is?
Rigor means rigidity or stiffness in a person's body.
And when does that usually happen? Do you know?
After death.
When he told you that rigor was starting to set in, why did that cause you, why were you surprised by that, and what was the implication of that?
It made me think that he had already touched the person.
And why would that be?
Because how can I tell something is rigid or stiff if I don't feel it?
Okay. After those comments, did you actually come up to the body? Did you find the body?
We continued walking, and at one point we saw the body once we crossed that path.
And after you crossed the path, can you tell me, you said you saw a tree. Did you cross around the north side of the tree or the south side of the tree?
We were on the north side of the tree.
When you crossed around the north side of the tree, what did you observe?
As we continued walking, I saw the brush, and a few feet more that we walked, we saw the body of a person laying down, face down, or in the prone position as we approached.
And what was the light like when you got to the body?
There was still light.
And you talked about the brush. Could you describe for the jury what the brush looked like?
The brush was a dry brush. It was probably over our knees at that point. And there was some areas that were dense and some others that you could easily see. But that particular area, I think the brush was probably over our knees or close to our knees.
And you said some areas were dense and some were not. What was the area like near the body?
Near the body, it was dense. It was, again, I did not see the body until I was probably 10 to 15 feet from it.
Would it have been difficult to locate it?
From a distance, yes.
If you didn't see the dog sniffing around, would it have been possible to walk right past it?
If I was far enough, yes.
When you saw the body, did Mr. Kelly make another comment at that point?
Yes.
And what comment did he make at that point?
He asked, "Is that blood?"
And did that cause you some concern?
At that point, he asked if there was blood, and based on the previous comment of, I know there's already, or I think there's already rigor setting in, to me that was contradicting, which
Why?
you're asking me if there's blood, but you know there's rigor. So I felt that
You can have blood and rigor, though. That's an deputy. Have you ever found bodies that are bloody? Yes. Rigor set in? Yes. What the hell does that mean? Oh, you can't have blood and rigor?
he was contradicting himself at that point.
Can you tell me when you got to the body, can you give us a rough
bullshit.
estimate about how far the body was from the back of the Kelly residence?
I would say it was at least a football field, which that's how I estimated to be over 100 yards.
When you walked up toward the body, what was the first thing you observed?
The first thing I saw was blood on the right side of the person's back. And first thing I wanted to check was if this person is alive, if I need to render aid.
And what's the first thing you did?
Put on my gloves, go check on the person.
And when you checked on the person, what was the first thing you checked after you put
checked-
your gloves on?
I checked for a pulse on his neck. I was looking for a pulse on his neck, on the left side of his face. Or neck, I'm sorry, left side of his neck.
And after you checked for a pulse on his neck, what's the next thing you did?
I didn't find a pulse, so I went to his left arm, which was extended out, making sort of a 45 to a 90-degree angle between forearm and bicep. While checking for a pulse on his neck, I felt that the subject was already cold to the touch on the neck area. I did feel some stiffness, and I moved to his arm to try and get that pulse. And I also noticed that he was cold to the touch, and there was no pulse. And I did feel some stiffness or rigidity on his arms as well.
When you checked his neck, did you notice anything in that area?
He was stiff, he was rigid, and he was cold. And I also noticed that his jaw was stiff as well.
So I want to make sure I got this. You said no pulse on the left neck. Is that right?
Yes.
And you checked his, I'm
Objection leading,
just making sure I
repeating the
got it all.
testimony.
Sustain. Ask another question.
Did I ask you about his left cheek?
No,
What did you notice about his left cheek?
it was cold to the touch.
Did I ask you about his right arm?
No,
Could you tell the jury what you observed about his right arm?
his right arm was tucked in inside his chest.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could the witness stand up and demonstrate for the jury how the victim's body was positioned?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, and that's how you found the body?
Yes, please.
Okay, go ahead and have a seat. And I'm sorry, I heard you say something, but you weren't on the microphone. Could you say how the body was positioned again?
It was face down with his face pretty much sunk in the dirt.
Sunk in the dirt?
Yes.
Okay,
And his right arm in here, again, left arm out here. I do not recall the exact angle, but it was out extended. And his tricep was close to his torso here.
okay. And so I want to make sure I made a good record, and I was distracted by counsel. Could you tell us for the record where the right hand was?
It was in front of his chest,
Right in front of his chest?
tucked into his chest.
And I see you making a motion with the hand. What was he doing? What was happening with the right hand?
It was under his body in front of his chest, like this, tucked into his chest.
Okay, but the hand, I see you making a gesture with the hand
Oh.
itself.
No, I mean, I don't remember if he had a closed fist or not, but his hand was in here.
Okay, so somehow tucked up
Yes.
in that
Again,
direction.
I don't recall if it was closed fist, open fist, but it was in here.
And then left arm, you said,
It was extended out. I do not remember if the angle from forearm to bicep, but it was somewhere out here.
and I think you said extended, is that right?
Yes, extended out.
Okay. And then, was he face down or face up?
He was face down.
And as you walked east and you crossed that path, did you see the right side of his body or the left side of his body?
The right side of the body.
And was his head south or north?
The head was pointing south,
And the feet?
north.
So the head is south, feet are north, and the right side of the body is facing you as you're walking east.
Facing us as we're walking east.
Can you tell me, with relation to the Kelly residence, which side of the body was closest to the Kelly residence, the right side of the body or the left side of the body?
The right side of the person's body.
And I want to go back to what you said about his face. You said his face was sunken into the dirt. Could you describe that for the jury, please?
Yes, as I approached the person's face was in the dirt, which made it hard for me to even see his nose or his lips. I was only able, from the side, I was only able to see his cheek, maybe in this area. I was not able to see his mouth or nose because it was inside the dirt. That's the way I can describe it.
What was your concern at this point?
If the person was breathing or not.
So what did you do next?
I remember grabbing his left shoulder and lifting to see the person's face and body. But at that point, there was blood in front of his face. There was blood underneath his chest. So at that point, I really thought that the person was dead. There was no point in me continuing trying to get a pulse or trying to see if the person was alive because he was not.
Were you able to tell if he was breathing at that point?
No, he was not.
Was there any way at that point, because of the way the body was positioned, to check the victim's breathing without moving him?
No.
When you moved him that 3 inches you described, did you disturb anything on him?
No.
And tell us how you did that and why you know that.
Again, I tried moving him from his shoulder. So I used my hand, lifted his body enough so I could see. Once I saw the pool of blood under his chest and blood on his face, under his face, at that point, again, I wanted to make sure that person was alive, but he was not. So once I saw that, I said, I am no longer touching him. This is a dead person. I need to maintain as much as we can.
Did you notice anything about his jacket at this point?
Yes, he had a wound or an injury on the right side of his back, and the injury or wound was consistent with a perforation on his jacket, or a puncture wound could be.
Did Mr. Kelly make some comments at this point?
Yes.
What did he say?
While examining the body, I mentioned it seems like an entry wound. That was my comment to Deputy Lopez, and then I'm pretty sure Mr. Kelly heard me as well. He said something about having a medical background, and also made the comment of the bullet went through the lung and heart.
Mr. Kelly said that?
Yes.
What did you do next?
I continue checking the area. I checked around the body based on some comments that I heard additionally. Mr. Kelly said that
Before we go there,
Right.
can you tell me, after you determined that the body was deceased, what did you do?
I advised on the radio that we had a dead person on the radio, which is, we call it, that's the terminology we use, but we pretty much pronounced the person deceased at that point.
So do you know what time you pronounced?
18:24 or 6:24 p.m.
And you started to tell me that you went around the area. At some point, was there something with respect to the dogs?
The dogs continue to walk around the area, so I checked the area to see if there was any indication of a struggle or a fight, something that will indicate that something else had happened.
And did you find anything?
No,
Did Mr. Kelly make any comments at this point?
he did.
What did he say?
He mentioned that maybe there was a shooting away from the location.
Did he tell you where he thought
He
that?
pointed northeast of the area, or that's where he faced or pointed to, saying that maybe there was a shooting somewhere else and the person had died at that location that we had found him.
Did he say how the person got there?
That he could have walked there after maybe getting injured somewhere else and then falling at his property.
And what was Mr. Kelly's demeanor at this point?
He appeared nervous, in my opinion.
So can you describe for us a difference between scared and nervous?
At that point, I felt that the explanation I received from Mr. Kelly was more of trying to explain why the person was there and why he had died, and did not see any sort of sign that will indicate to me that he was scared of people being in the area.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to speculation. He doesn't know.
Your Honor, I think he can explain his observations of the witness.
I think he was just explaining his observations, so the objection's overruled.
And I felt during my assessment of the area that he was more concerned about giving me or us as deputies an explanation of why the person was dead, instead of being scared of his surroundings. He never asked about somebody coming to us or being worried that somebody would approach with a firearm. No comments of that nature were made. So.
And you talked about looking around on the area. Did you see any trail of blood?
No, once I asked Deputy Lopez to leave the area with Mr. Kelly, I checked and I couldn't find anything that will indicate that the person was injured and walked to the area.
Okay, let's back up just a second then. When you said you asked Deputy Lopez to leave with Mr. Kelly, why did you do that?
I asked him to take the dogs with him and go back to where the trailer was, just so we could disturb the less possible of the scene. And based on the comments, that's when I started thinking about the earlier call, the shooting call. So at that point, I suspected that there was some involvement coming from the Kelly house.
And so tell us then,
Fucking
after
Columbo
Mr.
here.
Kelly and Deputy Lopez left, exactly what you
Brilliant
did.
work, detective.
They left to the trailer. I remained there, checked surrounding area of the body, looking for footprints, looking for trail of blood, looking for anything that will indicate that the person was injured somewhere else, signs of struggle, drag marks, anything that will indicate to me that the person did not die there.
And did you see anything like that?
No,
Did you see any foot traffic or anything of that nature at all?
no.
And was it and I think you said it was light when you arrived. Was it still light as you were making this search?
It was very close to dusk, so the sun was going down. So at one point, we did lose light. But during my search of the area, there was still enough light for me to see any foot traffic. But eventually, I had to use my flashlight.
And you talked about seeing a pool of blood under the victim. I know you only moved him a little bit, but where were you able to see blood when you first just looked under his shoulder?
It was under his chest, the center of his chest, and I saw the side here. You could see that there was blood.
So that's the part you were able to see?
Yes.
Did you lift his face at that point, or did his face lift at that point when you checked his breathing?
If it did, it was probably just as much that I could see blood under his mouth area, and that's it.
So you did see blood under his mouth?
Yes.
Did you see any other blood near the body?
No.
So the only blood you saw under the chest and under the face?
Yes.
After you made your observations and based on what you knew from the radio traffic you'd heard earlier that day, what did you ask Deputy Lopez to do?
I called Deputy Lopez on the radio and I asked him to secure the firearm that was left in the trailer, horse trailer.
And what was the purpose of securing the handgun while you all were at the crime scene?
The main purpose was officer safety. Again, at that point, I suspected that there was some involvement. However, Mr. Kelly was not detained at that point. I just didn't feel comfortable, or as far as for officer safety, for the firearm to be unsecured.
Who did you call at this point?
I remember getting on the radio, calling. First thing I asked for was the detectives to respond for the investigation. I remember having dispatch get a hold of either an ATF canine or dog, so they could start putting them on standby, so they could start sniffing the area for possible bullets, casings, anything that would indicate that something had occurred. I think I also requested contact with Border Patrol to see if they had any cameras in the area that were close by to the location, so they could start seeing and see if they could pick up any movement, anything prior to us arriving there.
It's time for our mid-afternoon break. Good time to stop?
Thank you. Yes, Judge.
All right, very well. It's time for our mid-afternoon break. We'll be in recess 30 minutes. We'll reconvene at 3:15. We're in recess.
Sorry about that, guys. We're going to move ahead here. We'll skip ahead, kill some time. I do like this pause thing. Makes it clear when they're back. There we go.
We have the witness. Where's the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, there he is.
Would you like him to take the stand?
Yes. By calling the cops, he was a threat.
Trying to hide behind that big guy. Trying to hide behind that big guy.
This is just, it's ridiculous. This is absolute garbage.
Hey there, Denise, you all right? Oh, yeah. Jet rocket fuel. Elon Musk. All right. Thank you. Everyone, please have a seat. The record will show the presence of all the jurors, counsel, and the defendant, and the state can continue with its direct examination of the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Rodriguez, I think we were talking about the folks you'd called out, and we had detectives, ATF, canine, and Border Patrol for cameras. Was there anyone that we missed that you called to the scene at this time?
I could have called somebody else. I just don't remember at this point.
Okay. Just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. And then what was the next thing that happened after you made those calls?
I remained with the dead body and waited for other deputies to arrive to the scene.
And at some point, did the sergeant of the detectives arrive?
Yes,
Was that Sergeant Al Flores?
yes.
And when Sergeant Flores arrived, at some point, did you talk to Detective Ainza?
No, I don't recall seeing him.
You don't, he didn't come to the scene, but did you talk to him at some point to brief him on what you had?
I don't remember, ma'am.
Did you brief Sergeant Flores?
I did.
When Sergeant Flores arrived, did you tell him all of the information you'd received from Mr. Kelly and what you were observing at the scene?
Yes.
And what I want to show you now what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 56B. Do you recognize that? Or let me ask you this. I'm sure you don't recognize it. Can you tell me if the area where the green line ends and it comes to a point with the red line, if that's consistent with the location of the body?
It is.
And for demonstrative purposes only, I want to make sure I understand the position and orientation of the body with respect to the house as you described it. So I'm going to, if we can just have the screen for the witness and counsel. If I put that little figure into the screen, of course, it's not to scale or anything of that nature, but just for orientation purposes, is that accurate with respect to the orientation of the body?
It is.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, I'd ask to publish to the jury.
For that reason, no objection.
Go ahead.
So when Sergeant Flores arrived, what did you and Sergeant Flores do?
Before he arrived, I left Deputy, I don't recall if he was already a corporal, but Deputy Pedro Felix, batch number 154. I left them with the decedent for evidence purposes, and then I walked back towards the trailer to meet with Sergeant Flores.
So you left Pete Felix in charge of the scene? Is that what I
Correct.
understand? Okay. And so he's there to guard the body and be in charge of the scene?
Yes.
And you go over, and is that when you fill in Sergeant Flores by the trailer?
Yes, as we walked towards the scene, I gave him a briefing of what my observations had been to that point.
At some point, did lights arrive?
Yes,
Do you know if that was before, after, or at some point after Sergeant Flores arrived?
I do not recall at what point the generators arrived, but we did get lighting at one point.
Did the lights arrive before you took photographs?
Yes,
And so could you tell the jury what kind of lighting array you all had brought out, if you recall, with the generator?
it was generators, and I don't know the exact name of them, but it's a lighting system that pretty much floods a good area with light for them to process the scene. When I say them, I'm referring to CID, Criminal Investigations Division.
And did you assist with processing the scene?
I assisted with the photographing of the body.
So after the lights arrived, what did you and Sergeant Flores do?
Sergeant Flores took some pictures of the surrounding area next or in the immediate surrounding area of where the body was located. And once he moved to the body, I assisted by moving the person while he took the photographs.
Okay, so let's start. I forgot to ask you a question earlier with respect to the body. Did you make any observations about a backpack on the body as it was positioned on the ground?
Yes.
What did you observe?
The
And this observation, I want to know what you observed as you first arrived before you touched the body.
As I first arrived on the right side of the person, I saw the backpack on the person's head, not on his back, but on his head. As the person fell, it moved towards the front of his head, and then
Objection, that calls for speculation.
Sustained. So that last answer is stricken as to how the backpack moved. Let's start with another question.
Sure. And so I just want to make sure I understand the observation of the backpack. How was the backpack positioned on the body? What did you observe?
it was on the person's head.
Okay. And was it still attached to the body? And you said it's on the head. How is it on the head?
It was resting on top of the person's head, possibly past his head, but it was not on the back.
Will the photos document what you observed?
Yes.
And when you lifted the body a couple of inches, did that disturb the backpack in the way that it was?
No, not at all.
So I want to talk to you about the photographs that Sergeant Flores took. Did you watch him take the photographs?
Of the body,
Yes.
yes. Not the surrounding. I wasn't paying attention at that point.
Okay. And so did Sergeant Flores take photographs before you moved the body, other than what you described already of checking to see if the person was alive?
Yes, he did take photographs before we moved him for any reason.
And then after Sergeant Flores had taken the initial set of photographs, what did you all do?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure, what did you all do? I think you said you assisted with moving the body. How did you move the body? What did you do?
The first thing we did, I cut the straps of the backpack because they were still on the person.
Why did you cut the straps as opposed to trying to remove the backpack from the person?
I would have not been able to remove the backpack without cutting it, without disturbing the body. So I had to cut the straps, and I want to say we cut both of them in order
Are
for
you
us to remove the
crime
backpack
scene
from the
guy
person's
trained to
body
do
that's still
that?
attached to the person.
While you were at the scene, did you
So you
check the
adulterated
backpack?
stuff.
I did.
And what were you checking for?
I was trying to find any sort of weapon or contraband or drugs.
Kevin,
because
these are the
we,
internal court
would not send that
cameras.
to the office of. We will not send that to the office of the medical examiner for processing.
So there are certain things you can't send with the body to the medical examiner's office, is
Yes.
that right? Okay. And did you find any weapons in the backpack or on the person?
No.
Did you find any drugs in the backpack or on the person?
No.
What did you find in the backpack?
There was sweaters or jackets, and there was a can of food.
And Detective or Sergeant, I want to go over with you the backpack. And I think we have it marked as 78. Your Honor, so I'd ask Detective Ainza to gather Exhibit 78 and take it to the witness. Another gloves for him. Oh, okay. Detective, if you could open the package on the table, and we'll have the witness come down if that's okay with the court. Thank you, Detective. Sergeant, could you take a look inside the bag and see if you recognize the items inside?
Yes.
Okay. Sergeant, do you recognize the items inside the bag? Do you recognize all of the items inside the bag?
As far as what I can see, yes.
Okay. And how is that bag marked?
Item 16JA.
And how do you recognize all of the items inside the bag?
I recognize the backpack as being the one I saw on the body, the fanny pack that was on his right side, and there's also a ball cap that I remember he was wearing when he was face down.
Okay.
And there's some sweaters that I remember that we took out.
Those are items you took out of the backpack, is that what you said?
When we photographed it, yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'd move for admission of States Exhibit 78, which is the backpack, the fanny pack, and the items inside the backpack.
Your Honor, items inside the backpack is vague. I'd like for him to see what's inside of it before I can.
I really can't see anything from here, so I'm not sure what the,
Take them out?
Your Honor, my concern was that if he takes them out, then the jury's going to observe them. So I was trying to be cognizant of that fact.
This is, we're planning to make this happen.
So either someone hold the bag.
Yeah, we don't have the evidence crinkling.
And so we all know what's inside this bag before we do it.
I'll defer to the court how you'd like to handle it, Your Honor.
Well, can you just move that around? I can't see, move it a little bit this way so I can actually see what we're looking at. So these other items,
They were items that were contained in the backpack. I believe the witness indicated, Your Honor, that they removed from the backpack at the scene.
The fatty pack,
so not, whatever we're gonna look, whatever you're talking about, is it inside the backpack or inside the bag?
it's inside the backpack, Your Honor, and the fanny pack was never inside the backpack, so that's not a true statement.
Your Honor, counsel's testifying, but I'm sure
I
that the
understand.
witness can clarify where the fanny pack was.
Clear the jury out and figure this out. It's going to be the easier way of handling this.
I really don't think the jury can see much from where they're sitting. So why don't you just pull the individual items out, keep them as much as you can within that orange bag, see what you can see, and then we can ask questions from there. Any objection for that from the defense?
No, I just want to see what's in it before so he can prove it, not just items.
Yes, backpack. Backpack. It's on the map, on the map, on the map. Oh, she's already upset. You see her shaking her head. She's not liking this.
Your Honor, just for the record, some of those things were found on the body, and then maybe some of them were contained in. Now that I have seen each one, I want, if he could identify each one and tell the court that he has recognized each one, I would have no objection after that.
Well, what about the identification of where the items were located when they were put in, before they were put into
I'm
evidence?
happy to go into that, Your Honor, and I'm sure that when we go over the photos in a minute, it'll clarify as well.
All right. I don't think I really don't think it's a major controversial thing, so I think that'll work.
Sergeant Rodriguez, do you recognize all the items in that red bag?
Not all of it.
Okay, which items don't you recognize?
There's a red sweater and a gray t-shirt. I don't recall seeing it.
We need you to use the microphone.
Could have been there, but I don't remember.
Okay. If they're in your photograph, in the photographs you and Sergeant Flores took, would that help refresh your recollection?
Probably, yes.
Okay. Other than that, the other items in the bag, do you recognize everything other than those two items?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of States Exhibit 78 minus the red sweatshirt and the gray t-shirt, subject to later foundation by another witness.
With that, I will agree, and as long as he stipulates where they were located later. Not all contained in the backpack.
I understand. All right. The items identified within Exhibit 78 are admitted.
Sergeant, could you please remove the backpack and the fanny pack from exhibits with the court's permission? May I publish?
Yes, sir.
Could you please remove?
I'm sorry, any objection from the defense?
No, as far as publishing, no objection. Thank you, Your Honor.
Could you please remove the backpack and the fanny pack from States Exhibit 78, please? Yeah, let's start with the backpack first, please. Yes. And can you please point for the jury where you cut the straps on the backpack? Okay. And when you first saw the backpack, can you tell us what condition it was in?
The backpack was on the person's head. The backpack was on the person's head. I want to say past his head. And the straps were still attached to it.
And do you have any recollection of whether the zippers were zipped or unzipped?
I do not recall if they were unzipped. I do remember unzipping the bag to take out the items.
Okay. And could you now take out the fanny pack for us, please?
That fanny pack.
And is that the condition the fanny pack was in when you observed it?
Looks like it's camouflaged.
As far as the straps or?
Yes, the straps. Do you recall?
This is the fanny pack. I just don't remember if it was broken or not.
Okay, does it appear to be broken?
The buckle seems to be broken.
Okay, thank you. And could you perhaps show the backpack a little so that the jury can actually see it? And
You
maybe
can
the
walk,
straps?
you can step up and towards the jury.
It's a
and just
camo
walk over to the
backpack.
jurors.
Bad guys wear camouflage when they're sneaky peek. Meet Sneaky Pete.
And could you show them the fanny pack as well? And can you show us the items inside that you recognize?
I recognize the hat. He was wearing it.
Can you tell us how he was wearing it and what you observed about the hat when you first saw it before you moved the body?
When the person was facing down, the visor of the cap was in front of his forehead, almost covering his eyes, as if when he went down, just stay like this. My head is down, the hat is there.
Okay. And then any other items inside the backpack you recognize?
I don't recognize seeing this. Again,
You can put that back in. The ones you don't recognize, just leave those in there.
You want me to take out what I recognize?
Yes.
I remember this one,
And that's a black hat
Doesn't sound like
for
he
the record?
recognizes anything.
beanie or hat,
And it's black in color, is that right?
black, yes.
Okay.
Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow.
And I remember this sweater as well.
And for the record, is that a black sweatshirt and does it have some words on it?
Yes.
Do you know what it says?
It says treat people with kindness.
And then what's the next thing that you recognize?
Yeah, the other two items inside, I do not remember seeing them.
Okay. And then you also said there was some food items in the backpack, is that right?
Yes.
And those are no longer in the backpack, is that right?
No, they're not.
Can you tell us why that is?
I remember it was tuna cans
Okay.
and some other canned items, for edible.
Do you know if there's a policy at the sheriff's department regarding perishable items?
We do not store them in the evidence room.
So would those have been destroyed pursuant to policy?
Yes.
You photographed that though, is that correct?
Pardon me?
You photograph it before you destroy it?
Sergeant Close.
Yeah, okay. Okay, you can have a seat, thank you. And I think I'm gonna need an item, I'm not sure that we had you bring it in, so if I could tell you what that item number is. Item number 79. After you looked through the backpack, or maybe before you looked through the backpack, at some point did you discover a wallet?
Yes.
Where did you discover the wallet?
The wallet was on the person's right rear pocket of the pants.
So right rear pocket, like right on the cheek or
It was
somewhere
on the,
else?
yes, on the cheek, on the normal pant pocket of the cheek,
Okay.
the buttock.
And what did you discover inside the wallet?
There was some pictures, photographs, one of the Mexican electoral cards, and some Mexican currency, cash in paper bills.
So there's actually money in the wallet?
Yes.
And you said there's a Mexican electoral card. Can you tell the jury what you understand that to be?
My understanding of that is every, as far as I understand, every citizen in Mexico, when they're of age to be able to vote, they get a unique card to them with a unique number. And that's pretty much their ID card for official identification purposes.
So would that be similar to what we use for an Arizona, for our driver's license in the United States or our passport?
It's more of a federal official card because they do have licenses throughout the states.
So
So
more
yes.
like a passport then?
Yes.
Now, after you searched the backpack and the wallet, what did you all do next?
We proceeded to move the person to face up.
And what did you observe about the body at that point when you flipped the body,
Face
the deceased
down,
person over?
ass
At
up.
that point, confirmed my observations of more blood towards the inside of, or the center of his chest.
That's the way these
And
cops.
his face also was bloody.
Did you notice anything else about the face?
It appeared that the face was, there was injury to the face, I'm assuming when he fell. It was, the nose was swollen.
Objection to the assumption. He has no personal knowledge.
Overruled.
And what did you observe specifically about the nose and the face?
The face and the nose was bloody. There was dirt around his face, and also, of course, pale skin, which is also another indication of death. I'm sorry.
Did you notice an exit wound?
We had to unzip the jacket that he had. It was full of blood on the front. We unzipped the jacket, and we did notice what appeared to be a wound.
And when you looked at the two wounds, what did you believe this was?
I believe that was possibly an exit wound from a projectile.
Did you look at the other wound as well?
Yes.
And where did you see the exit wound?
It was in the center of the chest.
Were we able to get that? Okay. That's okay. And I want to chat with you now about the photographs. You and Al Flores, or I suppose Sergeant Al Flores, took the photographs, but you were present for them. Is that right?
Yes.
So I want to talk with you about those photographs. Did you look at a CD labeled number 1AF, and did you initial and date that?
I did.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 116. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what does that item appear to be?
It appears to be a CD containing some data or photographs.
Is that the CD that you observed?
Yes,
And did you look through that CD?
I did.
And were any of those, I'm not sure why I'm, can we hold off? Thank you. Did you look through all of those photographs?
Yes,
Did the photographs appear to be in the order in which you all did your work that night?
yes,
Did you recognize all of the photographs on the CD?
yes.
Okay.
Except for the first one.
Okay, we'll go through those before we show them to the jury. So could the witness have the screen? And counsel? Okay. So we're starting with the first photograph on that CD. Do you recognize that photograph?
I did. I remember seeing it. Yes.
Okay. Do you know what this picture is of?
No.
I'm going to move to the next picture. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that photograph is?
Is the person of the decedent facing the picture is facing south?
And I'm going to go back to the first picture. Just for the record, in the upper left, does that say img_0023.jpg?
Yes.
And I'm going to refer to those just as image 23 and image 24, et cetera, going forward. So you do not recognize image 23, is that right?
I don't.
You recognize image 24?
Yes.
Is there a problem with the screen? Do we need to
Just
adjust
the
it?
glare of the light.
Your Honor, can we perhaps adjust that a bit for the witness so he can see the photographs?
There is.
Is it better?
Yes.
Oh, you moved it? Okay.
We're good, thanks.
Do you recognize image 24?
Yes.
25?
Yes.
26?
Yes.
27?
Yes.
28?
Yes.
29?
Yes.
30?
Yes.
31?
Yes.
32?
Yes.
33?
Yes.
34?
Yes.
35?
Yes.
36?
Yes.
37?
Yes.
38?
Yes.
39?
Yes.
40?
Yes.
41?
Yes.
42?
Yes.
43?
Yes.
44?
Yes.
45?
Now I see it. Yes.
46?
I remember seeing the sweater. I just didn't see it in the backpack.
Okay. 46. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
47?
Yes.
48?
Yes.
49?
I have a hard time figuring out what that
Telling
is.
what that is?
Yes.
50?
Yes.
51?
Yes.
52?
Yes.
53?
Yes.
54?
Yes.
55?
Yes.
56?
Yes.
57?
Yes.
58? Oh,
I
sorry.
don't see 50.
Sorry, 58?
Yes.
59?
Yes.
60?
Yes.
61?
Yes.
62?
Yes.
63?
Yes.
64,
Yes.
65,
Yes.
66,
Yes.
67,
Yes.
68,
Yes.
69,
Yes.
70,
Yes.
71,
Yes.
72,
Yes.
73,
Yes.
74,
Yes.
75,
Yes.
76,
Yes.
77,
Yes.
78,
Yes.
79,
Yes.
80,
Yes.
81,
Yes.
82.
That I don't remember seeing it or why it was taken.
Okay, so you don't recognize image number 82, image number 49, and image number 23, is that right?
Yes.
Other than that, do you recognize the remainder of the pictures?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of State's Exhibit 78 minus images 24, 49, and 82, which I believe will be able to lay the foundation for with another witness.
Could I
Oh,
please
is that
see
the
it?
wrong exhibit number? Let me get the right exhibit number. Sorry, Judge. Is it 116 on the exhibit you have there?
116, yes.
Your Honor, for the record, that would be 116 minus images 49, 24, and 82.
Can I please see photo 82 on the screen?
Sure. I think I had it up a minute ago.
Too fast.
And I'm sure counsel can ask Detective Flores about that tomorrow, about these other three photos. I don't anticipate there'll be an issue with.
Can I take this witness on voir dire about this particular photo? Just a couple questions.
Well, they're not offering this photo through this witness.
Okay, but it's
If
on
I
the
understood
disc.
correctly, right, you're not offering this at
I'm
this
not
time.
offering this, this
So
photo.
just curious, if I may ask, if everything is on there and there's minus 3 photos and the jurors later would like to see it, how would they see it with 3 photos missing?
Well, we can deal with that problem if it
Okay.
arises. I understand there's another witness who's going to come in, and the state believes that witness can lay the foundation
For the
these-
other 3?
for these other 3. If he is, and they come into evidence, we don't have a problem. If
Yes.
he can't, and they don't come into evidence, then I'll deal with it then.
He's
Okay.
the photographer, Your Honor.
Okay, with that in mind, I have no objection.
All right, thank you. Exhibit number 116 is received with the exception of the photographs identified as photographs number 24, 49, and 82. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So,
Permission to publish except those photographs.
Any objection?
No, sir.
And Your Honor, I think it was 23, not 24. Pardon me. 24 is one he identified. It's 23. I was incorrect when I said that.
Can you go
earlier.
back to 23, just so I know what that is?
Sure.
The mattress shooting was a
Okay.
long
With the
time ago,
exception
but
of
yes,
items-
we
photographs
did.
number 23, 49, and 82.
Thank you.
And you
Your
can
Honor.
publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're looking at image number 24. Sergeant, could you tell us what we're looking at here?
That is the photograph of the decedent or the dead person.
Okay. And can you tell the jury the fanny pack, is this the position the
Thing
body
number
was in
one.
when you saw it, and the fanny pack and the backpack when you first arrived?
Yes.
And what are we seeing on the right side of the body?
There's a fanny pack.
Okay. And is that how the fanny pack was positioned when you arrived?
Yes.
And the backpack, you
Fannie
described earlier
Willis
the backpack sort of being
guest
up over the
starring in
head. Is this how
Arizona.
you observed it?
Yes.
Oh, come on. Let's go, guys.
Anything else about that picture
Let's
we're looking
go,
at
Jets.
that the jury needs to know?
No.
Showing you exhibit 25, or I'm sorry, image 25 on exhibit 116. Is that just another picture from the other, another angle?
Yes.
Again, is this before you've disturbed the evidence?
Yes.
Is this the same thing, the body in place?
Yes.
And is that a better picture of what you observed with respect to the backpack?
Yes.
Is this another angle of the body in place before you moved anything?
Yes.
And this picture as well?
Yes.
28? Yeah, image number 28.
Yes.
And what are we seeing here in this image?
Is the same individual. However, the picture is taken from a different angle at this point.
Okay, and what are we observing on the victim's back at this point?
We can see the backpack and also the blood on the right side of the back.
And image 29, what are we observing here?
Same individual, and this is taken from a different angle. We can see the back and also some blood, but it's covered by the brush, so you can't see it clearly. And then the backpack, which also it's kind of blocked with the brush there. So
Is this an accurate depiction of what the body looked like as you approached in terms of the brush?
yes,
And then is this another picture, image number 30, of the body in place before you disturbed it?
yes,
Image number 31, What is this depicting?
The person's back and his right side where you see the blood and also the wound or puncture wound.
Could you take the stylus and circle what you believed was the entry wound in this case? And let me ask you, did I ask you whether you thought this was the entry wound? I'm not sure I asked you that.
You did.
Okay. And is this what you believe to be the entry wound?
I believe, yes.
Okay. Anything else about this picture? I see something to the left down below. Do you know what that is?
It was a radio that it was still on the person's waist.
Okay. And then next to that,
Mexican
is that the fanny pack we observed
radio.
in the other picture?
Yes.
Da-da-da-da, on the Mexican
number 32.
radio.
What are we observing here?
Whoa, whoa.
These,
Oh,
okay.
come on, that's funny.
That is the person's back, the backpack covering part of the head, and then the strap to the left side of the backpack, and then the subject's hand to his side.
And is that what you were describing earlier about how the body was positioned when you found it with the left arm out?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury that strap we see, is that the strap that goes around the back, or is that a different strap?
At this point, I still don't know if that strap goes around the back or if it was strapped to the actual fanny pack. I don't know that.
Okay. Does this backpack have straps that go around the waist as well?
I don't remember. I will have to check.
Could you go ahead and, with the court's permission, could he check the backpack, Your Honor, Exhibit 78?
It has the shoulder straps, and it does have a strap that goes around the waist.
Okay, thank you. So if we're looking at the backpack in image 32, is it possible that's the bottom strap with that clip on it?
It is possible.
Okay, so we'll see in a second, I'm sure, some more photographs. Or we'll go back if we need to. Image 33, what are we looking at here?
Again, that's the person's lower back, the belt he's wearing, and then a picture of the right pant pocket and the fanny pack on the side.
And what did you find in the right back pocket?
The person's wallet.
And what are we looking at in image 34?
The left side of the person's leg or part of the leg, upper leg, the buttock area, and also the pocket on the left side.
And exhibit 35 or image 35?
That is the lower limb on the right side or the lower leg.
Image 36.
The left leg and the shoes, no, or the boots.
And what are we looking at in image 37?
This is a picture of the person at a different angle. And then the tree that I mentioned earlier that we walked on the north side of it. And at the, up here, if I circle, can I circle it?
Yes, please.
Right here are the lights of the Kelly residence.
So which direction are we looking in this picture?
This is west of the body.
So we're looking toward the west from the body,
Yes,
toward the Kelly residence.
correct.
Image 38? Could you tell us what that is?
38 is the same, similar image to the previous one. However, there's you can see more of the lights in the background behind that tree.
Image 39.
That's another picture of the wound of the decedent.
And can you see in this photograph the strap to the fanny pack?
Do you want to hear, buddy?
Yes,
And image 40, what are you doing here in this photograph?
it was a photograph of the again the hole with in the fabric of the jacket with a ruler next to it.
Whose hand is in this picture?
That will be my hand.
Okay. And I see that there's something black on your hand. Could you tell the jury what that is?
Those are gloves, disposable gloves.
And those are the gloves that you have on your person?
Yes,
Showing you image 41, is that a similar view of or a similar view of the gunshot entry wound?
yes.
And image 42, what does this depict?
Same thing. The wound of the decedent.
And image 43, could you tell us what this is showing?
This is the subject's or decedent's face while he's face down on the ground.
And I see that the face is down, and I see the hat. Is that what you were describing with respect to how the hat was positioned under the body?
Yes.
And could you circle that for the jury just so they see what, I'm sure they can see it, but just in case. And then can you see an unzipped portion of the backpack?
Yes, I do.
And do you know which part of the backpack that was?
I do not recall at this point.
Does it look like from this image, can you tell from this image which portion of the backpack it was?
It seems like it was the left side of the backpack.
Okay. Showing you image 44.
Face down, ass
Can you
up.
tell me what this image is?
So wait,
That is an
Gabriel.
image of the beanie or hat that we took out from the backpack.
So is this when you started to empty the items from the
The
backpack?
wind's scaring
Yes.
you, buddy. It's okay. It's okay.
And can you tell us what image 45 is?
That is a sweater.
And is that the red sweater that's in the red bag that you
It gets
identified earlier?
scary when it's windy.
That's the one I did not remember.
You think
Okay,
it's got a
So that,
thunder.
but now that you've looked at this photograph,
It's
does that
called a
refresh your
thunder
recollection?
tonight.
Yes,
He's shaking like a leaf.
And now we're looking at image 46. Can you tell us what this is?
that's a sweater as well.
Is that the other item that you weren't able to identify in the red bag?
That item I do not see in the bag.
Can you take a look again, just to make sure?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the witness.
Either equivalent because he's got diarrhea. I don't know. Clyde's on the Mexican radio. Whoa, whoa. Ba-dum, ba-dum, bum.
The item is not in.
You don't see the gray t-shirt? All right, thank you. Go ahead and have a seat. And that's image number 46. So we'll move on to image number 47. Is this the sweatshirt you described, you read the words for us a few minutes ago?
Yes.
And image number 48, could you tell the jury what we're seeing here?
There's the items I mentioned before, some of the tuna cans. I don't remember if that was water or some sort of electrolyte, and that's food items.
Okay.
It's got
thank you.
Brondo.
Image 49. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me just look past that. Image 50.
That is probably tissue paper. The other item I don't remember. It could have been candy. I would be speculating at this point.
Okay. But you remember viewing these items, is that right?
Yes,
Image 51.
that's also something that was inside the bag, and I think it was food as well.
And are we looking down into the unzipped portions of the bag?
Yes,
Image 52, is this another photograph of the fanny pack and the, tell me what it is.
radio.
Radio, thank you.
Yes,
Sorry, my brain isn't working.
The
And are we
Mexican
looking,
radio.
image 53, are we looking inside the fanny pack at this point?
yes.
What is that that's inside the fanny pack?
It was something. It was something to eat. I just don't remember what it was.
It was a churro.
And what are we looking at in image 54?
That's when I lifted the subject's shirt and to take a picture of the actual wound.
And image 55?
Same picture or
You
same
authorized
area of the
all
body,
that,
just a
dude?
different angle.
Okay. And is that the actual, is this the entry wound or the exit wound we're looking at?
I believe that was the entry wound.
So that would be on the subject's back.
Yes,
And is this another photograph of the same thing, image 56, only with a measuring device in place?
yes.
And image 57
Same area of the body, different picture.
You're okay, Bob.
and image
Okay.
58, what are we looking at here?
You got like a
The
hat.
wallet found on the subject's back pocket.
Image 59?
Same.
Image 60, is that inside the deceased person's wallet?
Yes.
And what are we looking at in 61?
Those are some bills in
What you
Mexican
want,
currency.
Bobby?
Do you know how much currency was in there?
I do not know that.
You weren't in charge of processing the evidence, somebody else was?
No.
Image
So why are you
62, is that another picture
Processing
of
all of it.
the victim's wallet?
Yes.
Image 63, is that the Mexican identification card you were talking about, or electoral card you were talking about?
Yes.
And were you able to identify the victim from that Mexican electoral card?
Not at that point.
But you saw his name from this card, is that right?
Yes.
And what was the name on the card?
Gabriel Cuen is the last name.
Put you down,
Additional
buddy.
Bautimea.
Gotta put you
Image
down,
64, what are we looking at here?
Once we move the body, I believe Sergeant Flores photographed the area of where the blood was, and also the circle where the face would have been before or after we moved him.
So could you describe for us the larger section? What are we looking at with the larger discolored section?
This will be the area of the chest or torso, and this is the area of his face.
And image 65, what are we looking
Be
at
right
here?
back, guys.
That's the decedent when we turn him on face up.
And could you describe for us what you were talking about with respect to what you observed on the victim's face?
I saw his, again, I saw dirt. I believe that the nose appeared to be swollen, the blood on his cheek, his mouth, and again, there was a lot of dirt on his face.
Is this the position his hand was in when you flipped him over?
Yes,
And could you describe for the jury what we're seeing here with respect to his right hand in this photograph?
his right hand, again, as I explained before, was tucked in into his chest at this point.
And I think you didn't recall specifically how the hand was. Can you tell from this picture how his fingers are at this time?
He was halfway making a fist, maybe.
And we see some other debris there. Can you tell what that debris is?
That's the brush that was underneath the person's body as well.
Did that appear to be consistent with the brush from that location?
Yes,
And what you observed for the debris on his face, did that appear to be consistent with where you saw his face implanted in the dirt?
yes.
And image 66, are we looking at essentially the same thing, slightly different view?
Yes.
67, is that a better picture of what you observed with his face?
Yes.
And could you tell us what you observed, what we're looking at here with respect to his nose?
It appears that the nose is, again, it appears swollen to me. And it seems like there's an injury to the lip or the mouth area.
And is that consistent with how you saw his face implanted in the ground?
Yes.
And now we're looking at image 68. Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
That's the same person. It's just a different area of his body, which is from the neck down all the way to his thigh.
And can you tell us what he's wearing on the top part?
He's wearing the jacket, a grayish jacket. I wouldn't say it's a Carhartt jacket. And the pants seem like a tactical type of pant with some side pockets and the belt.
Would you call those cargo pants?
Cargo pants, tactical pants. I call them tactical, but they're cargo pants pretty much.
They're tactical, so
And
he's
the
a bad
Carhartt
guy.
jacket, what are we observing with that discoloration on the jacket?
What portion of the jacket are you
The
talking?
discoloration, what are we observing with respect to the discoloration? If you could just walk us through that.
I don't think I'm understanding the question, man.
What is the discoloration on his jacket? What is that substance on the jacket?
That was the blood from the subject's body.
And image number 69, what are we looking at here?
Same individual, showing the entire torso, arms, and face, and blood on the jacket as well.
Image 70, is that a close-up of the face?
Yes,
And can you see a little more of the damage that you observed to the face?
yes. There's, again, it seems like damage or injury to the lips, mouth.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. We heard from the medical examiner already on this and it was not noted. I think you just got pulling going on here. I don't think he knows what this
I
really
think
is.
this is also getting cumulative and redundant, so let's move on.
Okay,
I mean, we're seeing the same image over and over again without a whole lot of differences. So let's
Okay.
move through this. Or either cut some of these out or let's move through this.
I'll go really quick, Judge. 71,
say,
is
we
this
can't
the
even tell
image where
because
you
we
unzipped the
can't
jacket that you described
See any of
earlier?
this?
Yes.
72, can you tell us what this photograph is?
There was a cell phone on the left pocket of the person.
And did you collect that cell phone from his left pocket?
It was left to CID, yes.
CID would have handled that.
Yes,
73, is that just another picture of the cell phone?
yes,
74, could you tell us what we're looking at here? Is that where the face implanted
yes,
and the hat?
yes.
75, could you tell the jury what you're looking at here?
That's when we unzipped the jacket and moved the shirt to see where the blood could have been coming from, which was the injury on the chest.
And that's what you described as the exit wound, is that right?
Yes,
76, just a close-up of the same thing?
yes,
77, again, another image of the same thing?
yes.
78, what are we looking at here?
That was the subject's shoe, sole of the shoe.
79, is that a better picture of the same thing?
Same, probably better lighting.
80, is that the other shoe?
Yes,
81, is that the last photograph?
yes,
Same, also a picture of the boot.
yes.
Thank you. That's all I had for the screen. I have two.
There. Sorry.
I'm gonna show you what the mark is stated in 79. Could you take a look at it and see if you recognize it?
It appears to be the same wallet that we took from the decedent.
Could you take a look and, could you open that packaging and look inside and see if that is the decedent's wallet?
Yes.
Your Honor, and certain things were released by the court. I just asked to talk about that with the jury.
Jury or with the witness or what?
The court, I don't know how you'd like me to handle it, but the court authorized certain items to be released to the family because they needed them for the estate, including his identification. I just want to explain to the jury whether or not they're. And I know this witness would not know that, so. Without showing that to the jury, if you could just hold it down and show it to Ms. Lothorpe, please. Sergeant, do you recognize that item?
Yes.
And what does it appear to be?
The wallet taken from the decedent at the scene.
Some of the items are no longer in the wallet, is that correct?
Some of them.
You're going to move for admission of State's Exhibit 79, which is the brown wallet belonging to the victim.
No objection.
79 is admitted.
And could you tell the jury how that item of evidence is marked with an item number?
Item number 16.1, JA.
Thank you.
Show me what's been marked as State's Exhibit 81.
Could you tell me what item number that item is marked with?
Item 16.3, JA.
Could you open that item and take a look inside, please?
They gotta hurry the fuck up here. They gotta hurry the fuck up. Come on.
16.3, JA.
Get the Mexican radio thing going now.
Exhibit number 81.
Oh. That worked.
81's admitted.
Thank you,
Just
Your Honor.
Patrick Tomlinson's pepperoni bread. Only the finest will do. Artisan made. Artisanal.
I'm not sure we identified what it is yet, so,
Um,
Right.
No, we didn't.
okay, let's do that.
Thank you, Judge. I was just about to.
All right.
What is that item of evidence you have in front of you?
It's a cell phone.
Is that the cell phone that was recovered from the victim's body?
It looks like it, yes.
It appears consistent with what you recall and from what you saw in the photographs?
Yes.
And is that how it's marked on the evidence item?
Yes.
And does it indicate it's from victim GCB?
Yes.
And can you tell me, after you turned the body and you noticed the angle of the exit wound, did that tell you anything about the scene?
At that point, I suspected that the angle was consistent with the projectile possibly coming from the Kelly residence.
And what did you do when you made that observation?
At that point,
Yes.
I didn't do anything.
At some point earlier, after you made some other observations, did you make some determinations about the home itself and the scene itself?
Yes, I did.
And what determination did you make?
I remember getting on the radio and letting Sergeant Lluvia Garcia, who had arrived at that point, I asked her to please make contact at the residence and make sure to speak to the occupant and have him exit the residence and secure the property for a possible search warrant attack.
So tell me a little bit about the process of when you determine that you're going to request a search warrant. What do you do when you decide you need to do a search warrant?
In general, or just this?
Just in general?
The search warrant is obtained after probable cause of a crime exists. So at that point, I suspected that a crime had been committed, in this case, a possible homicide. I suspected that the Kelly residents had involvement, to include the owners. So I suspected that they were involved, and evidence of the crime would have been inside that property. So at that point, we needed to seize the property or take control until we could obtain a search warrant.
So you secure the property until you get the search warrant?
Yes,
And does that include having everyone exit the property?
correct.
And what's the reason why you have everyone exit this property while you obtain the search warrant?
The reason for the exit is to prevent any contamination or any destruction of evidence.
And just to be clear, is that what happened in this case?
Yes,
The residence was secured?
correct.
And after you secured the residence, did you share all that information about what you had done with respect to securing the residence with Sergeant Flores when he arrived?
Yes,
So did that happen before Sergeant Flores arrived?
yes, it did.
And would that be standard procedure to secure a residence and have residents leave while you secure a warrant?
Yes.
Sergeant Rodriguez, do you see Mr. Kelly here in the courtroom?
Yes.
And could you describe what he's wearing and where he's sitting for the jury?
He's wearing a button shirt, blue with squares or squared shirt, a blue vest, and wearing eyeglasses.
Your Honor, would the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant?
Sword.
Your Honor, that's all I had for this witness.
Very well. We're going to take our evening recess. Tomorrow's Friday. Would you like to start at 9 o'clock? No. We want to keep it at 8:30. We'll end at 4:30 on Friday anyway, but you want to keep going at 8:30 or 9 o'clock? 8:45. How about 8:45? How about that? Gosh, Solomonic decision by the judge. All right, we'll begin then tomorrow at 8:45. Please be in jury room promptly at 8:45. I'll stay here with counsel. You excuse. Remember the court's admonition, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Your Honor, and could Detective Ainsa handle the evidence?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Your Honor, can all the evidence be brought back tomorrow?
Yes.
Same evidence he's been conned. When will Sean become an honorary lesbian Flux? Hi, Flux. Hi, now, Flux Raiders. What the Flux? Flux, fluxing it up.
And Your Honor, we'll
How are
defer
you
to the court
doing?
on whether you believe we need to reseal it overnight. I know it's going to be in court's evidence, whatever the court would prefer that we do.
So, all right. So that's day
I'm sorry,
8.
observed everything in there, and I have no problem with it not being resealed at
We're
this time,
going to
as long as
start.
it's
You
in
know what?
the
We got
court's
a little
custody.
bit of time
All right.
tonight. We're gonna
You can all be
start
seated for a
day
second. This will
9.
just take a minute. I just wanted to say that based upon our discussion before lunch, it sounds very much like the parties.
So we got a little bit of day 9 to get into, so we're going to do that next. So that was the 4th. And now we're on to the 5th. I think. And I just got to double check. Double check my timing. Double check my timing. Hold on, chattels. Hold on, chattels. Hold. Guys, welcome all to the Flux people. You guys are we're a little bit in flux ourselves right now. Oh God. Like, oh God, I did a great job on that one. So later tonight, I'm gonna try to figure out how to do some Twitch streaming. We're gonna do some Helldivers, and I don't know how it's gonna work. So we'll give it a shot. We'll give it the old college try. George Kelly was the last day we did April 3rd, so we just did the 4th. Yes, we are on the correct day. So if you guys were not aware, this is where I've been watching it. This is where we can get it from. Is here. So we have every day except, see, coming soon. Soon. But see, we have a couple of half days, chat, so we'll catch up even quicker. We'll catch up even quicker, chat. So here we go. We'll watch this and we'll call it good for the day. Come on. Come on. Let's go, Judge Fink. Don't be a dink. Playback speed. El Customero. There we go. Oh, we have some talkies.
which I
We
The
have some
total was 15.
we have some talkies now.
Yeah, come on up, thanks. Have a seat.
Now he's wearing a suit because now he's not working today.
And just to remind you, as I remind all witnesses after an evening adjournment, you're still under oath. Thank you, sir. I believe we were about to start the cross-examination. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant.
good morning.
You're in civies today.
Close catch.
Yes.
So just to recap, you seem to have a lot of experience, 10 years supervision, correct?
Correct.
15 years as a law enforcement officer, 2 years of which was in detention.
17 total.
So it's a total of
15
17.
15 as a sworn or peace officer and 2 as a detention officer.
Okay. Thank you for the correction. My total was off on the total was 15 plus the 2. Okay. And you've had all kinds of training and everything, correct?
I have.
You know, firearms, you qualify firearms every year? Been in,
Do I qualify for?
Yeah.
Yes,
have you been an instructor in firearms at all?
for 2 years.
Okay. And at this time, you were, though, working in admin, you said. What is that? What did you do there?
In December 2022, I was assigned as the administrative sergeant / training coordinator. That was my position during the incident.
Okay. And so what's the admin part about?
Admin sergeant is it's a position within the sheriff's office that takes care of
Thank you,
administrative
Gabriel.
duties. Again, one of them being training coordinator, which
Gabriel.
I ensure that all officers are up to par with
We have
their training or
shows
yearly
on
training
Thursdays
as
at
per easy post
9:30.
guidelines. One of the other things that I did during that time was be in charge or supervise the school resource officers and be their officer as well. That's another duty of the administrative sergeant. And as a general instructor, I also ensure that other general instructors within the department have proper lesson plans and training material when any sort of a training was required, and also scheduling training for detectives, officers, deputies, eventually also detention personnel. And again, that's what I can remember at this point.
Thank you for that. And how long were you in that position?
I was there since December 2022, and I went back to the road December 2023.
Okay. So all of December, oh no, end of December. So all of 23, pretty much. So 1 year.
Yes,
And in January 30th, that would have been your role at that time as far as your duties, correct?
correct.
But whether it's low in staff or people were tied up for whatever reason, you offered assistance in this case, correct?
I was out on the road patrolling at that point.
Okay. So, but your job was not a patrol officer, correct? At that time,
Could you repeat the question for me?
your job at that time was not patrol,
I was not assigned to the patrol division. No.
right? But you signed in on this call when you heard what the nature of the call was and knowing the availability of everybody, correct?
Yes,
Okay. I just wanted to get that straight. So you know how important it is, training, right?
yes,
Protocol, procedures. These are things that are important for you, right?
correct.
And the department and everyone that works as in law enforcement, right?
Yes,
Matter of fact, it's so important that it's important to have ongoing training all the time in different areas of your job set, right?
yes.
Okay. And it starts with your original training when you became a police officer. How long were you in your training to become a?
My basic academy was a total of 17 weeks.
And although you've been away from that for at the time of this offense and now for, quite a lot of years, but you do too also go to training and keep these skills and procedures updated, correct?
Yes,
All right. And there's a reasons for protocol training of procedures. There are good reasons why you are trained in this and why you should follow it, correct?
yes,
I mean, you just can't be a cowboy and approach the scene the way you want. You're supposed to approach it through your training skills and protocol and through your supervisor, correct?
yes.
Okay. It's not a trick question. Okay.
I'm just trying to listen to everything you're saying.
That's fine. And if you don't understand me, just let me know. Okay. But what I'm saying is, crime scene. There is a training set of guidelines out there that you've been trained on, and everyone else that's in your department or any law enforcement department, a protocol, what to follow, what to do, right?
Correct.
Okay. You wouldn't want someone just to walk through a crime scene and tamper with it and alter evidence, right?
No.
Okay. So there's a reason for the procedures on how to handle it. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And we're going to get back to that. What I'd like to know is, I heard something that you said yesterday, and you were referencing that you felt that you, in your mind, had probable cause that you wanted to get a search warrant. And you said it pretty early in the process of everything. So my question to you is, what you formed an opinion that Mr. Kelly might be a suspect in this case, and to the point that it wasn't just suspicious in your mind, it was enough to get a search warrant, right?
Correct.
Which rises to the next level of probable cause, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'd like you to educate these jurors on why you thought at that moment that you had probable cause when you made that comment that you were going to get a search warrant.
Your Honor, objection. This has already been ruled on by the court. And this
I'm
is
not
confusing
challenging
for the
the-
jury.
Sorry. I'm not challenging I'm challenging the reasoning that gets us in this court, why he led to the arrest. I don't have a motion to challenge the probable cause. I just want to know why he, who testified yesterday, thought he had enough evidence. What was the evidence?
And Your Honor, I don't think probable cause is the same as a search warrant. Probable cause for a search warrant. I think this is confusing for the jury, and the court's already ruled on all of these issues, the search warrant and the probable cause.
It was his testifying statement.
Overruled, the witness can answer.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so again, the day of January 30th, 2023, I learned about the incident early in the afternoon, 2:33 p.m. And again, at the 100 Sagebrush or 100 Willow Circle, there was reports of an active shooter. That was the report I received. That's the information I had.
Okay, let me ask you something along that line. We'll kind of break this down so you're not speaking in a narrative format. So you have an active shooter. It was at the same location that you're hearing this second call, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And is it true that the victim was Mr. Kelly through, however it got to your department? He was the complainant or the victim in the case, correct?
he was the reporting party initially.
Okay.
No, I will probably make a correction to that. The reporting party to the sheriff's office was the United States Border Patrol authorities who had received the call from Mr. Kelly.
Okay. So then that makes him the potential victim, the caller, the complainant.
The complainant and reporting party, yes.
Reporting party was the original, the one that your department heard was Border Patrol. But it was about a person complaining of shots being fired at his home, correct?
Yes,
Okay. So you learned that Kelly was reporting shots fired on his property, a shot fired on his property, correct?
the report I remember was the complainant reporting he was being fired at and possibly he returned fire.
Possibly going to return fire, right?
Possibly returned fire. Again, the details of the call, I was not present when he called Border Patrol.
So you think, based on the info you got, which you can only account for what you heard, correct?
Correct,
That he had already returned fire, possibly.
possibly.
So this is forming in your head, right?
Yes,
And so did you anywhere later learn that when he made the call that he hadn't stepped out of his house yet to even try to return fire somewhere?
those details I don't have, no.
Okay, so you don't know that today. Do you know that now?
I do know that he chased down the group. That's my understanding.
Where did you get Chase?
From the call received, again, that's a call we received from Border Patrol.
Okay. And so we also have a possible change of definition here. Did you later learn that all he did was went in the direction, checked out his barn, checking out his animals? Did you learn that later? Or do you still believe he chased after them? Today, do you believe your information shows that he chased after them?
My information, my belief was that he went after these subjects, yes.
Was that part of your calculation on your determination that Mr. Kelly might have done this?
Again, that's the information I received initially. I did not get any other details contradicting that.
All right. All right. So just a recap of your initial call from earlier and see if there's anything missing. Okay. Is that there was an active shooter. He was possibly fired at and returned fire. And then that he went and chased after them. Does that sum up what you heard from the
That's some of the
earlier?
information I heard, yes.
Okay. Nothing else is missing. And that's when you arrived at this location at this time. This is in the back of your mind, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What else leads you in this direction? Is there anything about that that makes him guilty?
Could you repeat that question?
Is there anything about that that makes him responsible for committing a crime?
Not referring to the initial call, no, not at that point.
Okay. What happens next that you come to this conclusion?
Again, do you want me to start from the time I received the call on the radio and continue? Or
Whatever formed your opinion that you believe there was enough probable cause to get a search warrant and that he was a suspect in your mind.
But the determination of a search warrant is not made by me.
But you made a comment yesterday about getting them out of the house so you can get a search warrant. And so you already formed that opinion based on your testimony. And I'm trying to figure out why you believe he was a suspect. What other evidence would happen next? You said your earlier events of what you heard. Then you arrive at this scene. Tell me what added to that to make you believe this.
Okay, the search warrant was obtained on probable cause that a crime had been committed at the property. I never made any instruction to any of the deputies to arrest Mr. Kelly as far as being a suspect.
Okay, so it's okay to search a victim's home with a search warrant if the crime is outside at over 100 yards, 115 yards away from the home?
Objection form.
Is that,
Overruled.
go ahead.
Again, I will start to provide the details so the jury can understand why I made that determination during my investigation. So yes, listening to the previous call, the information received, again, I was working Operation Stone Garden, which is an opportunity that we get as police officers or sheriff deputies to be out there and patrol the areas of the county, which I'm still a peace officer and in full authority. I can still make traffic stops, arrests, just be a police officer. So I received a call of another Border Patrol agent. At this point, I don't know who the person was. United States Border Patrol contacts the
Damn,
sheriff's
she's
office
savaging
again,
him.
saying that the same individual that had called from 100 Sagebrush or 100 Willow Circle called saying that he had struck something.
Okay, let's talk about that. So you get dispatched to tell you that he had struck something. And so therefore, that sounds like almost a possible confession, right? An omission of shooting someone could be an omission of a crime, correct?
I never heard the word shooting.
Okay, so you had information that says he had struck something. That was the transmission, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you see a bullet hole later, then you put it together that maybe he admitted to shooting.
That was a suspicion I had at that time, yes.
And did you later learn that the actual communication that was taken from the Border Patrol was something may have been struck? Different meaning, isn't it?
I never learned that, no.
Didn't know that.
No.
So right away, you're formed an opinion because of information that wasn't accurate. Would you agree if that's true?
The
Imagine that.
information I
He didn't
had,
hear it.
that's the opinion I formed with what I had.
Communication is always important in your job, isn't it?
Yes.
So you add, he had struck something and add that to a bullet hole, and you might have a suspect. Possible?
I had a crime scene at that point.
Well, and that gives you a possible suspect in your mind, or that didn't faze you at all?
At that point, Mr. Kelly was only an investigative lead. Again, I never said he was a suspect, and he was free to be in the house. Again, we never handcuffed him, we never detained him. I had a crime scene, and we needed to process that crime scene.
Well, do you know that he wasn't allowed in his house when he asked for a jacket or a glass of water?
I wasn't present when he was with the other deputies.
So you can't say that then. You don't know that. You don't know whether he was allowed to be go anywhere.
For safety, I will think he was not allowed to do that.
Okay, so now that makes him not a victim, but a potential suspect, right?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And so all you know now is some poor communications and that there's a man about 115 yards away from this house with that's dead, deceased, with a bullet hole, correct?
Objection form and argumentative.
Overruled.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so what else formed your opinion? You were moving along with that.
Again, I heard the call about the person calling back that he, again, the information I received was that he had struck something. And based on the earlier call of an active shooter, the complainant, Mr. Kelly, was also found carrying a rifle during the interaction the deputies had with him on the previous call. And I was in the area of Highway 82 by the airport, which is pretty close to the Kino Springs residential area. being that we had reports of an active shooter earlier, now we have somebody claiming someone was struck. The closest deputy was myself and Deputy Rafael Lopez. Again, one of my jobs and my duties is to preserve life and property.
Well,
So
let me stop you there because you had information someone was struck. It was, he had struck something. Let's just make it clear. That was your information.
yes,
Okay. So that changes the tone of that. I just want to make sure the jurors understand why you think this versus what was the real communication that was provided originally from a Border Patrol agent by the name of Jeremy.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So you get out there.
correct. I respond, being that I'm one of the closest units. I do not remember where the other deputies were or where the actual patrol sergeant at that point was at. So myself and Deputy Lopez respond. Deputy Lopez was a lot closer than I was, so he got there first. We make.
Okay. Let me hold you right there. I'm going to break this down. So keeping you from doing a narrative. Okay. All right. I'm supposed to ask a question. You're supposed to answer. It's a procedure.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So the fact that he had a gun earlier and you don't know that he was in the house when a shot was fired but my question is, do you have any reason to believe that Mr. Kelly is not allowed to have his weapon on him, especially on his property? Is there any law violation?
No, not that I know.
And if there was danger out there, including, I would assume, wouldn't it be just proper procedure if you are a person that believes in defending yourself to be able to do that, correct?
Could you repeat the question again?
Grabbing a gun to protect him
yeah.
and his wife, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, is there?
No.
Okay. And you would do the same for you and your family, wouldn't you?
To protect my family?
Yes.
Yes.
And grab a gun if you needed it, if you felt that the danger rose to that level of defense needed. Hearing a shooting, hearing a bullet outside your door is a lawful reason to grab your gun to defend yourself, correct?
Your Honor, calls for a legal conclusion.
He understands this.
He understands. I think he does.
It's still an okay.
To answer your specific question.
Unless
sir.
she goes, he
Yes.
understands this.
Okay. I mean, if you have deadly force, you could use deadly force if needed, correct? In defending yourself.
All right, that isn't a problem.
Okay. I will withdraw that question. So I'm just saying that you have to make observations when people do actions on whether they violate the law. And I'm looking from your law enforcement perspective that there is nothing wrong with defending yourself and having your gun on you. Is that correct?
Having a gun is not a crime.
Okay. And if you, and I'm just saying, if there's danger out there, that makes it more reasonable that a person would have the gun on them, correct? If you know there's danger out there, is there anything unreasonable about grabbing your gun to protect yourself in event something
there's
happens?
not, no.
Okay. Now, being on a ranch, it's also reasonable that there's a lot of natural things that could harm you from the terrain, like wild animals, snakes, things like that having a gun on you would be okay, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And this is Arizona allows guns, right?
correct.
Okay.
Stop a second. I'm going to give a limiting instruction to the jury. So we're talking about some legal concepts with these questions. These questions are being allowed not to instruct you on the law. That's my job. These questions are being allowed because, as I understand it, the line of questioning, correct me if I'm wrong, but the line of questioning is directed towards the information that the witness had that led him to take the actions that he took later. All right? Is that fair to say?
That's accurate, Your
All right.
Honor.
So we're not instructing you on the law, but that'll be my job at the end of the case. The questions are just designed to elicit testimony about the reasons why the witness took whatever actions he took in the future in connection with this investigation. Right?
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Sorry to interrupt, but
No, I
I
understand.
thought it was an appropriate instruction on this.
Thank you, Judge.
Actually,
So, and I'm just saying, if someone says
I
they have a gun by itself,
I normally get mad when this judge tries to explain shit. That was actually a very well balanced time for him to do that.
I'm just trying to show that you're coming up with reasons as to why you formed your opinion, and I'm trying to maybe add it all together is why you did, but I'm just trying to get there. So moving along with the
Your
fact
Honor,
that,
objection to counsel testifying.
Well, I think she just repeated basically what I just said, so in a different way. So, but anyway, let's
moving along.
move to some questions.
Yes, sir. So what's the next thing
Move
that
along.
raised
You're
your
doing good. Keep it up.
concerns that he was the suspect and it rose to the level of becoming the suspect?
Okay, so again, I arrived at the property and make contact with Mr. Kelly. He then told us that there was a dead person in his property, made comments about that being a problem for him. He didn't want any trouble. And then we proceeded to the location where the person was found deceased.
Was he cooperative?
He was.
Okay. Would you agree finding a deceased person on your property would be very alarming?
Could be.
Would you agree, knowing what might have happened earlier, and then later, all of a sudden there's a dead body, would rise that concern even greater?
It could.
Assuming he did nothing, okay? Showing no guilt to this at all, would it be fair to say it would be reasonable for him to be very concerned and trying to help you come to other alternatives why there's a dead man on his property? Is there anything unreasonable about that?
I will be guessing at that point. I wouldn't be able to answer that.
But you yesterday said that he was offering all these excuses to you, alternatives, as if he was concerned and very bothered by it, whatever your terminology was, and I can look back at my notes, but you did testify to that yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did. And one of the things that also made me suspect that he was nervous and trying to excuse something is that instead of calling 911 to render aid, he called Border Patrol, which will delay the response, and there's miscommunication and things of that nature. So that's another thing that also I found to believe suspicious.
Okay. He is a rancher that's been there, I don't know, a decade, whatever amount of time. And Border Patrol, the liaison program has, would you agree, has probably reached out to all the ranchers along the border to say, we're here for you, correct?
Correct.
And he's regularly discussing the trespassers and the environment of trespassers around in their communications with each other over these years, correct? Possible?
I will be guessing. I don't know what type of contact they have.
Okay. Well, would it be unreasonable to think that might have happened?
Your Honor,
Again.
calls for speculation. Objection.
Keep going, please.
Again, I don't know what type of contact the liaisons have with the ranchers at all.
They are law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. They come with guns, correct?
Correct.
And cars, patrol cars, correct?
Yes.
Okay. They have a jurisdiction along the border, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It may overlap a little bit of the sheriff's department area. And then you guys have your rules about who does what, correct? Jurisdiction wise. Their territory overlaps your territory as a sheriff. Would you agree to that?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And so the duties may be divided based on which one falls under which event that's happening, but that's something that you two work out on your own on who has jurisdiction if there's a common area. Correct?
Among agencies?
Yes, absolutely. The
Yes.
Border Patrol and Sheriff.
Yes.
Okay. And so Mr. Kelly called law enforcement, had a number on his card on his refrigerator, and was most comfortable getting a cell phone directly for help. And you find that to be concerning?
In a rural
find it
part of
suspicious.
Arizona.
Okay. So he called law enforcement, and you think sheriffs will get out there faster? Would it surprise you that Border Patrol showed up earlier on the earlier incident versus the sheriff?
Would it surprise me?
Yes.
No, they got the call first.
Okay. And so you can't sit there and say to this courtroom right now that you would have always responded quicker. That's not necessarily true. Correct?
I never said that. No.
Okay. So it's suspicious that he called law enforcement. That's what you're telling the jurors today, right?
Again, a common citizen will usually call 911 immediately.
A border common citizen may be trained a little bit different. Did it occur to you that way?
Again, I can't speak about that. I'll be guessing, ma'am.
Go ahead with your reasoning. What's the next thing that you thought was?
Okay, proceeded to where the body was located. Once the body was found, the position of the body, the injury or wound to the body, the position of the body in reference to the location of the Kelly residence.
Okay, let's talk about the position. So yesterday you testified that his right side was facing the house. Is that what you're talking about?
The right side, yes.
Did it occur to you that this is just a bleeding wound? In other words, wasn't a hit in the brain. It was something in the right side that came out in the chest, which you later learn as you examine the body, correct?
Can you repeat that question again?
That this entrance and exit was just in the flesh. It wasn't something that would be like the brain, correct? And that he was bleeding internally, most likely. Would that be fair?
I did not see injuries to the brain, no.
Okay. Why? Is because when people are bleeding out versus being shut down completely with their brain and the stems, the spine or something that decapitated someone, did it occur to you that this person took steps, walked, was trying to go to the house maybe to get help? Did it occur to you that just because he fell down in one direction didn't mean that's how he was hit?
No, it did not.
Okay. So what in your training says that you don't take a couple steps and fall over a different way or fall backwards or or walk a half a block until you can't survive anymore. What part of your training says that doesn't happen? It's not a trick question.
Boom.
Where have you been trained to form the opinion, I'm going to reword it, that just because he took a bullet, that he dropped in the position of where the bullet came from?
During some of the training I've received, and I believe this goes back to firearms, there's instructors who are well-trained and more experienced than I am, who have made comments during instruction that per se a training of a sniper, they get trained where they usually are trained to aim for the brain, which it's our computer and will definitely stop somebody's body from any sort of movement. And there's also a comment made by instructors during training that snipers are also trained to aim for the heart, because the moment they strike the heart, there's arteries in the heart that will stop or cease movement completely. Being that I saw the body, I saw a round on the side, what I believe at that point to be an entry wound. I did
it's all
believe
speculation,
that
what you
the
believe.
round could have struck the heart, which would have completely ceased movement on the subject.
Okay, so I'm going to go out here in the well of the courtroom, and I will speak up, Judge.
The sniper is out where the jurors are, okay?
Correct.
And I get shot towards my back side of my body, just like the scenario here, okay? And
Oh shit, we can't
feeling
hear her.
the pain, I do this and fall down. Now my body's turned. What makes you think that could not have happened?
Again, I will be guessing. My determination was based on what I observed at the scene. I did not see anything else.
So you have no fucking
You only
idea.
saw a hole pointing at a house, but you have nothing about this by itself shows that that's the direction of the shooter.
Again, based on what I observed, my belief was that the round or projectile that came and struck the decedent or victim came from the direction of the house. That was my belief based on my observations.
There was testimony from a witness that he was on the back, laying on his back. Did you move him?
Who was on his back? I'm sorry.
The decedent.
No, I did not move him, and he was face down.
Okay, just wanted to get that in. So what else formed this opinion? Moving with your other points that drew your conclusion.
Again, I based my opinion on the totality of all of those points that we're hitting on, not just one of them individually. I will not make a determination based on just one of them. I added everything, and my suspicion was that the person that was deceased at the property, he died because of a homicide. At that point, that property became a crime scene. Even though the person was outside the fence line, Mr. Kelly did say that he owned acres or different acres of that property. So at that point, we were standing on his property, which I believe needed to be seized for further investigation based on the search warrant that were later be obtained by detectives.
You know, Sergeant, I have no problem with investigation. I have no problem with you wanting to follow up. And I'm going to get to a question, I
Your Honor,
promise.
objection form.
I'll get a question.
Sustained.
Would you agree suspicion does not rise to the level of getting arrested? That it only arises to an investigation?
Suspicion, could you repeat that question?
The level of suspicion does not rise to arresting someone, only rises to the level of investigation.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for a legal conclusion.
All right, remember the limiting instruction I gave you a few minutes ago. This is not an instruction on what the law is. If there's any issue about what the law is now in this trial, or
Boom. She is. I was a little worried about this attorney at the beginning. She is just beating the shit out of this guy, and it's been impressive. It's nice listening to her just keep scoring hit after hit after hit on him.
what happened before, that would be something for me to decide. Again, the limiting instruction, which I'll repeat, this is not to inform you about what the law is. This is only questions designed to obtain information from this witness about the basis for the decisions that he made.
Proceed with the answers.
Yes, please.
If you remember the question.
She might be annoying. She's
Yes,
doing good
in
work.
my understanding,
Excuse me one second. So the objection is overruled. I'm sorry.
in my understanding, reasonable suspicion would allow me to detain and seize. Probable cause is what will allow me to search. That is my understanding, if that's
Okay.
the question you're asking.
Suspicion allows you to investigate. You agree with that, right?
Suspicion allows me to detain and investigate further, yes.
Okay, but it does not necessarily rise to the level of arrest or search. You need more.
Suspicion, merely suspicion, no.
Okay. So you just said, your words were, and I was using yours, you had suspicion. Okay. I will agree. You had suspicion. Okay. So I'm trying to get you to,
Sustained.
sorry.
We don't need counsels, whether you agree or not.
Yes, sir.
Or your opinions, just ask questions.
Yes, sir. So I'm trying to get you to what took you to the next step that allows your department, in your mind as a supervisor, also on the scene, one of the first officers on the scene, what rises to the next level of search that happened and or arrest of Mr. Kelly and Mrs. Kelly?
So based on what happened in the decisions I made was, again, I had suspicion that a crime had been committed. At that point, I believed that I had authority to seize the property, which is detain. I never instructed to arrest Mr. Kelly. That is incorrect. I never instructed for Mr. Kelly to be arrested. Now, the probable cause to search the home, that came after, which was not determined by me.
Okay. So nothing you've observed rises to that level at this time
To the level
of search or arrest. That wasn't in your determination at the scene?
the determination was to detain and seize the property pending a search, which was not made by me. No.
Who made the decision at the scene to search and get a search warrant, get Mrs. Kelly out of the house and get a search warrant, and to arrest? Whose decision?
Again, the decision was not made to search. It was made to seize the property until a search warrant was obtained, later search the property.
Okay,
No
so,
decision was made to search anyone.
okay, so you seized the property. When and who made the decision to arrest the Kellys?
The decision was made after by the Criminal Investigations Division. That's who decided what.
So do you know the name of the person?
I don't.
You don't know who did?
Again, there's the few detectives who made the decision to make the arrest. I am not aware of that.
Let's talk about, you were not there with the criminal, you said the criminal investigation part of it. You're not a crime scene investigator, is that right? You are at this time, do not have the role as a crime scene investigator. People were called to come with that, right?
Other resources were called in, yes.
Okay. Your job at this time was administrative sergeant, not a crime scene investigator, correct?
I am an investigator anytime I'm on duty, ma'am.
Okay. So then you know proper protocol and procedures of doing a crime scene, correct?
Correct.
Let's get some photos into evidence first, if you don't mind. And just for the record, may I approach this witness? I'm going to show you XX, defense XX. These are the same photos that were on the disc from yesterday, but printed. Some of them, a lot of them printed, okay? So it should be real easy. If you don't mind just flipping through each one, verifying it's the same type of photos, but now on hard copy. Keeping the order if you can.
Do you want me to go over all of them?
Look at all of them. They're all marked as one. Yeah, just flip them over so these names.
Your Honor, can I approach to see that exhibit?
This one?
So if I understand what the exhibit is purported to be, anyway, these are hard copy photographs of the photographs that we were presented yesterday.
Yes, on the disc. But there are evidence.
But they're not in the same order I observed yesterday,
No
right?
order,
Okay.
no order. Just verify that you can identify all these photos.
Might have, but I remember. This one is doing. Seems like they had.
Be the person who took and so forth. Well, the rules of evidence evolved and changed photographs can be introduced. It doesn't have to be the person who took the photograph. I know, or what I saw that day. If they can say this is a true and accurate representation of what I know or what I saw that day, it can come in. So for example, if I showed any one of you a photograph of one of your parents or grandparents, even though someone else took the photograph, you didn't take it, but you knew what your grandmother looked like, or you knew what your grandfather looked like at that point in time, you can lay the foundation for the admission of the photograph. All right, so with that brief, but probably largely irrelevant instruction.
Shit. Okay, they were looking at what the detective was looking at. So, we're not gonna worry about Kieran Reed until the jury selection's done because there's no point until then. There's no point. But let's get this back going. They just drug this on forever. So here we go.
On the law, haven't filled the time. Looks like we're now ready to go.
And Your Honor, I just want to make sure.
When we have more
that-
time, I'll talk more about hearsay. Okay.
I just want to make sure that what we've just looked at is actually what's getting moved. to
You can go
the
look
hearing.
at it.
Yeah, it's gonna be the stuff she's talking about. You think she's got
By the way, in that line, we're doing that. It's not a problem now, but down the road with AI, artificial intelligence, we're all really worried about that because
Yeah, we
that's
are.
going to have the capability of manufacturing a photograph that can be completely fabricated with no ability to determine whether or not that's really an accurate photograph.
Mm-hmm.
That artificial intelligence is going to, not there yet.
Don't
Hopefully
panic
it evolves
because
to
I
that point.
already
It
think
evolves to that
about
point in
that.
time where those kind of things happen. I will be retired. And I want to have technology that.
Goddamn fucking state is sandbagging it. Let's go.
Concerning this case and the location of the body.
Correct.
Okay. At this time, I would like to enter into evidence defense XX.
Your Honor, I don't have any objection to the admission of the photographs. However, some of them are of very poor quality and have strips of color throughout them. And I'm concerned that they may misrepresent the photographs. So long as the jurors have the CD so they can look at the actual digital photos, I'm not going to object. But I do have some concerns that those misrepresent.
Permission to publish and if
Well,
there's.
hold on. So the CD, we admitted that in evidence. Yes, yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So let me say, when you go back to the jury room,
Don't
at the
worry.
close of the case for your deliberations, as I've said before, you'll have all the exhibits. Some of them will withhold, like
That's
firearms
not-
and so forth. But we can make
Who cares?
arrangements if you want to see that. But you'll have the CD. We'll set you up with a clean laptop computer. And you can look at those that were admitted yesterday. And if there are some of these, which I understand, haven't seen them, but I understand to be just hard copies of what you saw on the CD, you can look at them both. And if there's any discrepancies, you can resolve them for yourselves. So with that caveat, Exhibit XX is admitted. And you can go forward and publish to the jury.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, and we've been very careful about the photographs, and I'm concerned that they're getting mixed together. Perhaps if we could staple them or something. There's lots of photos over there. I've had to sort out 3 times which ones the witness did not indicate he was. So
You're-
I'm just concerned that we
Thank you.
have the ones we've agreed to and that they're separated.
I have
That's why I had you step up to look.
I did, but
that's-
now she's.
I
mixing
have
them in.
folders. They're separated.
Well, I assume you want to publish them, so I assume you're going to put them one by one.
Yes, so I don't want to staple them. I unstaple them, to be honest. So I would like to enter some more photos, but I have them separated. Okay, so until I do that, I appreciate a little more confidence. May I approach the witness again?
Why don't you show them just again right now? What you're going to show right now, just flash them by Ms. Huntley, so she. Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Let me show you the fence and. Can you identify these photos?
Are the- Are these additional photos?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I
I'm
got
just trying to get them all in, then I'll start publishing.
And then-
And do these accurately depict the wallet from the deceased?
Yes.
Your Honor, no objection with the same caveat that the photos are not of great quality and may be misleading.
The same caveat. That means condition. Exhibit NN is admitted.
Okay.
These are also on the CD.
Yes, they are, Your Honor.
Same thing. You'll have the CD.
Could I have the evidence from yesterday brought out?
Well, which in particular?
The backpack,
bag.
the wallet, all the
The
all
bag.
the evidence that was out here. I asked them to make sure.
Where is it, sir? Over.
I'm just trying to get prepared before I start going to my questions.
Sure, and I'm sure Detective Ainsa would be happy to help with the evidence if you'd like.
Very well, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, so let's talk about hearsay, okay. You want to learn what hearsay is? Okay.
Oh,
Again, these are the court's
Judge,
rulings. I make the
no.
rulings on hearsay, but you're hearing something a lot. I assume you're kind of interested in what it is. So the official definition, legal
God, the entire semester's evidence class is basically learning hearsay. God damn you, Judge.
definition of hearsay to prove it was
Yeah,
a
yeah, 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 yeah.
self-accusation,
Yeah,
not
blah,
it wasn't
blah, 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 blah. Oh my God.
based on I think what they was
Oh
engaged in.
my God.
Just one
Oh my
upon currently is when you go to the academy, one of the major areas that you learn and rely upon currently is crime scene and crime scene protection, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in your training, and I do have the training manual if you need a refresher or anything, and it's it's marked for evidence, okay? And it's the Arizona Peace Officer Standards Training, Basic Curriculum Model, Lesson Plan, that type of thing, okay? So I know you go back a long ways, but you have had continued education in this area, correct? Crime scene protection.
I might have, I just remember when.
So do you think you forgot everything you were supposed to do?
No,
Okay, so you do know the protocols, the training, and the procedures that's required of you at a crime scene.
yes,
Because if a crime scene is altered, it could affect someone's life, couldn't it?
yes,
I mean, people could be falsely accused, correct?
correct,
Or a real suspect could gotten away because of it, correct?
correct.
Okay, so it's very important, right? And correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so in theory, the first officer, after sizing up what's going on and determining their safety is always important, right?
Yes,
And then injury, if there's injury, then that would be the next important thing, correct?
yes,
If someone's hurt, then you would want to render aid, correct?
correct.
Sometimes that could affect entering a crime scene location, correct?
Yes,
Now, the crime scene location in this situation is one where there's a body, right?
yes,
Okay, and that's about 115 yards out from Mr. Kelly's house, correct? Due east.
yes.
All right. But then there's potential other areas that could have been crime scene in this case. What would they be? Where else in this area was there potentially something should be noted as a crime scene?
The area surrounding the property, the actual house, the structure.
Did you take the time to ask Mr. Kelly what happened on that first call?
No, I did not.
So you just get this information that wasn't necessarily accurate information and relied on that and did not go back to Mr. Kelly and say, tell me what happened earlier, and that led up to the officers leaving. You didn't even get that story, correct?
No, my priority was to get to the person.
Well, once you got to the person and they're deceased, your priority could have gone back to gather more information before you formed an opinion, correct?
I needed to remain with the body man.
You dismissed another officer that was standing over the body when there and could have remained there while you gathered more information since you were more trained than the other officer, correct?
I believe that Mr. Kelly could have been interviewed by another, possibly a detective at this point. I did not feel the need to interview with him there and there.
You
By
didn't
me.
feel the need.
Not by me.
Okay, but you made a pretty 5-page report, pretty detailed of your opinion that excluded the other side of the story, correct?
I documented the facts of my observations,
Yeah.
not opinions.
Right. But your job is to investigate. So once you have safety and security and no medical needs, urgent needs, you're to assess the crime scene and its location, correct?
Correct.
And the only way to find out the locations of the crime scene to protect it would be to gather information, correct?
Could you repeat that question again?
The only way, after the emergency stuff is done, now your job is to go into crime scene mode, correct?
Once, like you said, once the scene is secure and everything is under control, I have time to make decisions do I wait? Do I gather more information at this point? I did not think speaking to Mr. Kelly at that point was a priority until detectives arrived.
So what you missed in assessing the situation was the locations of the possible crime scenes. You only focused on one location, the body, correct? Is that true, sir?
I repeat that question.
Okay.
Kind of confusing.
Your only location for a crime scene that you took the time to assess was the location of the body, correct?
It was the location surrounding the body. Again, the house, the structure was also a crime scene. However, I can only be at one place at a time. So my focus was the body at that point. Somebody else was taking care of the house.
Why would you know the house is a crime scene?
I already mentioned that I believe that the projectile that struck the decedent came from the direction of the house.
So the projectile, so now you form the opinion he did it.
I
And
said it came from the location of the house.
part of assessing a scene is to talk to witnesses at the location, correct?
Objection asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Correct?
Repeat the question, please.
Part of assessing a situation as you roll into a situation is to, after you do all those other things we talked about, is to gather witnesses to the scene, correct?
Correct.
So you excluded him as a potential witness by not talking to him. Isn't that correct?
Again, I didn't think he was going to be interviewed by me. I knew that detectives were underway and they will conduct a more proper interview and investigation.
So had you talked to him and he told you he shot up in the air in a different direction, maybe you would have located casings on the ground by the house and you could have protected that area as a crime scene, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Compound.
Sustain. Break it down.
Break it down. Had you learned what Mr. Kelly had to say by talking to him as a witness, isn't it true you could have learned that he shot his rifle towards a different direction, he would have told you, at 5 subjects running, he would have told you, and he would have been able to tell you where he did it. Isn't that true? If you had talked to him, you could have learned that, correct?
I think we're at the same objection compound, Your Honor. There's
You-
multiple.
You can answer that. Overruled.
It's a long question. Repeat it, please. It's-
Had you talked to Mr. Kelly, you would have learned that the gun that he shot in the air and that there was another location that was called a crime scene.
I would be
Objection, Your
guessing
Honor.
what his statement would have been, ma'am.
If you asked him to show you, you wouldn't have been guessing, sir. Isn't that true?
Again, I will be guessing what his response would have been.
Your job is not to be in a guessing mode, but to gather information and make notes on that information, not to interpret it completely until you have all the facts. You didn't gather those facts, so you missed out on a location that would be called a crime scene location, where the casings were.
That would have been a search, which I have no authority to search the property.
Sir, he would have been possibly, because you don't know, he would have showed you where he was standing if you just asked him. Isn't that
Objection-
true?
Objection, Your Honor. That is completely inappropriate.
Calls for speculation about what the defendant would have done. So sustain.
Could you have missed out on the fact that he would have told you where he was when he shot his rifle?
I would have been guessing, ma'am. That's speculation. I don't want to speculate.
Okay, guessing what, sir?
Guessing his response or his behavior after
Because you-
something that didn't happen.
Thank
I
you.
never asked him.
Because you failed to interview a witness,
I
correct?
decided not to interview.
Yes,
I decided. not
that's
to interview.
good. So you decided the only thing important was to stay out in the body. And you know Mr. Kelly is the one that took you there, correct?
Yes.
And it was starting to get dark enough that he hung a flashlight on the tree so he could make sure he could show you where that location was, correct?
Correct.
He did that on his own. No one told him to do that, as far as you know, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when the willingness of you and I believe the other officer, who you said was who?
Rafael Lopez.
Okay, Officer Lopez or Deputy Lopez, you both walked out with Mr. Kelly, correct, to the location.
Yes.
Now, when you were talking to him originally, were you up close to the house?
We were close to the house, yes.
And so he had to take you around the fence lines because there is barbed wire fence between the house and where the body was located, correct?
Yes.
And he had to take you around it through the gate to get you into that area where he showed you with the flashlight and the location of the body, correct?
Yes.
And that was pretty smart of him to hang that to be able to show it. I mean, right? It was helpful.
It was helpful, yes.
So he's being helpful. Correct?
Yes.
He's being forthright, but you don't ask him again what else he knows. But you-
Objection compound, Your Honor.
Strike that, Your Honor. But you do note the things that he does know without asking why. That one of them was, you said yesterday, that he knew that the body,
Let's wrap this thing. It's 10 o'clock. We can go for an hour and 15 minutes. We'll take our 30-minute mid-morning recess. We'll come back at 10:30. We'll be in recess until 10:30.
All right, guys, they're on break. Let's keep going. The fleshlight is leitmotif in this trial. Yes, the fleshlight is very important. And yes, they pretty much, he's like, fuck it, he's a suspect. And see, guys, this is the scary part. Lazy police are just like, yeah, I did it. don't care. And I've said this before. If they think you're the bad guy, it's good enough for them. That phrase, good enough for government work, is a very real fucking thing. And it's scary to see it in real life actually happening. So just something to think about. Just something to think about. Good enough for government work. Ha lol. That's what these guys are doing. So here we go. Okay, there we go.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Look at that timing. Look at that
So I was
timing,
about to ask
chat.
a question.
You don't find that in any other stream. You may proceed with your cross-examination. Just sometimes I impress myself.
Believe on, you noted that you felt it was strange that Alan, Mr. Kelly, knew the body had rigor, correct?
Yes.
Okay, which I think you go on to think, well, he must have
As a
touched the
reformed
body or
vet-
something or whatever.
Well,
That was your
wait,
concern, or
time out.
the fact that he knew it or what?
Flux, you were in the military. It doesn't make you a fed. I'm like, were you like a fed? I thought you were just in the military, but okay.
Was it the
Two
fact?
questions for one, I'm sorry.
Was it the fact that he knew it that bothered you? That he said it? That the body had rigor?
It didn't bother me.
Okay, but you put it in the report.
Yes,
Why?
because that made me believe that he had examined the body.
Okay, if you find a person that appears to be injured or deceased and not know it, even if he did, which I don't think there's anything to say that he did, but wouldn't it be a good Samaritan to see if you need to render aid? Medical assistance.
Repeat the question.
Is there anything wrong with trying to make sure this person's dead versus alive so you can render aid if needed?
No.
Okay. Well, just thought it was odd that you wrote that in your report. You don't think so?
No.
Okay. Because you can look and tell sometimes. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, because you noted you observed rigor in the jaw. You didn't say you touched the jaw. You observed it. That means you saw it, correct?
No, I said there was rigor or rigidity in the jaw when I checked for a pulse, so I had to touch him.
In the jaw or the neck when you were touching to?
Again, I touched the neck and felt his cheek, which was cold and rigid.
Well, let's talk about your procedures as you go into the crime scene. And you remember we talked about, you do have to render aid if it's needed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you need to determine whether it is needed, right?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to kind of go break down some of the information you provided. Tell me if it's accurate. You noticed that the body was not breathing, correct?
Yes.
And you could tell because the chest rises and goes up and down if it's breathing, if you take the moment to observe, correct? Possibly.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm assuming you could circle around the body if you were looking for a face or anything. You don't have to stand, at one point by the feet or whatever. You were looking at the body, correct?
Yes.
And the first thing you note is that the face is sunk into the dirt, correct?
Yes.
So that's where you breathe, the nose and mouth, right?
Correct.
And that seems to be buried in a sandy dirt, correct?
Yes.
And so it's sunken in, is what you said. So that makes it very difficult for someone to breathe, correct?
Correct.
And you noted that the person's right hand was tucked in front of his chest, correct?
Correct.
So how do you know, if I'm going to stand up at my chair, how do you know at that time it was tucked in towards the chest versus laying down towards the groin?
I can't explain why, but I saw it inside his body in front of his chest. If somebody's laying down, the angle back here will be very different if the person would have been touching his groin.
So you're saying, as I turn my back to you, that you could tell from this position to this position where my hand is?
Again, the way that the body was positioned and the location of his arm is not exactly as you're showing it. I can tell you that when I approached, I knew that his arm was not to his groin, was to his chest.
Now, you said you noticed blood on the right side of the person's back, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to be starting to use the Elmo. And this is coming from group already marked, Defense 00. So I'm going to show you a couple different photos from this grouping.
And all I could do is show you what photos were taken. That's all I have to work with. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. But from this photo, you don't see any blood, correct?
I'm not clear, excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm not clear whether we're publishing this to the jury or not yet.
Oh, this is evidence marked already?
Oh, you said it's admitted.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Did
I
I
just-
say marked? I meant to say admitted.
Good enough.
Okay, thank you for checking on me.
You have that? All right.
Okay.
You can go ahead.
And everyone can see. All right, so from this position, we don't see blood, correct?
No.
In the same grouping, another photo from the same exhibit. And in this photo, we don't really see blood, do we?
No.
And these two photos I just showed you is him face down, correct?
Pardon me?
Those two photos I just showed you was him face down, correct?
Correct.
Let me know if you can't hear me. The same in this photo, we don't see blood, correct?
No blood.
Now, isn't it true that where the blood was kind of where the fanny pack was, correct? On the right side.
The blood was on the right side of the body, yes.
And that's where the fanny pack was located, correct?
Yes.
And once you moved the fanny pack, then you could see the blood. Isn't that true?
I never moved the fanny pack.
Showing again, same exhibit, pointing out to the right side, the fanny pack. And isn't that when that blood was observed at that point in time, that Mr. Kelly's response was in identification, oh, isn't that blood, in helping you locate the blood?
Not from that angle and not at that time.
How do you know he didn't mean that?
Sorry, how did you know he didn't mean that? Like, there's blood. Isn't that blood? To help you locate the blood.
I don't understand your question. You're asking me to guess on his.
Which you did guess yesterday and told us that you thought it was weird that he, having medical experience, would question the blood. Maybe it wasn't a question, but a pointing out to you where the blood was. Is that possible?
Okay, but you're referring to a picture that does not relate to the moment I saw the blood, which I don't see the relation between that picture you showed me and the time he told me that there was blood on the person.
Okay, thank you for your opinion on that. So you're here to testify you didn't move the fanny pack to locate the blood.
I did not move the fanny pack to locate the blood.
So you, noticing rigor and you check for a pulse, the first location was in the neck, correct?
Yes,
You did not find a pulse.
I did not.
So you got a man face down in the sand and you don't have pulse and you notice rigor in the jaw.
Yes,
And when does rigor set in?
after death.
So is it sort of fair at this point that you can believe this man was dead?
I started believing that he was dead, yes.
So you're doubting whether you had rigor or you do believe you had rigor?
There's no doubt that rigor or rigidity was starting to set in. But again, we're talking about a human life, and I just wanted to make sure that the person was not trying or unconscious and
You could like
giving him a
poke them
chance
or
of maybe
nudge them with your
bleeding.
butt. Come on
But
now.
Okay, but if,
again, I wanted to give him an opportunity to make sure that the person was not breathing or alive. It's a human life I'm talking about.
the subject's left cheek area felt cold to touch, another confirmation that this man has already died. Is that correct?
Yes,
I also checked for a pulse in the subject's left arm.
yes,
The hands were cold to touch and no pulse was found, correct?
correct.
I tried to move the body and noticed that rigor was slightly present in the upper extremities, correct?
Your Honor, objection, improper reading of the witness's police report. He hasn't said that disagreed. If she wants to impeach him, she just needs to do it properly.
She's
I'm
not-
just
what?
asking if this is true with the steps he went through.
Yeah.
Overall.
Go ahead, sir.
Could you repeat it again?
Yes, that you tried to move the body and noticed that rigor was slightly present in the upper extremities. Is that true?
I tried to lift the body after I checked pulse on the arm, which was the next location. I tried to check for any signs of life.
To the degree that you moved the body and also noticed a pool of blood under the person's chest and face, correct?
Yes.
Sir, do you realize that you're tampering with a crime scene?
No, I don't.
Is your crime scene investigators there at that time?
Again, at that point, I'm trying to ascertain or make sure that if the person is actually not living. My concern is this person dead? One of the reasons is because when I touched the torso or the shoulder to move him, he was still warm to the touch, which is an indication of a recent death.
Okay, the point is death. And you now confirming way back a few steps ago that this man had died. You should have, is it true? You should have backed off and just protected this crime scene.
Again, I'm trying to render aid, make sure the person is dead. Once I confirm that, I called and pronounced the person deceased, and I moved away from the person or the body at that point.
You noticed the blood under his chest and face. That means you had to move this body in a way in order to observe that. Isn't it true?
As I testified before, it was no more than 3 inches off the ground, so I could see the left side of his chest. That was enough for me to tell that there was a pool of blood underneath him.
You also note, while examining the body, I noticed what appeared to be an entry point. So, sir, we have a backpack on this man, and it was up high, but you're moving things around in order to determine an entry point, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. I think this is confusing because
He wrote a confusing report. and did
Entry
dumb
point was
shit.
the question.
Oh, entry point.
Just so I can clarify, your question is, did I move the backpack in order for me to see the wound on the right side of the back?
Yes.
No, I did not.
So the backpack was always located at a higher point, correct?
Yes, because I saw the hole or perforation in the fabric even before I touched the body as I approached from the right side.
And when you found the bullet hole entry wound, this is when you suspected Mr. Kelly as being the suspect to this death, correct?
I suspected that whatever struck the victim came from the direction of the Kelly residence.
So I'm going to go back to your training, okay? There was a lot of contact with confirmation at every level saying this man was dead. You would agree. You had many chances to confirm rigor, temperature, lack of breathing, lack of pulse, correct? You observed all of that, correct?
I checked for pulse, no pulse. I checked for on both neck and forearm or arm, no pulse. If you said a lot of chances, I'm not too sure what you're trying to imply.
Well, the moment that you realized you could not render aid, your training, sir, is to back away and protect this crime scene, correct?
As soon as I pronounced the person, I backed away and did not touch him again.
It was not your job to investigate this body and turn it around and move it around.
I
Yes.
did not move it around.
You're fucking around with it enough to cut the
At what point,
backpack off
are we
it.
talking about the moment I arrived or after
me.
doing the processing of the scene?
You did a lot
I'm
of
just
fucking around
looking
with
at what you wrote, and so I can question you about it. And you did had further examination, and you're touching and checking out the body.
Again, I was trying to make sure the person was not alive.
Okay. Yesterday you talked about the left shoulder and that you did something.
You know what you can do? You can kick, you can tap him with your foot. You can poke him and go, hey, homie. Hey, pasa. Que pasa ese? You up? You can reach down and take his pulse and go, he's cold as ice. To sit there and like do a weekend of Bernie's thing with them. Come on now. Come on now.
to that left, you touched that left shoulder.
I did
What?
touch him, yes.
Okay, explain that part of it again. I wanted to hear what you said.
Again, the person is facing down. He's not breathing. I don't see any movement or rise in the torso or chest.
Bring him home for
in this case,
potatoes.
back. I am thinking this person's not breathing. Yes, I have the reporting party claiming that he's dead, but I have to make sure that that person is not only
Hola,
unconscious.
vato.
So I
What's
check for pulse.
happening?
I don't find a pulse, neck, arm.
Yeah.
When you see a dead
Orderly.
individual or somebody
Vato.
unconscious,
Or
I am not gonna stand there and say, you're probably dead. I am not gonna help you.
So what'd you do with the left shoulder?
Again, I grabbed the shoulder, I lifted the shoulder no more than 3 inches.
I love how you declared him dead. It's like, you ain't a fucking doctor. How do you know he's dead? He ain't a doctor. My God. If I found a fucking body, I'd walk up to be like, yeah, I bet that guy had a fucking Richter grin too. And it's easy to tell when a body's in rigor mortis. They look like a fucking board. Dude was doing the ultimate plank.
Because I couldn't see his face. And as soon as I saw blood on the ground in part of his face, I let him go, because at that point I said, there's no way I am gonna help him. He's dead. Was there maybe doubt between the moment I touched him to the moment I touched his shoulder?
Why'd you cut his
Probably.
backpack off?
I was doubting that maybe I was not, it was cold, it was January, maybe I'm doubting myself, maybe he's not dead. But once I saw the amount of blood and I put 2 and 2 together, again, I'm making a split-second decision here. Do I continue or do I call this a dead person?
Did you have your gloves on?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I hope so, because there's now blood, right?
Yes,
All right, and you want to protect yourself.
correct.
Do you know that, have you learned that this jacket was tested on the left side? That you might have disturbed possible DNA of someone else that might have touched that jacket? Do you understand the ramifications, how that could have hurt my client or shown someone else that might have done it?
What is the question? I'm sorry.
Did you learn that where you touched the left shoulder was the same spot that DNA was tested and was too weak to get a reading on it, and it could have been from you touching it? How does that?
I will be guessing. I don't know what happened with that evidence.
Isn't that in your training, not to touch anything until everything is properly done?
Your Honor, objection argumentative and asked and answered repeatedly.
Go ahead.
He
Okay,
fucking
which
contaminated
part
the
do you want
crime
me to answer
scene.
first? Again,
Did
there's
you-
multiple questions in the.
Did you learn anytime in
job,
this
Holmes.
up to
Great job, homie. You fucking contaminated the crime scene. Brilliant work.
this point?
And you guys are laughing at her for being loud? She's allowed to be loud. This guy's fucked up. You should get hammered for it. Because his sloppy work put George Kelly in this. And George Kelly's just like an old boomer. He's probably reading like a Louis L'Amour book. And he's like, yeah, she's doing good. She's roasting this Mexican fella alive.
That you touching the left shoulder was the same location that DNA was tested and was possibly diluted because it couldn't be confirmed whose DNA it was.
Priority of life, somebody's life takes over me considering touching somebody to see if I need to help them or not
How
to
much?
survive.
Let her cook.
So
Let her cook.
does that answer your question? I don't know.
Yes, so, and that would be the reason why the moment you know that there is no hope of saving this person, like the rigor, like the lack of breathing, the lack of pulse, that you should have backed off and quit looking for a bullet hole in a body.
I wasn't looking for a bullet hole. I had already seen it.
You saw through a jacket, and let's get the jacket out. Maybe we approach. I get the witness to come up.
You want,
Does he
You
want
want
the
the detective
detective
to
to
help
help? She want the detective to help? Is that what she's asking?
They're right here.
Do you need me to go down there?
Just needs to say what she wants. Omar. Oh, in the stand.
All right, and I'm gonna put the rest under the table, just so we can do this over the table catching. Can I ask you to go ahead and open up this bag and let's take this jacket out?
Your Honor, could we just have the exhibit number for the record?
That's correct.
Exhibit 112, there's a dot or a hyphen, 1.
Go ahead, lift it up and I'm gonna remove the bag. All right, let's unravel it. There may be flaking, so just go slowly, let anything fall on the table. Okay, go
Come on.
Possible just to catch any debris. Now
Okay, so
hold it up. Let's try to keep it over the table as much as possible just to catch any debris. Okay? So the back is showing towards the jurors.
we're gonna have to close caption this one, chat.
Now I'm gonna use the scissors as a
He's
point.
wearing his camo jacket.
First, have you turn it, and I'm gonna guide it right to the location, and hold it up a little higher. I'm gonna follow you up to show a little dot in the garment that was the entrance of the bullet hole. And I'm gonna ask you, without shaking, try to walk from left to right in front of the jurors, and just let them see that location of that jacket. Just get a little bit closer. Don't shake it so we don't get any debris anywhere. Point with your finger where the hole is. Go for it. Pretty please. Okay, let's try to roll it up a little bit. And then try to get it back in the back.
You can just leave that there. He's going to get a new bag for it. Yeah, you can just leave it right there on the table. He's going to bring a new bag for it.
Okay.
Or put it underneath, whatever.
Okay. That's fine. All right, and go ahead and have a seat for now. We'll get fresh gloves when we leave. How do you know it's a bullet hole versus a knife?
At that point, I believe it was a injury caused by a projectile. That was my belief then.
There's a lot of fraying, a lot of scraping. The jacket has other tears or defects in it. How would you know that a bullet hole went in there?
The way the jacket looks right now is not what I remember seeing when I approached the person. And the blood stain was higher towards the back. That's what caught my attention to the perforation on the jacket, which led me to believe that the injury was there. There was no way the person would have been injured in another area of their body because the blood would have not gone up because gravity will pull it down. So that area of the jacket is not illustrated in this particular point because the blood is pretty much all over the jacket at this point. But when I saw it, it was strictly in the area where the perforation was.
And in reality, we all know gravity works. You just testified to that if he was laying face down, the blood would not be going outward, upward. It would be pulling downward.
Correct.
Okay. And you probably don't know this, but most of the blood in this person remained in the body. Did you know that?
I don't.
Okay. When you roll the body over, however, then the blood, due to gravity, would have found the possible exit wound and started seeping out, causing more bleeding at that time. Would you agree?
I did not understand the question.
When you rolled the body over back on the back, and that happened later. I'm not trying to jump ahead of us yet.
Correct.
But then the hole would have provided a exit location for the blood to come out, correct?
Yes, it's a hole in the body, yes.
Well, and gravity would now allow it to seep out like a drain, correct?
I will be guessing at that point, honestly.
The possibility is that the coat gets more saturated at that time when you roll the body onto its back.
Again, I will be guessing. I don't know.
Well, you gave us a lot of information about gravity and everything. I thought you knew.
I'm not understanding exactly the question you're asking about the blood.
That the jacket might have absorbed more blood when it was located on the back versus when the body was on the front. Your heart's not pumping, sir, when you're dead, correct?
Correct, and that's what I'm trying to think what the question is.
If you're laying face down
Yes,
and there's no heart beating and squirting the blood upward,
correct.
then that could be a reason why the blood would stay in the body more. But when you roll it over, now there is an exit, a hole that may allow more blood to seep out and gravity would pull it down, correct?
Again, if the heart's not pumping, I don't have the expertise to say how the blood is going to come out of the body. I don't know that.
Now, at this point, you tell the deputy to take Mr. Kelly and his dogs and go back towards the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you remained with the body, correct?
Yes,
And that was Deputy Lopez, right?
correct.
And once they left, you continued to walk around the immediate area without noticing anything to indicate any kind of, fighting or any kind of activity that might have happened around the body?
Correct.
Okay. So this terrain, what were you expecting to see?
The terrain, I was expecting to see maybe footprints, drag marks, other signs of people walking in the area, blood trail. If somebody's injured and it's bleeding, there could be a potential of a blood trail coming from another location. Any other articles, something that would indicate that this person was injured somewhere else and eventually died there, or anything that will indicate to me that somebody else was involved or was walking in the area.
Well, how in this terrain would you have noticed all that?
Like I said, I will be looking for footprints, foot sign, which is something that sometimes we look at when we're after individuals, following people. It's we track people by looking at the foot sign that they might leave behind.
Well, did you notice any footprints?
Not that I recall.
So there is been determined at least one, possibly more, hadn't gotten there yet, of other people that were at this location. So you didn't see their footprints. Is that what you're saying?
I don't recall seeing other footprints. No.
So if someone was there, was it your tracking ability, or was it that they probably wasn't there?
Which is the question?
That is the question. You want me to restate it?
Yes, please.
Since you were looking around for evidence of anyone else being there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we've heard testimony that there was at least one person there.
Okay.
Okay. You did not see any evidence of anyone being there.
No, I did not.
So, no other footprints, correct?
No.
So is it your tracking skills that were a problem, or was it that that person wasn't there?
Again, I did not see a footprint, so I wouldn't be able to say if someone was there or not.
And just to remind the immediate area, going to the Elmo, with the newly admitted evidence, XX. Observing the terrain in this photo, and this is before you rolled over the deceased, correct?
Correct.
We got this grassy area and sandy area, right?
Yes.
Okay. So can you tell if this grass has been stepped on or not?
Not from the picture, no.
Okay. And it doesn't take far to go before you hit grass and then dirt or sand and then more grass. It's just kind of woven together, correct?
Yes.
Who actually took these photos?
I believe it was Sergeant Alfonso Flores.
All of the photos?
Yes, he did. Well, as far as what you showed me, yes.
Another photo. You could see some grass around the head, but you could see dirt going out towards the feet, correct? Or sand.
Yes.
And then from that other view, another photo.
This is just, guys, this is bad. Oof.
You can once again see a lot
He
of
just
sand
sucks. No,
around the body, openness to the body.
he's not on. He doesn't work for the cartels. He's a schmuck. He's a stereotypical incompetent government worker.
And then also grass as you move closer to the head, correct?
Yes.
So it's not like this body is completely engulfed by this grass, right?
No.
There's openness to the body, correct?
The picture shows that, yes.
Yes, thank you. And then there's parts where the grass is higher up, like this photo here, in all fairness, correct?
Yes.
And you claimed it was almost as high as your knee?
Correct.
Like maybe to your calf at least?
To my what, I'm sorry?
To your calf,
Probably to my knee, yes.
to your knee. Okay, so then why is some of the grass flatter than other parts of the grass?
I don't know the answer to that. That's nature.
But you're making an observation of whether there's someone else, any signs of struggle, anyone else being there, any other footprints, any tracking. You're looking for evidence, right? But
Yes.
you don't know.
Again, what's the question, ma'am?
Why some of this grass is flattened in other areas it's not.
I do not know.
Could be someone was there.
That's guessing. I don't know, ma'am.
You're guessing. So you don't know, correct?
And we can circle around the body, and some parts will be higher up and some parts will be lower, correct? As far as the grass level.
Are we talking about the height of the grass or the grass actually being stepped on? That's two different things.
If it's squished, it'll be flattened or lower. If it's not been disturbed, it might be higher.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Signs of whether something trampled on that area, possibly, right?
Yes,
Signs, but it's not a sure thing, correct?
correct.
You're not a tracking expert, are you?
No, I'm not.
Been to tracking school?
No.
Did you think to call the Border Patrol out and use some of their tracking abilities, like dogs, like trained agents that might help you locate?
That's a decision that should have been made by whoever responded to process the scene.
But you call people. You asked for people, the types of people. You testified to that a little earlier, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Now, with the fact that you knew there was something happened earlier that you didn't have a lot of knowledge but was aware of, right? That earlier call.
correct.
And now, hours later, you have another call and a deceased body, correct?
Yes,
Did you think to ask for the medical examiner investigators to get out there and determine a real time of death earlier or later?
not within the few minutes that I had to make the decision. That could have been made after. That was not the time for me to make the decision to do
Well,
it.
sir, you noted that Mr. Kelly came up with explanations trying to assist you, or explanations, I think you believe he was trying to defend himself. I don't know. But he was trying to tell you that the police were out there already earlier and looked at this area, correct? That sheriffs were out there earlier, correct?
They were out there earlier, yes.
And that this place was already checked and there was no body, so it must have happened later. Isn't that what he told you?
That's what he said, yes.
So now we have a timeline issue. Don't you think you could have got a medical examiner out there to investigate the time of death so we would know if it was earlier or later?
Again, that's a decision that the investigators would have made after the fact.
Sir, the quicker you get them out there, the sooner that someone could get there and observe the environment and the body in the state it was in decomposing. Agree? Do you agree that would be important?
It's important.
And do you agree, as a sergeant, you are a supervisor out there and also can supervise over detectives?
Correct, but detectives have their own supervisor, which I have the professional courtesy of allowing him to make the decision that he has to make.
So, but they take longer to get there, sir. Correct?
At that point, the scene was under control and secure. So again, that was not my decision to make.
Right, or didn't choose to make that decision for the investigation, correct?
That was someone else's decision to make that.
This is still coming from defendant's XX. I'm going to publish another photo. Okay, it's true. What we're looking at is the deceased face down as you saw it, correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to also show a close-up that's coming out of Defense Exhibit SS, I think. And I'm going to show you the first one in the stapled grouping.
I don't think that's how that works, Bob.
Want some cuddles? You want some cuddles?
Also, we have a
That's a-
rider truck
Yes.
emoji now for you guys.
Now, I would like to direct you to the baseball cap on this person, correct? And I'm going to ask that you step down and get some more gloves on. Let's take a look at that cap. Please. I want to imagine the cap is in this big bag, so let's see if we can pull it out. If you can locate that cap. Okay. This is the same cap, it says California, the one that he had on his head, correct?
I couldn't read anything from the picture.
Is there another cap in there? No. Permission to walk by the jurors with this cap? It's kind of dirty on the inside of the bill, right, underneath?
The visor, you mean?
Yeah, the visor.
Yes.
Seems to reflect the terrain that you would find out in the desert, correct?
Yes.
Okay, while we have gloves on, I'm gonna come back to the cap, but save us some trips with the gloves. Let's, open up the, let's get the fanny pack out. And hold it up, and point to the location that the buckle is no longer there. Is that a buckle?
Yes.
I can't tell what she's showing to the jury, but it's some of his Gabriel's accoutrements.
Look at it to be broken,
Yes.
and let me publish it to the jury. Now, isn't it possible that someone tried to grab this off the person and busted the buckle?
I will be guessing.
It's possible though, right?
I will be guessing. I don't want to speculate.
Because a fanny pack is only as good as it being worn to protect your valuables that would be inside of it, right? We wear fanny packs. And this court has seen one picture where the subject was known to have it on the chest, okay? And you didn't see that photo, have you?
No.
Okay. But
Your Honor,
another
and
way-
objection, it states facts not in evidence.
You
Hasn't
have,
been
you have a
admitted.
photo?
Hasn't been admitted. Okay, maybe I just don't recall. I apologize.
And another way to wear it for some people would be the old-fashioned way. Because I think young people like to wear it up on the chest, but it goes around the waist. You've seen both ways?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
And Your Honor, can we just clarify that photo is the one that we have no idea when or where it was? Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
We said we would update, we'd get the data.
Okay.
Okay. Now, this has one zipper, and then items can be placed in there, correct?
Yes.
And did you notice that this fanny pack was half full? Let me find your photo. I'll get back to that. Let me get the gloves off before I do that. You don't remember that?
There was items in the panic pack, yes.
But they were on one side and not on the other side. Did you notice that?
I don't recall the exact position inside the pack.
Okay, let's pull out the backpack. Now, the deceased, how does his body frame compare to yours?
I don't recall. He's probably about 200 pounds. Again, I will be guessing. I don't recall exactly his size.
All right, and I'm gonna ask you to step out here. I'm not gonna touch you. But I do want you to put your back towards the jurors. If and when this backpack was properly worn, I'm just putting it up against your body so they can compare how this backpack would cover the backside of you, okay? And so would you say your body was not out of proportion to his? Was he shorter than you? Did you notice? I don't recall. Okay. Now, Law's gonna hold it up.
Your Honor, just for the record, I'm not sure
Yeah,
the
we-
jury
we
could
need the
hear
wit-
that.
we need
The
the witness,
witness
sir.
had his back to the jury.
Right, I noticed that.
Okay.
You can have his back to the jury, but he's got to speak into the microphone.
You need me back there?
Right now, you can be right there, it's fine.
You can move the microphone wherever you want.
Okay, and it can come off the rack.
I just don't want to touch it.
Right. And I'm gonna point out a waistband on this backpack, correct? He's fine right there. Is that correct?
Yes.
But
Oh, that's not Nikolai Mew's backpack.
the shoulder straps, both of them,
Yes.
okay, pointing it out to the jurors.
I'm sure his friend took other equipment.
Now, there were clothes in this backpack. And yet, it was pulled up over the head or above the head or covering the head as you found it, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. It's a compound question. It assumes that somebody moved it and also asks how we found it. It's a compound question.
I didn't assume anyone moved it.
She said moved. I just want,
The
it's compound.
backpack- I'll reword the question. The backpack normally lies in the center of your back, right? Coming off of your shoulders, the straps, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But to get at a higher, why don't you come back out and grab your, no, don't grab, let's grab the whole pole.
Just let me know if you have problems hearing.
And turn sideways, look at the court, look at the judge. So I'm gonna place a normal position positioning without touching you, so give or take a few inches, that most people carry a backpack accordingly, and you got an idea what I'm doing with it, don't you? You want to put it on my back, where do you think? Here, take the backpack, and I will turn and put, if I had it over my shoulders, where would that backpack be? Okay, now rise it to the level as you found it, approximately. Okay, now if a waist strap was on, that wouldn't get there, would it? If this waist strap was on his waistline, that wouldn't have gone up that high, would it? Likelihood would be no, right? Let's assume it's not on, okay? And so when you fall with this somehow had to go up and over. So I'm going to ask you, is there a top strap? Let's zip it up. Like most backpacks have, what would you call this strap at the top? I'm not sure. Okay, what would you call it? Strap. Okay, a loop, a strap with a loop. How's that? Okay. And if someone tried to tug at this backpack with this strap, that could pull it up to over the head, couldn't it? Yes. Okay. Now, let's see if I need anything else up here. Before I move backwards, let's go to, well, we have gloves. Go out of order just a little bit. Could you go ahead and open up the, what is it marked?
State Exhibit 7979.
And what is it?
It's a wallet, brown wallet.
Okay, can you open it up? Okay. And is there money in there?
Yes,
Could you take it out? Take it out of the wallet. And could you count the total of the amount of, first of all, what kind of bills is it?
it's a Mexican currency.
Okay. Could you count the total of those bills? How many bills are there?
Okay.
You put the wallet down.
6 different bills in different denominations.
Pick up a little louder.
6 different bills in different denominations.
Okay, could you total it for me?
$1,640 pesos, Mexican pesos.
Sounds like a lot, but if you divide it by the appropriate rate, we would get something probably.
40
about $100.
pesos.
Would you agree?
Living
Depending on,
large.
depending on the rate, I don't know.
Okay, but you're somewhat familiar with pesos, right?
Correct.
And every day that rate changes.
Yes.
So I'm gonna sum it up as something under 100. Does that sound fair?
Yes,
Okay. Now, where's the American currency?
I will have to check the wallet.
Go ahead, Jim.
There's no American currency as far as I can.
So if someone wanted to come over here to work and they were Mexican national, how would they exchange the money? How would they take their less than $100 and put it into American currency? They wouldn't have ID to do it, would they? They couldn't go to a bank without proper ID, correct?
They couldn't, but it's not uncommon to see this.
Well, and someone wants to buy it off of them, but in America, you need American currency, right?
Yes.
Okay, even in Nogales, if I went to a convenience store, do I pay them in pesos or do I pay them in dollars?
I will be guessing because I know there were some stores at one point that were accepting pesos, so I don't know.
Okay, if you go to Phoenix to do roofing, would you,
I'm sorry, but could you put the currency back in the wallet before you walk away?
I guess.
Loretta, could the detective
You
just
worry they're
grab
gonna
the wallet out of the middle of the bag
take
with the
stuff.
backpack, just so we've got it secured appropriately? Would that be all right with the court?
I really don't, I don't understand what you're talking about.
We're
Yeah,
like mixing 2 exhibits together there. I'm just a little concerned about the handling. Could
Well,
we
now
just
you're worried
have the
about it all
detective
mixed
gather
up.
that
They were all
exhibit
mixed up to
and
start
take it
with.
outside?
Well,
Wait till
yeah,
I-
leave it here and we won't touch it anymore. And at the
Who's gonna
break,
touch
you
it?
can
Who
do what
cares?
needs to be done.
All right, we're gonna go back to what's still being published on the board, which is the decedent's head with the cap on his head. And I'm gonna go back to the original photo here that I showed first for a second. I don't know. I want you to notice the cap, sir. Do you see how the cap is buckled down? Kind of
Yes.
under the forehead. So if I grabbed this backpack and pulled on it, could that cause the hat to come up with this deformity of look?
Again, I will be guessing, ma'am.
But your job is to investigate all possibilities. Correct?
My job is to investigate, yes.
Yes, and make note, like of signs of, because you said you were looking for anyone else being there. Maybe he was robbed. Have you considered that?
I will be guessing, ma'am.
Wait, sir, your job is to write down all possibilities and investigate, not sit there and defend yourself for why you didn't investigate.
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
The fact that the zipper's open, the fanny pack is torn off of him on his, or put on the side and off of his body with a broken buckle. And isn't that a possible sign of robbery?
Yes.
That was not my opinion then, ma'am.
Well, what do you think happened? What a dumb son of a bitch. What do you think happened then? God, it really does reinforce the idea he got killed by in a robbery.
Defense 30, 55. Already admitted evidence. Let me show you the
That's
fanny pack.
right here, chat.
As you open it,
Reasonable el reasonable el douto. I'll say it in a way that people down there can understand it. That's reasonable doubt right there. Pack your bags. Has been proven.
appears to be half empty.
And I'm sorry, I just want to clarify the record. Did you say Defense Exhibit 35?
55 is what I said. 55.
State's Exhibit or Defense Exhibit?
Defense Exhibit 55, or is that SS? That's probably SS. I'm sorry. I have to read writing. SS marked -K. Okay. Sorry. I didn't read that right. Notice this fanny pack as you unzipped it. Something on the left, the right of our screen, and this side of it, there's nothing there. Do you know that there could have been a wad of $20 bills there rolled up?
I will be guessing as the contents. I don't know that.
Robberies fall within the scope of law enforcement, doesn't it?
Yes.
Looking at 00, defense 00, not zeros. A picture of the decedent's hand grasping at a straw, which is, or the grass terrain that's out there. Looked like somehow this hand clenched it as prior to getting into death and rigor, correct?
His hand, yeah, is half clenched, yes.
We see grass all around it and this straw-like, grass-like material in his palm sticking out through his fingers, right?
Yes.
We see the hand cupped. Here's another one. Observed in another photo in that same evidence grouping. Correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, is that an autopsy photo? Is that an autopsy photo?
No? Oh, yeah, it's been admitted.
Oh, okay.
And this could be found in your crime scene photos.
It's not in the crime scene photos,
No,
just to clarify for the
This
record.
is the first time I ever see those pictures.
Okay. And so you never noticed that he had all this grass in his hand? Then when you were at the scene?
There was grass. I just don't recall this picture.
Okay, I didn't ask if this was your photo. It's already admitted.
Right.
I'm just asking you to look at it. I could find some more photos, but this is a photo been admitted already into evidence. Do you see the grass material in his hand as if he's kind of clenching onto this grass that is found out in this terrain?
I do see it, yes.
Could that also be indicative of being dragged and grabbing onto grass?
Again, that will be guessing. I don't want to speculate on what happened.
Here's the last photo in that same grouping, and
You've already done a lot of speculating, man. And yes, Nicole, thank you. Dudo raisonable.
his hands are definitely cupped in this position, correct?
Yes,
And we don't walk around with grass in between our fingers, right?
No.
I wouldn't.
Not between the middle and the ring finger. That's an awkward place, isn't it?
I don't know, ma'am.
You don't think the grass just fell in it, do you?
Again, I will be guessing how the grass got to the hand.
But normally, does
Just a
grass
sec.
fall into the fingers like that?
Again, I don't know how the grass got there. I don't want to guess how.
No. Did you note it in your report, in your observations?
No, I don't think I
Did
did.
you note the buckle that was broken?
I don't remember seeing it.
Did you note that this backpack was over the head, indicative possibly of being dragged or robbed?
That was,
Objection compound, Your Honor. She
I
indicated,
break it down to, yeah, break it down.
Indicative of being dragged
that wasn't my belief at that point when I saw the person.
or robbed?
No, that was not my belief either.
But you didn't note it in your report, is the question.
I didn't note what, I'm sorry.
You didn't note these observations in your report, did you?
No, I did not.
And you didn't note the unzipped bag of the deceased, did you?
No, I didn't.
And had you talked to Mr. Kelly and learned about the one shot that was fired, you didn't do anything in this investigation under your watch to try to solve where that one shot came from, did you?
Not during the time I was there, no.
And you noticed the walkie-talkie, didn't you?
The radio, yes.
I'm sorry, that's old-fashioned. The radio, more high-powered than a walkie-talkie.
Yes, I did see it.
Okay, so it wasn't a toy. It was a real radio.
It looked like a real radio, yes.
And that, along with the coloring of the clothing, the fact that you know he was not a legal citizen, the backpack, the fanny pack, all these items was not suspicious in your mind that this could have been someone like a mule or someone that was either carrying or items that were illegal?
Objection, form of the question?
I don't understand the question.
You did not, did you consider the fact, just a second. Did you not think or draw any conclusions based on the clothing and the items on this person that this could have been a smuggler?
I wasn't investigating a smuggling or a citizenship crime at this point.
Sir, all facts are important. Wouldn't you agree? All facts are important in order to get to the right answer, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You can't go into a homicide investigation blinded. Would you agree? You don't have enough information right now to know the answer, do you?
I don't.
Okay. And so you got to gather information and make note of it and pass that on to the detectives so a proper investigation could happen. Wouldn't you agree?
The detectives would have done their own investigation and come up with more evidence, more factual evidence after I leave. I was just the first responder there first.
You don't know that detectives rely on your notes, your reports, your investigation to help them get to some of these possibilities?
They do. They rely
Okay.
on some of the information.
It starts with the first officers at a scene. What they saw, correct?
Correct.
Who they talked to, what they said, correct?
Correct.
What physical evidence was around, correct?
Yes.
Your job, being one of the first officers to respond to the scene, was to help gather this information and document, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That would be in your training manual, correct?
Correct.
This is an ass whooping.
You also noticed Mr. Kelly's 2 Labradors, right?
Correct.
And in all fairness, when he walked out with you to show you the body, those dogs followed, didn't they?
Yes.
And matter of fact, they were all over there smelling the body, weren't they?
They were in the area, yes.
Well, they were right there where the body was too, weren't they? They were smelling on the body.
When they were smelling the area, I couldn't tell that the body was there. I couldn't see the body. I saw the dogs walking around in the area.
And sir, that's allowing something to tamper with a crime scene, isn't it?
Again, at that point, I did not know the body was there. Dogs, again, I did not see the body. I saw the dogs walking around. I couldn't see the body at that point.
I already did that. Just a minute, Your Honor. I need to check my notes where I'm at. And let's see. So when you sent Mr. Kelly away and the dogs, you also requested a firearms canine, correct? to at least be placed on standby?
Correct.
And at this point, you also asked Deputy Lopez to obtain the handgun that was on Mr. Kelly, correct?
After they had left, yes.
Yes, while they went closer towards the house, correct? Or by the trailer?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you remember that you asked Mr. Kelly, are you comfortable or something about do you feel like you need your gun?
I do remember asking. Yes.
Yes. And what didn't he let you know that he needed the gun? He was very uncomfortable without it because of the dangers that existed on that property?
Yes.
Okay. So that was real to him, right? That this could be a dangerous area and that's why he needed a gun.
Again, that's something that he will probably have to answer.
But you noted it, didn't you?
Yes, he did mention that he was not comfortable walking around with a firearm.
But again, he was cooperative and put it up, and then later you all confiscated that, correct?
Yes.
And you broadcasted through your radio to Sergeant Garcia, correct?
Yes.
To make contact with whoever was inside the house and get them out,
Correct.
right? Because you wanted to protect the house for some reason as a crime scene.
Correct.
But there, to your knowledge, was there ever any shooting or anything in the house that you learned at this time?
Inside the house?
Yes.
No.
And that you noted that Mrs. Kelly was escorted out and the residence was secured until you can get the search warrant.
That's the information I received on the radio from Sergeant Garcia and Deputy Lorsagalay.
And because the reason why you needed a K-9 was in case you needed to locate any firearms or shell casings, right?
Correct.
Now, you said you proceeded to Sergeant Flores' location. Where was that? Back by the house?
Back by the horse trailer, that's where I met him.
And then you assisted at that time with photographs and moved the bodies, right?
Correct.
And that's when you cut the straps to the backpack.
Yes.
And as far as the cans of tuna, which for some reason is not available, there were 2 cans according to that photograph, right?
Can you repeat the question, ma'am?
There were 2 cans of tuna in the
I
bag.
did not count the cans.
And so you two start peeling off the clothing and turning the body around and start taking photographs, correct?
Yes.
And so, and this officer that's taking the photographs, is he crime scene?
He's the detective sergeant for the Criminal Investigations Division for the Sheriff's Office.
So that would be a yes answer, right? That's his job skill, to go to a crime scene and document it.
Yes.
And you were happy to be back on the road. Is that why you were just a little bit overzealous about this?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
You noted that you were happy to do, what was that program that you got to do before coming to the scene?
That I was happy to do what program? I don't understand.
Stone Guard.
I was working in Operation Stone Garden, yes. That's
You
the
were-
name of the grant.
And you were glad to get into patrol. You said you were happy to be able to get back there because what you were doing is a little more administrative, correct?
I never said that, no.
You never said that?
We could tell you wanted to get back on the street. You wanted to.
Just looking over my notes, Judge.
No problem.
Did you at all talk with Mrs. Kelly?
No, I didn't.
Do you have any idea why she was placed inside of a squad car and taken to the station?
I will assume because of the cold weather. It was January 30th and it was late at night.
So you can speculate to some things?
Again, I do remember Sergeant Garcia mentioning that she was placed in the car because of the weather.
But driven to the police station? Did anyone ask if she wanted to go?
That reason, I don't know why she went to the police station.
And the back doors of a car, a patrol car, are locked from the inside? You can't get out, correct?
Are you asking me if the cars are locked?
Yeah, automatically.
They are, yes.
Did you ask if she wanted to sit in her car?
No, I didn't ask that.
You made a note that the items, the tuna cans inside the backpack, were consistent with migrants. So I'm going to go back to this. Do migrants usually carry radios?
I've seen migrants carry radios, yes.
How about migrants carrying telephones, cell phones?
It is common, yes.
Yeah. Radios are not usually a common item in a person's belongings, is it?
No.
Depends on what they're doing, ma'am. I don't know.
Do migrants always wear camouflaged clothing?
It is common for most of them to be wearing that, yes.
Nobody's believing
Do
it.
migrants go through the terrain into people's private property on a regular basis?
Yes, they could.
And so to have these people, if they had rifles, would that have changed your tone of whether they were a migrant or a trafficker?
I don't understand the question about the rifle.
If you learn that there were rifles, are rifles regularly stolen off of people? Guns are stolen from people?
Generally, yes. Some
Guns have value?
Yes.
And if you're in the underworld, guns are valuable, correct? Something they would want, correct?
And I will be guessing I don't work in the underworld.
All right, we're going to take our noon recess. All right with you?
Yes.
Thank you. It's almost noon. We'll take a noon recess. We'll reconvene at 1:30. We'll continue with, if there's more cross-examination, then we'll have a redirect examination. We'll have a regular schedule today. We'll be in recess until 1:30. Thank you.
All right, guys, that's it. We are partway through day 9. Criminals don't need legal guns. Yes. He's playing stupid on the stand. I agree. The DA's looking all pissy. I don't think the jury is buying any of this. But as we demonstrated, all the shit that he had on him, he said, was rifled through. Somebody went through there. And who? What about the guy that was with him? Guy that claims to be there. He definitely dug through the backpack. Hoping that the defense calls him, because that would be hilarious for him to say, well, who dug through the backpack? Well, not us. Wait, what do you mean us? I guarantee that's how that would go. Do they use camel condoms to hide the swallow pills? No. So there's a bunch of got some things to catch up on here. Unknown Hero for $2 says voy a venir. Whatever you would say, and don't do it in Espanol. Kelly R for $10 says only in America where you could be a convicted drug smuggler and hang out at a trial free as a jaybird. Yes. Well, but that's how that works. If he's been subpoenaed there and he's brought there under orders, he has to, the government has decided to allow him in. Can someone tell me what is with the backpack? Tracy, I hope now you understand there's a lot to it. It shows what happened. And this guy just wasn't, coming over to go do landscaping. Robert says the next legal is going to be making body armor made out of drugs. And Tracy says, so I hate that question. How do you know what I should act like? That's fair enough. Chugi Show says, how long does this trial go? Well, they went today and they had a half day today. So it's at least up until today. And it's probably going to go into next week. And Brandon Lesko says for $4.99, all right, fat boy, drinking time. Well, good. I'll have a drink. I'm sure that's not what you meant, but and some dude said the body had wigger. No, it had rigor, like rigor mortis. And Soul Souffle saying, are the parties uncommonly amiable? I mean, do you mean are they commonly this antagonistic? I mean, it happens, but yeah, these guys are really going at it. But that's not abnormal. That's not abnormal for them to be that antagonistic. Oh, so I think we're all caught up with everybody here. Supposedly until the 19th, yeah. The judge walked out of the trial today pissed off. Ooh, boy. Oh, boy. So tomorrow we're gonna get back going at it. We're gonna start. Oh, we'll probably start around noon. We'll knock out the rest of day 9. Get day. So we've got. Hold on here. I gotta see where we gotta go. Okay, so we just finished to here. We'll get that. 2, 3, and 6. So we got to get through 9 of these in the next couple of days. Remember, Monday, they don't have court. So we'll have another day to catch up. So tomorrow we are going to knock out day 9, all of day 10, because there's only a morning session, and then actually, maybe all of day 11. It all depends on what we can do. We'll see how far we can get tomorrow. And then Sunday, we'll get, maybe day 11, but day 12, 13, and we can knock out day 14. We'll be caught up. That will be our game plan. I should have tried with only women lawyers and a judge. The screaming. How many days to catch up right now? Let me see here. The counting. So 1, 2, 3, 4 full days. 4 full days. So not too bad. Not too bad. Sunshine's win tomorrow. We are going to start up around noon. That'll be the game plan, so we can get going on this. And Eric says, thanks for letting me visit. Well, of course, of course. And Samaj saying, are you diving to hell? I'm going to try to. I try to figure out how to run this on Twitch. I don't know how to stream the game. So we're going to figure this out. And I don't know how to do it, so I'm going to try it in a little bit. Give me like 20 minutes and we'll try to figure it out. Well, I thought that said free R. Kelly for a second. I'm like, that's not the right Kelly. No, not the right one. But yes, free Mr. Kelly. Free Mr. George Kelly. Not R. Kelly. Nick saying, is Helldivers 2 as good as the first one? I never played the first one, but the second one's really good. Second one is very captivating. I've enjoyed it so far. Oh, so, what city is this being prosecuted in? Nogales, Arizona. Santa Cruz County went 70% Biden. So that tells you a little bit too there. Yeah, Karen Reed's going to go 6 weeks. Oh my God, that's going to be. And then that's going to run right into Richard Allen. This is all going to be right in the middle of Chad Daybell. There's going to be all kinds of craziness going on soon. His poor horse misses him. He's been out on bond. He has not been held at the jail. He's been home. He's been out on bond. He has not been incarcerated. So that's the good news. Chini's saying almost Mexico. No, like he lives on the wall. His property runs up against the border. So, tweet just saying, Drat, I'm driving to Arizona tomorrow, but only going as far as Scottsdale. Yeah, you're gonna have to go all the way down to the south. Yeah, he's on house arrest. He's not a flight risk. He's an old dude. He had to put his ranch up for bail. Yep. Yes. Tomorrow I got Richard Allen stuff to cover, but during the day we're going to knock out the trial, and then tomorrow night we'll do Richard Allen. Yeah. Well, actually, I think people are staying away from the ranch because they know that they'll get killed if they go there. So they'd be like, the gringos de muy loco. Los gringos. be crazy. The illegals are going to own it. Yeah, well, maybe. So, let me just check here. Tonight we will visit what's going on with Richard Allen. It's Sunday. We are just going to bear down and get through George Kelly as far as we can, and then we'll clean it up on Monday. So that is it. I'm going to go try to use Twitch in a little bit. We'll see how well this works. I'm sure it's going to be a disaster. So, and if it is, then I guess I might just play by myself. But, all right, am I coming back? I'm going to go on Twitch. If you guys don't know, you can find me on Twitch as the things down below talk about over at Potentially Criminal. It'll probably will be a Twitch disaster, but we're going to try it. We're going to try it. So, I will see you guys later. Take care, everybody. Good night. Also, George Kelly, not guilty. Especially after all that information we learned today. That's reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt.